Welcome to Baku for the 2023 World Chess Cup. Here in the fascinating Gaydar Aliyev Center, 300 players, seasoned grandmasters will fight for the 2.5 million prize fund and the opportunity to win a spot in the candidates. Stay tuned for fast-paced action with Magnus Carlsen, with Hikaru Nakamura, with the best players in the world here in Azerbaijan. Welcome to the 2023 World Cup here in Baku. We're going into the playing hall now. As you can see, there's more than 300 players with seasoned grandmasters in the women's section and the open section. So stay tuned and stay with us and see the commentary of the first round here in Baku, Azerbaijan in the World Cup.
Hello everyone, warm greetings from Baku, Azerbaijan. Welcome to the first day of FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. I'm Irene Sukandar. I will be your host throughout the event. And I'm so pleased to introduce my co-commentator, Sagar Shah.
Hello Irene, it's a pleasure to sit with you, and also I'm so glad that you are here, because generally you're playing in the playing hall.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm so pleased to be here as well as a commentator. Chess is absolutely our passion. So let it be a player or a commentator or any other part that involves in the chess world, I'll be down with it.
Absolutely, and this is one of the biggest tournaments that is taking place in the world of chess, the Chess World Cup for Open and Women. Irene, 309 players from so many different countries are here.
And they are the best representative of their own country. So I'm so honored to be here as well, to be able commentating their games. And then we will see, today we will have 78 players in the women's, and then about 156 in the open. Yeah, so they will be competing for the first round and then trying to compete to be proceeding to the second round.
Right. So after, let's say after 156, we'll have 78 left, and the 50 players who are not playing today will join them
in the open section. Yes.
So there'll be totally 128. And in the women's section, there'll be 25 who are not playing today who will also join in. So today is the day when actually all the top players are taking rest. It's a bye for them.
Yes.
So we won't be seeing Magnus Carlsen or Ju Wenjun or Hikaru Nakamura playing today, but there'll be definitely a lot of upsets happening.
Yeah, as usual, in every World Cup, there will be many interesting moments, many interesting and dramatic results, yeah? And then in the Sochi, the last World Cup that we saw in 2021, it's not an exception, right? There are so many upsets in the women's and the open section as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Irene, there'll be players who have been working so hard for this, as we see the playing hall here. In fact, when I was looking at the players list, I saw that so many players from different countries, from Africa, from Asia, from all continents are here. Truly, it's a gathering of the entire chess community.
Yeah, it's truly a chess festivity for everyone, for the chess players and also for all the chess lovers, because we will be here for the next 4 weeks, and then we will see so many great matches, and this is the place where everyone will be showing their chess novelties.
Yes.
This is the most interesting part. So whenever there's Olympiads happening or World Championship happening, we will see in the chess technique itself, we will see so many openings in novelties in the openings. So this is going to be also down to the history itself.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this venue is that both the open section and women's section are together in the same playing hall. And it's a very big room. There we see Irene Rubers, who is the top seed today playing.
Yep.
She's the 26th seed.
Yep.
And a very talented youngster from Netherlands.
Yeah, I've heard so many great things about her lately, and I think she is going to be one of the most players to be watch out from. Yeah, because she's a very dangerous player, and then she just newly crowned as the Dutch champion.
Yes.
About a month ago, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, which very well deserved.
Right, and there we see the FIDE president Arkady Dvorkovich, along with him Emil Sutovsky there. I think it's such a big event, Irene, for FIDE as well, because the prize money of this tournament is the highest ever in a chess event. It's $2.5 million.
Yep.
Of course, if we count what each player gets, it would be lesser than the World Championship, but the total prize fund is the highest ever.
Yes.
For a chess event.
$2.5 million, and it's a very good news for chess players, I think, because, well, I'm a chess player myself. I mean, I'm still a very active player.
Yes.
And then whenever I have participated in such an event, it would be a very, a very good things for us, especially to help our training or our tournament plans in the future.
Right, because even if you lose the first round, you still go back with something.
Yes, for the women's, if you lose for the first round, you still get $3,750 and in the open section, every player will get $3,000.
Right, and there we have the bird's eye view of the playing hall. We are 2 minutes away from kickoff at 3 p.m. The tournament will get going, and there are so many interesting games we'll look at. But for now, just enjoy, soak in the environment of this place. We have photographers there, we have the players there, we have the team. Every team has come with a coach.
Yep.
They've sent a sort of a representative.
This is a serious event. So as soon as FIDE announced the pairing for the first round, I'm sure they would already made such a great team or such a great preparation plan, because you have to prepare seriously for this event, not only about the opening itself, but also about the other thing like traveling plans, for example, and then mentality. Because, well, this is not only about chess, but this is also about the battle of your mentalities. Because chess is all about also psychology. So sometimes you cannot hold down your nerves. Sometimes it shows on your game. So chess player has to be very, how to say, like, you have to have like a poker face, right? You don't show emotions, because otherwise your opponents will be able to read you, and then it will be a disaster.
Absolutely. And Irene, the thing is that it's not like on day one you beat your opponent and it's over. The format is that you have to play 2-game match, and if it is tied at 1-1, you go into the tiebreaker on day 3. So that's a lot of stress.
It is a lot of stress. I think I already told you, in every participation of mine in the World Cup, it takes 5 years of my life because it is that stressful. Before the match itself, during the match, and after the match, when we have to analyze our game or prepare for the next game, or even if we proceed to the next round, it will be a completely different opponent. We may or may not already prepared against her or him before, so it's a complete chaos actually. Yeah.
Well, I think, Irene, you have played thrice in the World Cup.
Yep.
3 times, and that's I'm actually honored sitting next to you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Phenomenal. On our screen, we had Ivan Cheporinov there, who was sitting, and his opponent from Libya. And right now, the games are about to begin. Also, on day one, Irene, there are generally a lot of teething issues. The round doesn't start on time many times, but it feels like here everyone's ready.
Well, everyone is. I think they're very impatient to start their first move. I think I would be if I were them at that venue right now. And yesterday I saw the venue and it was very good. It's a very beautiful venue. I think everyone would be very comfortable because it is important, to feel the comfort at the venue before the game or during the game especially. And then you have to know where the restroom is. You have to know where the refreshment area is because, well, you will be competing for like 5 to 6 hours each day. And then these sort of things, they are very important to you.
Absolutely. And I love the chess sets there. These are the wooden chess sets. When you sit down there, you feel so nice to play. But then, Irene, suddenly the game begins, the tactics start flowing, and then, the tension rises.
Yeah, and especially after we come through the second time control, and then when we go to the time trouble, all these things are not matter anymore.
Yes, so there are 40 moves, and you have 90 minutes for it, and there is a 30-second increment from the beginning. But after you hit 40 moves, you get 30 minutes extra.
Yeah, this is the standard time control for most of the classical events that FIDE organizing right now. We have the same time control for Olympiads as well. And I think for every match, in average, it would be about 5 hours to 6 hours.
Right.
Yeah.
And there we have the top board there, Ivan Cheparinov on the left, a very, very famous Bulgarian player. In fact, Irene, when Veselin Topalov played his world championship matches, Cheparinov was his second.
Whoa, so he's not a new name in the chess world. He's one of the best chess players in the world. He once hit 2700 too. So it shows how capable he is as a player. So, but again, in the World Cup, even though the first round you will be playing about 600 or 500 ratings lower than you still have to be very focused.
Absolutely.
You have to take one game at a time. I've talked to many of my friends here, and then they are playing exactly like 500 points lower, but they would be like, okay, I have to focus on the first round first. I'm not thinking about who's I'm going to face on the second round. So this is important, not to belittle everyone.
That is true. And the opponents that they have are going to get this chance maybe once in their life. Like, let's say, for example, on the top board, we have Al-Hassadi, who's from Libya. Then we have someone from Myanmar on board number 2. On board number 3, we have someone from UAE, from Ethiopia. Then we have someone from Nepal. And all these players are going to come to the World Cup once in their life. So they're going to give everything that they have.
Everything. Yeah, they will give it all out. And then there's no exception to that. Even in the women's section, we see a few of notable players on the top boards. We saw earlier the new Dutch champion, Ellen Roberts, and then next to her, actually, I saw my good friend Irene Bulmaga, currently representing Romania, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think we also have other players here in the list. Yeah,
we have like from Bangladesh, we have from Kyrgyzstan. There are players who have come from South Africa. So this is actually a great opportunity for all of them. And they know that their entire country is watching. Because if someone can beat a player, then it's like a big celebration in the entire nation.
Yeah.
It's big news.
Yeah, it is. It is like a smaller version of Chess Olympiad because it's only 1 by 1, right? Well, in the Olympiad, we have like a team event.
Right, so the moves have begun. I mean, the games have started. Irene, do you want to go to the women's event first or to the open event?
I think I'd go for the women's event first.
Amazing. I expected that.
Yes.
So should we look at the game of Eline Rubers against Al-Fayad Yamana? She's taking on, her opponent is from Iraq. And this is amazing because her opponent is just 22 years old. And the game will kick off right now.
Yep. And on the stage we see that there are 4 boards. The top 4 open section and the top 2 women's section.
Right. And there you have Ivan Cheparinov and his opponent making their moves. And in the background, we have Salem Saleh, who is from UAE, the top player there. And I think Salem really would be wanting to perform well in this event. So that's a good piece of information that someone in the chat on YouTube has mentioned, that all players about 2660 have a rest day today. So that is the situation. And they will all be playing from 2nd of August. Meanwhile, we have Ivan Cheparinov playing the Queen's Gambit, is it, over there? Irene, we'll have to get the chessboard very soon. But I love how focused Ivan is and his opponent.
It looks like some Tarrasch system. Yep. And we will get the boards updated pretty soon.
He's playing against Yusuf Al-Hassadi. And there we have Salem Saleh, who's playing today as the 3rd seed. He's taking on Abera Gezashiu. And Abera over there, also a big round for him. I mean, this is the biggest stage that I'm sure Al-Hassadi has been on. So let's have a look at maybe the board very soon.
Yeah, we will have the board soon. And meanwhile, Sagar, today I've seen a few of the top players coming, even though they are going to play on the 2nd round only. But they are trying to adjust with the climate. They're trying to adjust with the time zone and everything else. So yeah, it's going to be interesting here.
In fact, Irene, some players came even 3-4 days ago.
Yep.
Because just to acclimatize themselves with the time zone and trying to maybe get used to the environment. Because if you play well here and if you manage to finish in top 3, that can change your life. You get to the candidates.
Yeah, the top 3 of each section will go to the candidates, and it's going to be in Toronto, Canada, April 2024.
Right, and while we get the board in, guys, do send in your messages on YouTube and also on the Twitter. Try to send us your tweets using hashtag FIDE World Cup.
Yes, if you have any question, do send it to X. Now it's X. The new one.
Name for Twitter.
Previously known as Twitter, of course. And then put the hashtag FIDE World Cup. And we will try to get to your question, but it will be plenty of them. So we will try to select which questions that will be posted.
Right. And there we have the board between Ivan Cheparinov and Al-Hassadi Yusuf. Irene, it was a queen's pawn opening, and Al-Hassadi played, as you mentioned, the Tarrasch defense with both the pawns in the center. And then he took pawn takes, and generally white develops his knight, but Ivan Cheparinov goes for this very tricky move, bishop to g5.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was telling you about. Yeah,
new ideas.
New ideas, or probably this is not new, but you want to trick your opponent because going to the main line is too mainstream.
True.
Yeah, and then people would, of course, will learn about the main line before the sideline first. So probably Ivan is trying to trick his opponent, trying to test his opening knowledge, whether he knows how to deal with this bishop g5 or not.
Yeah, and some players would push their pawn up the board, and that is exactly what white wants, because then he would simply drop the bishop back, and this pawn push would become some kind of a weakness, and the knight is like, that square is mine.
Yeah, that square belongs to the knight, and now it's no longer there unless you move the pawn again, but then you will lose to tempi, and the bad bishop on c8 will be suffering. Yeah.
No one's happy in that camp.
Nope.
So black says, let's bring the knight out.
Yep.
Although it's pinned, but white also develops. Bishop comes out, and now pawn to a3.
So we see that both players, okay, especially white, he's been blitzing the moves. So I assume this is still part of the preparations.
Yeah.
Again, preparation is very important, especially if you're going to play in the top level tournaments like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Irene, when I was at the Global Chess League, which happened just a few days ago, Ivan Cheparino was there as the personal coach of Raunak Sadhwani.
Wow.
So not only has he helped some legendary players like Topalov, but he's also now training the young talents. Like Raunak is 2600 plus, which means that he's so well sort of updated with all the new wrinkles in the openings.
Yeah, so he's not only very capable in positional understanding, let's say, but chess players nowadays, they have to update it themselves in chess openings, chess lines. And actually, in my what I know is some of them taking some dubious lines in the chess openings that lesser known, and trying to trick your opponent, and it has some elemental surprise in it.
Like our good friend Eric Rosen, who keeps playing the what's the name of that?
Stafford Gambit.
Stafford Gambit,
Yeah.
which the computers dislike, but Eric keeps winning.
Well, sometimes he loses too. Yeah, sometimes he loses too. But yeah, he's the master of dubious openings.
But Irene, they tell us that don't move your flank pawns in the opening. Concentrate on the center, play e3, maybe even g3. What could be the idea behind this little pawn move?
I think it prevents the bishop on f8 to potentially come to b4 and to pin the knight on c3. I think just to avoid some sort of Ragozin type of position. But I think this is, of course, this is a matter of taste, yeah? I think e3 is pretty much acceptable. G3 is, I think, is also acceptable. So probably a3 is another part of Ivan's preparation. And probably this is like also the safest one. And then this is a typical move in this type of position as well. Yeah, it might be useful for later on.
Yes, maybe some point take the bishop comes here and then push it away could also be a part of the plan. But yeah, as you said, many options. The only thing that Al Hasadi, who is rated 2030, should do here is try to play a little bit quicker. He's already spent 4 minutes on the clock, while Ivan has not taken even a minute.
Yep.
So should not get under time pressure, but it's still early stage of the game. How about we go to the next board?
Yes, please.
We go to the game between Etienne Bakro, who is playing on the next board against Ne Lin Toon from Myanmar. Etienne is a very, very well-known French grandmaster.
Very well known, yes, and a very experienced as well.
Yeah, he was French #1 for several years, if I'm not mistaken, until MVL came into the scene, and of course he is one of the best in the world. But if I'm not mistaken, Irene, Etienne Bakro is a very strong positional player. He loves to be very solid, and I think that's what he's doing even in this game.
Yeah, he chose a very solid line in this Nimzo. Yeah, I think we can take a look from the first move.
Yeah.
So yeah, d4 knight f6, and then yeah, bishop b4, and then e3. So castle, knight, bishop d3. Yes.
And whenever someone plays a little move like this, you always start questioning, the file is not open. Why did he move his rook?
Yes.
But it's just to drop the bishop back here.
Yeah. So the bishop was on before. For one purpose, but after knight ge2, I guess, or queen c2, the bishop has no intention on taking the knight, so it's time to go back after a3 later on.
So hits the center, the bishop is questioned, the bishop drops back, and now you castle, the knight develops, and queen c2. I really like how Ne Lin Toon has played this opening, right? He's developed all his pieces, he's quickly castled. He's not intimidated by his 2662 rated opponent.
Yeah, and he plays significantly fast as well. He's only taking like a few seconds out of his clock. So I think this is also a part of his preparation. And normally in this position, white will go like bishop d2, f3, and trying to push e4 at some point when white is ready, right? And then black, on the other hand, will try to distract the white center by playing c5 at some point.
Right. So these are the plans, and also this bishop is a slight problem piece for black. If he manages to solve it, and Irene most likely will go b6, bishop b7, and on this diagonal, Etienne would have a good position.
Yeah, but probably white will take the pawn on d5, so b6, bishop b7.
So this, you just take.
Yeah, that's usually the typical idea. You're just waiting for your opponent to play b6, so that bishop b7 is no longer relevant. Or maybe it still does, but it's less good now.
Right. So that's a small little wrinkle there, that if you play b6, now white would like to take on in the center and capture that pawn. And you can see there the player from Myanmar. He's there in the suit. He's there for the fight, and he's also very young. He's born in 2003.
Oh my God.
So he's just 20 years old.
Yeah.
And this is a big opportunity for him.
Yeah, talking about age, you told me earlier you did your research about who is the youngest and oldest participants in this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely know who's the youngest. It is Edis Gurel from Turkey. This boy is born in 2008.
2008?
Yes, 2008. He's 14 years old,
man.
and he is playing today against Ivic. That's a match we have to follow.
Oh, that is a very good match. We remember from Sochi 2021 how great Ivic performed at the World Cup, right?
Right, and the funny thing is, Edis actually made it to this World Cup by finishing 14th in European Championship, and in the last round he beat Ivic.
Oh.
So right now they both are going to play against each other.
Oh wow! And then their ages are not very far from each other as well, right?
I think Ivic is around, I think, in his 20s. This guy is 14. So yeah, he also very young.
Also very young.
Ivic.
Yeah, very talented as well.
Very talented player. And I think the oldest player in this tournament perhaps is Gregory Kaidanov. He's 63 years old. But maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe our YouTube chat or someone on Twitter can correct us if I've got that wrong. But that just shows, 14
and 63. Yes. Yeah, it's almost 50 years different. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we have on the screen the player from Myanmar, Ne Lin Tun, who's quite relaxed there. Etienne Bacro is not making his move. Irene, he is thinking quite a bit. As you rightly pointed out, b6. He doesn't like that the pawn will be taken on d5. Maybe he's thinking about c5 move. Or perhaps he's also thinking, let me first take on c4.
Yeah, that's possible. All those moves, I think, they are playable, yeah? And then Etienne is, I think, trying to choose which line that he wants to play according to, I don't know. Sometimes when you choose a line, it's not only about what's happening on the board, but also the tension of the game, the stake that you have at the game. Well, now you still have another game to play tomorrow as white, as for Etienne. So probably he will take it safely for this round. But there are always many strategies that a player can choose in this type of structure in the event, because this is a knockout format. Probably they will play all out already on the first round and then trying to win, so that on the second round they can be a bit more relaxed and then take a draw. Or maybe first game, you have to take it easy, and then second round you will battle it out. So yeah, there's some sort of this type of nuance, that you can also see from many players here. And
Irene, while we were discussing this, they are in our chat. Someone has mentioned that in the women's section, Pia Kramling is 66.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Pia. Yeah, Pia, of course, yes, and one of the best women players in the world, and the most respected one as well. I have just so much admiration. I admire her so much that I went to Stockholm actually recently, and then unfortunately I couldn't meet her, but we talked so much about how to progress chess, especially among girls and women. So not only about her love over chess, but also we want to grow chess as a sport among girls.
Yes, and it's such a chess loving family there. Her husband Robert Belen.
Juan Manuel Belen. Yeah.
Juan Manuel Belen. He is a GM.
Yes.
The daughter Anna
Anna
Kramling
Kramling.
is 2100 rated, but also very famous
Popular
YouTuber.
streamer. Yes. Yes.
So it's a brilliant family we have there, and yeah. Right now, Etienne Bacro has struck in the center with the move c5, and we have Ne Lin Tun trying to figure out, should he take on d5, should he take on c5, and I think time to move to the next board.
Yes,
Irene.
let's do it.
Let's go to the third board, which is between Salem Saleh, who is playing against Abera Gezachu. Salem, of course, a top player from UAE. There we have it. Salem on your screen.
Yes. So Salem has been known as the pride of United Arab Emirates for many years, and he is also a very, very strong player. And man, this game will be, I think this is also going to be very interesting. Yeah, both players look very, I don't know, a mixture between relaxed and tense. They're trying to probably remember what they have already prepared beforehand, but also trying to enjoy the game. But yeah, we will see for the next move, because we're still in the opening phase where everyone is still playing out of the book. Yeah,
Right,
Mhm.
right. And you know, Irene, whenever I look at Salem,
Mhm.
I see this guy plays some kind of this positional setup with his bishop on g2,
Mhm.
but plays an aggressive bishop g2 setups, you know, giving up pawns and stuff like that. Like his last move might question that what if you just simply go and chop this pawn off with the knight?
Yeah, that looks like a free pawn, right?
Mm.
But what will happen to black after that?
You take here,
Mhm.
take here, and maybe now all those who are watching can just think a bit. It's a very cool move here.
Yeah. And we will win one of the pieces after this by playing
Yes.
e3.
E3, brilliant. Hitting the knight and also this knight here. So that's the reason why you can see that Abera is not going to take that pawn there. It's a poison pawn.
Yes. And also, I think it's quite a mistake to take on the knight on d5 as well, because the pawn on d5 will be hanging. And this is such an important pawn. Yeah.
If you take here, then this one is going to fall. So you can't do that.
Unless you play knight f3, but then one of your pieces will also fall by
Ooh, then
f3.
F3.
Yeah.
You hit here and that is game over. So right now, a decision time for Abera Gezachu, who's from Ethiopia, and he has to decide what to do. He's rated around 2100. He's taking on 2661. It's not going to be easy. And I think Salem has got a good opening position.
Yeah, indeed. Actually, when you mention about Salem's prefer the bishop on g2, I think it's a good idea for Abera to actually prepare the Bottas gambit.
In what way?
In whenever Salem is about to play bishop g2, you can play bishop h3 first.
So what you're saying is, when people play this bullet and stuff online,
whenever you play g2 with the intention of bishop, g3 and bishop
put it
g2, you put it on h3 and then bishop g2 takes. But of course, it's not happening in the World Cup. Yeah,
not happening in the World Cup for sure. And there we have the move has been played. Bishop goes back to e6. I think this is what Abera has chosen, and I think it's a good, smart decision to just solidify the center.
Yes, even though black is losing a tempo here, but I think it's a solid option because the center needs to be supported. And yeah, I think here Salem is thinking, so probably we can take a look at the next games.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
And Irene, just last thing about Salem before we shift here, I think we'll go to the next game, which is between Gadir Gusenov and Rupesh Jaiswal. Salem has been UAE #1 for years now.
As long as I remember, yes.
and you know, he is one of those players who works so hard, dedicates all of his time to chess, and I think has been getting world-class training. I think he's looking for that one breakthrough, which kind of takes him into the top levels of chess, that is 2700 and beyond.
Yes.
And I think this is where a event like World Cup helps him to shine, because generally he's not invited to super tournaments. But here, he can play against these top players.
Yes, so many players here, they're using such event like World Cup as a stepping stone, yeah, to prove and to show that I'm capable. I am one of those top players that I can be bright. I can be the champion of any event. So these players are trying to show it. So chess is a silent battle. Yeah,
Right.
you're playing quietly. You're not. You're not making any noises, but let your brain makes the noise, right? Let your move makes the noise.
And also it's not only on the board, but also a player goes through so many transformations in his career, right?
Yes.
As you keep growing, you have more responsibilities to take care of. You have a
Yes.
family. I think now he's a father. So in all of these things, a chess player has to remain focused on his eventual aim of becoming a world-class player, and that's not easy because
Yes.
life keeps moving on. You don't have the same amount of energy as you had when you were younger.
And not enough time as well, because
Yes.
you might be taking care of the family.
So the World Cup, which happens every 2 years, is a very important event. Now the next one will happen in 2025.
Yep.
Okay,
Absolutely.
going to the next game between Gadir Gusenov and Rupesh Jaiswal. This is the fourth board game, and Irene, Rupesh is from Nepal.
Yes.
The first ever Nepalese player to play at the Chess World Cup.
Wow. Yeah, he must be very proud of himself. Yeah, and he should be. He should be as one of the best Nepalese players, and to be able to represent the country in this prestigious World Cup. I think everyone has to be proud of him.
Right. And guys, you can also Google these names who are playing on the top boards, and you will read about stories where they have been trying to sort of get to the tournament. They wanted to raise funds. There's someone who supported them, and it's such amazing stories you will find, how they have worked hard and prepared. For now, Rupesh is taking on Gadir Gusenov, and Gusenov is a very famous Azeri player, a local
Yep.
favorite.
Yep. Local pride, local favorite. And let's take a look at the game. So we start with the Sicilian, and this Jeffrey has become very popular recently. I think ever since Wesley So had his courses, yeah, and then he recommends this Jeffrey
Oh,
against
he says-
E6. Yeah, he recommends this system, and yeah, this one we can transpose to many openings. Yeah, before we play E6, before we play E5, it can be some
King's
sort of
Indian attack,
reti, yeah,
yes.
King's Indian attack. It also can be it can be transposed from anything. Yeah, so E5 is one of the main moves. Yeah, just to
I mean, why would he want to spend another tempo, right? Because his pawn is already developed. Why do you want to put another move and move it again?
yeah, is to prevent E5 itself. Yeah, because
Oh.
then White will have a very good space advantage in the king side.
So if he does this, White would like to push the
Yes.
pawn. And so Gadir says, even at the cost of a move, I'm ready to play E5. He castles, bishop comes out, pawn up to C3.
Yes.
He also castles, and now knight A3.
I think I had exactly a game like this a few months ago in a tournament. It went so well until I just lost on time in the end.
You were White?
I was white, yeah. I think I exactly played this idea. I think with or without A4, because this can be interchangeable, because you can play it later, you can play it now before knight A3. So, but the idea, the setup, and everything else is quite similar. So you want to transpose your knight to C2, and then at some point you want to prepare with D4.
Oh, you can also bring your rook
Yes,
here and
yes.
play D4. And once you get D4, it's very tricky for black to meet it, right? Because if he takes, eventually he could be left with a backward pawn.
Yeah, backward pawn is a nightmare in the endgame, especially. Yeah, and most of the players will try to avoid it. So now, I think it is time for White to. White is already planning this, and then Black has to anticipate it. Yeah,
Yes.
Whether or not to play D5 at this point.
Ah, you mean you can directly go D5?
Yes.
Oh, that's an interesting move. But Irene, does that drop a pawn perhaps with
Yeah,
this?
I mean we need
Oh,
some
but you can
preparation.
take with the queen as
We take with the queen, and then probably D4 is the move here. So Or maybe
it
not.
can get
It
very
can-
it can get very sharp.
It can get very
because,
sharp. It can
because this bishop is looking at the queen.
But I'm sure d5 is one of the ideas.
Right.
So it's just a matter of time when black will be able to play it. Maybe it's rook e8. Yeah.
He first plays rook e8.
Yes.
So that this pawn remains defended, and I think his idea is
d5.
to go
Yeah.
d5.
That's the whole reason why black is holding off on d6 because, well, naturally you would like to get your bishop on c8 out, but there's always a time for that. So maybe it's better to prepare for this d5. And meanwhile, white is also preparing to attack on e5. Yeah.
Yeah, Rupesh is like, hey, I have two knights here. I'm also lining up my queen and rook. Dare you play d5? I'm going to get this pawn. And so Guseno just plays d6. Very calm little move and just has played this nice little move. And I think that's a battle between, black going d5 or not. And now Rupesh is sort of sitting there trying to figure out what his next plan should be.
Yes, planning is important. As we know it, bad plan is better than no plan at all, right? So, but here in this stage of the opening, there are so many plans that you can choose from, to allow d5 or not to allow d5, or to focus on d4, or actually probably h3 here, just to just to stop bishop g4 at all costs, and or a4,
Or
and
A4, yes.
and
cementing the knight here.
Yes, because at some point this knight can be kicked out by playing b5. So white has a few choices,
Right. So, okay, this is getting very interesting. Irene, we've looked at 4 games in the open section.
I cannot wait to see the women's games,
Yes,
please.
should we?
Yes.
Let's hope that the games are live there, and I mean we can follow them.
Yep.
I think we have some technical issue on the top board between Eline Rubers and Al Fayad. So let's go to board number 2
Yes.
between Irina Bulmaga, who's playing against Janatul Firdosh. And while I was coming down from the elevator, I forgot my card here. And by the way, they're very strict. When I tried to enter, they said, "Sir, where's your card?" And I was like, "It's in my room." They said, "Sorry, we cannot let you enter." It's very important, the anti-cheating measures and all of that.
Yes. So that is why we have our broadcast without any delay, because we're giving out the very strict anti-cheating procedures here for the players. They have their designated restroom, they have their designated refreshment area, and I attended the players meeting yesterday, disguised as a player myself. That everyone shouldn't talk to each other. Saying hi, hello, nodding, and then waving is okay, but nothing beyond that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Gone are the days when players would kind of catch up on their lives in the openings. They would go, "Let's go for a tea," and then 2 players would go and drink tea.
House life, and then you just ask about the family and so on. Yeah, but it is not allowed here. All the players are also strongly advised not to bring anything to the game. Just bring themselves. No watches at all, because sometimes we cannot distinguish between the mechanical watches or the smart watches. Yeah,
Right.
and then they shouldn't bring their own pen even.
Not even their own pen.
No,
Ooh.
everything like that will be provided. And then what else? Bags for sure. Yeah.
So they should just come to the board,
Yep.
and then they get their pens, they get their score sheets.
They get their water there. They shouldn't bring any water or any
Even food is not allowed.
food. Food is actually allowed, but some additional items like that, it's subjected to additional screening. So and then it will hold up the other players for the other screening. So better not to bring anything.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
guys, chess is transforming, and FIDE is taking all the measures that they can to make it as sort of watertight as possible. But what I was also mentioning is that I went back to my room and I got the card, and when I was coming down in the elevator, I met Irina. And I asked her whom is she playing against, and she said, "I'm playing against Janatul from Bangladesh, 1800 rated, and we have a very interesting opening, and I'm sure our viewers are going to love it.
Yes, I love it already now.
Do you also play this?
I do. I play this as both colors.
You know, there was a time when people used to say, don't put your knight here because it blocks your c pawn.
Yes.
You want to put it on c4, then you get your knight out. But nowadays, inspired by the one and only Bahadur Jobawa,
Yes.
everyone puts their knight out here. But okay, I understand you want to play e4, but black's going to go d5, and suddenly this knight may not be so well placed, but now it's a well-known opening.
It is a very popular opening, especially in the shorter time control, right? When you're blitzing out the first few moves, and then, as you said, like this is coming from Bahadur Jobawa, a very well-known Georgian player.
Yeah.
And he's known for his attacking and lots of initiatives during the game, right? And his creativity. So all you have to do, if you don't remember the continuation, just attack. that's the essence of this game, especially in the king side. Okay, the main line goes when you're as white, you're going to have like a long castle, and then you're just attacking on the king side.
Right, right. And the bishop comes out here. That's why it's called the Jobawa London. Because in the London system, you put your bishop there.
On f4.
Now,
yeah.
the knight is talking with the bishop. Shall we attack here? And look at what happens in the game. Irene plays g6. The knight jumps here, trying to attack this pawn. Black defends against it. And now pawn up to e3. Bishop g7 and knight f3.
Yep.
You can kick this knight away anytime.
That is correct. You can kick it away, but then the knight on a6 will also have to come back to either b8 or c8 or c7. So in some cases, black doesn't want to do that, but okay, Irene just did it. In some cases, you just want.
She played c6.
Yeah, she wants to just kick out the knight away. Yeah.
Right. So right now, white might go to a3.
No, that is a bad score for the
Really?
knight. Yeah, you just have to come back to c3 and then focus on playing. I don't know. White can choose to go long castle or short castle. So it depends on the next moves later.
You know, I am actually very tempted to go to a3. I'll tell you why. Because I want to take this knight. On the other hand, I also want to push my pawn, but maybe I'm just completely wrong.
I think it's not a very bad move, like very, very bad move. I think it's of course acceptable.
It's just bad move. Not very bad move. It's a bad move because the knight perhaps doesn't have any future over there.
It can, you can create some future for the knight, but it requires so many tempo to get it. Maybe eventually you want to go to d2, like from knight a3, b1 to d2, or knight a3. I think the most common sense to play after that is c4. Right, and then just try to attack on the queen side by playing rook b1, b4, and then b5, just to make use of your knight on a3. Otherwise, you have to reroute it again and then place it to somewhere better.
True. So I won't be surprised if Janatul actually goes to a3. She's thinking for her move. Meanwhile, one of our viewers in YouTube has asked the question, how is an 1800 rated player playing in the World Cup? What is the criteria for sort of qualification? And I want to tell the viewers that the criteria for qualifying to the World Cup is very inclusive. In fact, I was looking at the open section and there are different continents have different spots. Meanwhile, knight has gone to a3.
Okay.
So she did play knight a3, which is not the best move.
Yeah, so you see the bar. Okay, unfortunately, the chess viewers cannot see it, but
they can see on that little board there on the left.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
there's a bar.
So the bar has gone to Irena's favor because of this move.
And look at her expression. She's like, "Why did you do that?"
Or maybe I've never seen this move before.
Yes, exactly. I think Irene, you would also have the same expression if someone played knight a3.
No, during a chess game, I'm not that.
You're poker face,
yeah,
yes?
I'm so poker face. I'm not going to be very expressive.
By the way, guys, we have 3 cameras on each board, which is actually very nice because here you see there's a view on Irene's face. Then there's also another camera which views the opponent's face, and there's the third camera which kind of has both the players in it. Yep. And that they've done for all the top 4 boards. There you have the other view, which is actually a great setup.
Yeah, it is. It is. I would say that this is the dream for all the chess lovers who are watching from their homes or wherever you are right now in the world, to be able to see not only the games but also the expression of each player. Because sometimes you can tell whether it is, oh, he's having or she's having a bad move or a bad position. You can
Right.
tell it from the face, right?
Absolutely. And there you have the game Knight A3 has been played. And I was actually mentioning about the number of players who qualify: 67 seats in Europe, 20 from America, 18 from Asia, 4 from Africa, and 71 seats from the Chess Olympiad that happened last year. So they had some qualification criteria from there. And I think that just gives a lot of countries the opportunity to play here.
Yes. Now I think the distribution of the players, it's more diverse. Yeah. Back in the day, maybe it's limited to certain region. Yeah. But now is everyone can play. Even our friends from South Africa, right? They're able to participate here. So
Yeah.
this is actually a very amazing opportunity.
Absolutely. We go on, Irene, to board number 4 now.
Okay.
We don't have board 1 and 3, which is right now, there's no signal from the Moose, but we have Salimova Nurgül playing against Van Zyl Charlies. Salimova from Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. And Charles is from South Africa.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So Salimova is the current Bulgarian women's champion. Yeah. Yeah, she is the younger version of the great Antoinetta Savanova. Yeah.
Aha.
So Bulgaria has a very good chess traditions, both in men and women.
Right, so let's have our board number 4 on the video. We have Salimova playing against Charlize Van Zyl, and Salimova's opponent has gone for a very, very aggressive gambit. Let's have a look at, maybe we'll get their videos very soon. A lot
Yep.
of people who are turning up for the broadcast, of course, want to know when is Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and all of these guys going to play. Guys, you will have to wait for 3 more days.
3 more days. They will be playing on the 2nd of August. Yeah.
And at that point, you will have all the players coming in. We'll also have the young phenom, Gukesh, who's going to 17-year-old, already climbed to world number 11.
Amazing.
He'll be
Very
also
amazing
coming in.
feat. Yeah. And when you're mentioning about the participants here, I think you also forgot to mention that 17 of them are from India.
Oh.
The largest contingents in this World Cup.
Well, second because 18.
Oh, second.
Yes, Azerbaijan has 18 players.
Okay.
Very close.
Very close, yeah.
But I think this is also a great time to be an Indian chess fan, because so many young talents are playing here. There is Pragnananda, there is Gukesh, there is Nihal Sarin, Arjun Erigaisi. So everyone's looking forward to them striking.
Well, personally for me, I'm sure rooting for my fellow Indonesians. We have Megaranto Susanto in the open section.
He's at the number 1 of Indonesia for years, right now?
After Adianto, yes.
Yes.
Now Adianto is a senator. Yeah. And then in the women's section, we have Medina Warda Aulia. She is also playing, I think she's playing against a prodigy from Philippines. Freina. Janelle Freina, yes. So it's going to be a very interesting match as well. Okay, let's see this game. Charlize versus Nurgül.
Board number 4, we have Salimova in the women's section. Right now on our screen, we have Salem Saleh, who's just moved his knight to the corner of the board. But if we can have Salimova, that would be wonderful. And it was a Catalan that was played in this game. They took the pawn, bishop here, knight came out, castles, and now this little move.
Be free. Yes, this is a very typical sacrifice in the Catalan. I think it's going to be interesting because I played this as black. Yes. So most of actually I keep changing my openings, my lines, because
I think you are a very diverse player. Yes.
I'm trying to, because nowadays you cannot just play with one opening. You have to have like a few in your pocket, you know. Also, you're trying to be flexible according to your opponent's characteristic of playing and other things. So, okay, b3 is on the board.
Right.
And then c takes b3, queen takes b3, and then bishop e7, and rook d1. So, already after a few moves, there will be many fire on the board because white is already sacrificing a pawn in exchange of activities.
And right now black's bishop is not so well placed, and white may be trying to get all the pieces out quickly and break in the center.
Yes, so it is now a matter of how well black can defend this position and then trying to convert this extra pawn into something.
Right.
Because right now, black has a pawn, but then white has all the activities. I think this is a great opening choice by a lower-rated player against higher-rated players.
Yes, and there we have, actually this game is happening in the distance. On the left in your far screen is Salimova, and her opponent is on the right. And as Irene has just mentioned, if you want to beat a higher-rated, more experienced opponent, a good idea is to attack.
A good idea is to attack, to gambit a pawn, for example, like this, to have like an imbalanced position. And I think it is very important not to go to the main line.
Yes.
Again,
because they have spent more time studying it and they have more understanding.
More
of it.
experience as well. They have played plenty of games in the main line. So it is, well, with the help of technology nowadays, you can easily find a good alternative line with the engine. Yeah.
True. So right now, Salimova is trying to figure out how to deal with Van Zil's opening. Very good choice by her. I think maybe it's a good idea now to perhaps go back to the open section.
1 second. I got a tip that probably we can take a look at board number 7 if the broadcast allows.
The board number 7 in women's section?
Yeah, in the women's section against Monika Sochko.
Ooh, Monika Sochko is
Or
playing
maybe no.
against Noshin Anjum.
Yes.
And
so
we don't have the moves right now.
Oh, we don't have the moves yet.
But
Okay.
Yeah, maybe there's something about the odd number boards. Somehow the broadcast on 1, 3, 5, 7 is not coming through.
It's
the
odd,
moves.
isn't it?
Yeah. Good one. That was a nice one. Yeah, very odd there. No moves on these boards. But is there anything else that we should look on?
I think we can, for now, I think we can come back to the open section first and see the development of the moves.
Okay, should we quickly go and check the game of Javokhir Sindarov on board number 5, because that is where we haven't checked. So Sindarov, and also someone in the chat said would love to see Sindarov's game.
Sure.
Javokhir Sindarov is a huge talent from Uzbekistan, and he is actually now rated 2659.
It's only a matter of time until he hits 2700 for sure. Yeah.
And a very interesting thing to notice, he's here with a trainer who is Vakidov, Jakongir Vakidov.
The captain of the Uzbekistan team in the Olympiad in Chennai last year.
Exactly. And he was also the trainer or the second of Ding Liren in the world championship.
Wow.
So right now he's helping Sindarov, which means Sindarov is in good hands.
Obviously, yes. After the era of Kazimzanov, Uzbekistan shows a lot of good talents, and it shows in the last Olympiad in Chennai when they won the gold medal. Yeah, and their first board, Nodirbek, I think he's gonna play on the second round.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Nodirbek, and many have touted him as one of the favorites in this sort of tournament. By the way, Javokhir is playing against Rehan Deng Cipriano, and he is from South Sudan.
That's amazing, right? Yeah, so South Sudan, I think this is their first representative in the World Cup, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, quite possible. I'm not so sure about that, but the player Rehan Deng, he is 41 years old. So he's been playing chess for quite some time, and he is actually played a pretty decent opening against Sindarov. It was an Italian game, and then both the players kind of developed. As it happens in the Italian, you improve your pieces, and here he took Sindarov. And now the rook is kind of well placed on the open f file.
Yeah, so Italian is, as we know, is an evergreen opening that is been played from the 15th centuries until now. So everyone has making their own novelties, and it is always a question, right? Especially as black, to play a6 or a5. Whenever a4 occurs on the game, it is always a question. Do you want to stop it with a5 or a6 is sufficient enough?
Right.
So here black chooses to play a6, and yeah, as you mentioned, that's correct, that the rook is very good place on f file, and it looks a bit loose, isn't it, the pawn on f2, because the rook is just gone to e1 right now. But I think so far everything is under control, as long as you don't take the pawn on d5 later, because I'm sure at some point black will play d5. Just try to untangle the double pawn on e file. I think as long as you don't take it and then probably exchange the dark square bishop on c5, I think you should be fine. And then maybe in the later stage of the game, you're trying to prove that this double pawn is going to be the source of black's loss.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that is true, because if black cannot create play, and I think one of the most logical ways is to get your knight to this square, open up the rook, maybe the queen comes in from here, but for the time being, Rehan goes d5, and I have my doubts about this idea. You cannot, by the way, win a pawn. That would be suicidal.
Yes.
Because if you go and chop this pawn, I think there are many ways, but perhaps the most straightforward way, Irene, would be to just
take and then take f2 right now, and then knight g4 is coming next. Yeah.
Ooh, that's, and now this rook is standing opposite the king, so check and you pick up the rook.
Yeah, so to be honest, I've talked to many of my friends as well, and even the grandmasters, they're quite confused with this opening, because no matter how much you spend your time analyzing, choosing the best line, it's always confusing.
Right.
There are so many nuances that you have to really understand, not only to memorize them, but to really understand. And these nuances, is very, very small. What happened if the pawn is still on h2? It will be a completely different plan. What happened if the pawn is not on h3? And what happened if you have a double pawn on the e file? So, and again, like what I mentioned earlier, a6 and a5, there's always some differences between them too.
True.
Even though it looks like very similar, but it is actually not.
Absolutely right. And I think players like Vladimir Kramnik, Vishy Anand, Anish Giri, all of them have spent hours and hours studying these nuances of the Italian.
Days.
Or
probably weeks. Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Years. and I think they tend to forget these things after a point, because there are so many little things. They have to keep revising.
Yeah.
So on the surface, it looks like a very simple opening, which actually, for Rehan, he seems to be doing pretty well. Everything developed.
Everything is under control. Yeah.
Nicely set.
I would take black actually.
Really?
Yeah. I love this position as black, because it gives except the d5. Yeah, I don't really like it at the moment, because I think black could have done other things apart from d5, like what you mentioned earlier, bringing the queen and then probably the knight h5 to f4, something like that. I think d5 should be the least thing come to mind, or probably king h8. I don't know, king h8. It's also some prophylaxis move, and then bringing the rook from a8 to the center, or double it on the f file. Many other plans, but d5 is going to be probably the last thing that I would think as black here.
Right, absolutely. And the bishop now goes back, and meanwhile, while we are commentating, we have Daim Shabazz in the chat. He's a very well-known chess journalist from who covers African chess, and it's a pleasure. And he says, when was the last time that a top seed has ever won the World Cup?
Ooh.
I don't think. In fact, Magnus Carlsen has never won the World Cup.
Yeah, this is something that's a miss from his achievements. Yeah, he has won pretty much everything else.
Everything.
Yeah, but not the World Cup. So this is going to be his fourth participation in the World Cup, or maybe more.
I think he definitely played in 2017. He did play in 2021 as well. I don't know if he played in 2019.
No, not on 2019, but I remember he played in Tripoli, Libya. I think it was in 2004.
Oh, yes, when he was very
When
little.
he was
and
very
he lost
little.
to Levon Aronian,
Yeah.
right? By the way, a trivia for you guys. Who's the only player in the world to have won the FIDE World Cup from this format, which they have since 2005, for 2 times? You know, everyone's won it once.
Really?
But there's one guy who's won it twice.
Mm.
And that's a question to all of you. Try to think, maybe do some research there.
Yeah.
And maybe we can also go and check a few interesting games. We have some tips here.
Yep.
Which board should we go to?
Well, we definitely have to check it first. And then, Manuel, I will be thinking about your trivia. And we will go for our first break. And we will come back in a few minutes. So don't go anywhere for the continuation of the broadcast.
We'll be back soon.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back, everyone, to the first round of the FIDE World Cup 2023. Irene, the games are heating up.
Exactly. We are already on the middle game stage, which is now after opening and all the preparation, and now you're going to be relying on your creativity.
Yes, the preparation part is done now, and we are going to go to the game of the first board right now for today in the women's section. That is Irene Roberts. She is so talented. And but first, before that, we have the pairings on the screen.
Yes, and this is the pairings for the top 16. Now we are looking at the screen, the pairings for the open section. We saw Ivan Cheparinov, the seeded number 1 for today's matches, and then followed by Etienne Bakro, and then Salem Saleh. And then we're going to see the top 16 for the women's section.
Yeah. There we have on our screen the women's pairings. Irene Roberts, Irina Bulmaga, Injak Theodora. We have Nurgul Salimova, Lea Garifulina, Tan Trang Huang, Monika Sochko, and Ulvia Fatalieva. All phenomenal players there.
Yeah, and also very experienced players. But even though they're playing against low-rated opponents, all these players are, you have to watch out from them, because they can be dangerous. They have no sense of fear, especially if you're playing against players so experienced like those top seeded. You just want to keep attacking, for example. You don't have to be afraid of anything. You have nothing to lose.
True.
So that is already taking off much of the burden, psychological burden. And on the screen we saw Grandmaster Huang Tantrang from Hungary is playing someone from
she's playing against Zineb Dina Abdi. And there we have more games. Divya Deshmukh, very young, talented girl from India, taking on Malaysian opponent Olga Badelka, Olivia Kiolbasa, who played amazingly well at the Olympiad.
Yes.
Sophie Millet.
Sophie Millet, leading French woman and French champion for so many times.
Right.
I lost count already.
And Mai Narwa. There is Alexandra Maltsevskaya, Pauline Gushard, Melia Salome, and very likely that we would have the name Irene Sukandar there if she was playing, right?
That is true.
But we are fortunate that you are in the commentary right now, sitting with us and breaking down these games. And I think, Irene, it would be a good time to look at the game of the very talented Irene Roberts, who's playing on the top board. By the way, before we left, we gave a trivia question. Who is the only player to have won the World Cup twice in the open section? And it was Levon Aronian.
It was Levon Aronian,
He has won it twice, and he is phenomenal. I mean, but very close was also Peter Swidler to winning both 2 times. He's won it once, but in 2015, he was almost going to win the World Cup in Baku. But he lost to Sergei Karyakin in the finals, in that crazy finals. I think that is something which everyone would remember. Maybe this year as well, we'll have some craziness happening.
Or maybe some new name as the World Cup champion. We never know.
By the way, the defending champion is Jan Krzysztof Duda, who will be playing here. And by the way, Irene Roberts started off her game with 1e4. If we can get the board on our screen,
we will have it pretty soon. Elena, I'm actually surprised that her rating is only 2419.
Really?
Yeah, I was expecting that. Actually, in my mind, she is already about 2450.
I actually interviewed her yesterday, and the last time I interviewed her, she was 2050 rated, 2050, and yesterday she was 2419. So someone said maybe if you meet her again after 4 years, she would be 2700.
Yeah.
That's how
actually
good she is there. She is on the left. She is from the Netherlands. She's the #1 player, and her opponent is Al Fayad from Iraq. And that's a big opportunity for Al Fayad. And there we go. E4, E5. We had the Scotch opening. Do you play it?
I do again.
Really?
Pass both colors, yes.
Perfect. Please
Yes.
tell us what's happening here. The queen comes out threatening mate in 1. It's a common idea.
It's a common idea, yeah, but I think unfortunately black is mixing up the plans here because this queen f6 idea is very typical in Scotch opening, but not in this knight b3 line because then knight d5 is asking, it's asking to be moved at any time soon.
Right.
So anyway, even without queen f6, white will continue with queen e2.
Okay, so this only helps white.
This only helps white. So the queen belongs to d8 still, and then I think the most solid option for white would be to just develop the knight to f6 or to e7, and then quickly castle and then play f5.
Right.
If the knight goes to e7. So on the other line, probably I can show. I think queen f6 is good when you're playing, okay, for example, in this position, you play c3, and then now you play queen f6, this is a line, yeah? And then bishop e3, and then this is one of the main lines in the Scotch. But with the knight goes to b3 like this, queen f6 is not really a very sound move. Probably I'm wrong, but this is not, for sure, this is not how black is usually continue. Yeah. So here we can see Irene continues with queen e2, knight e7, bishop e3, still all the standard plan for white. Short castle and then long castle, and then this promises us a very interesting battle. Whenever we see there are two sides opposing each other with the castle, we can trust this position to be a very attacking and very creative game.
Yes, and I think white will be looking forward to hurling her pawns down on the black king. Meanwhile, black would be hoping that white takes this bishop so that she can open up the a file and the rook gets active.
Yes, that will only help black. So that is, I think, a good call for Irene to not doing it for sure. Yes, just keep the tension on until black trades the bishop herself.
Which she did now. She took. Queen takes, pawn up to a6. Maybe she's going for the b5 move, and this is the live position on the board.
Yes. So now white will try to attack on the king side, and then black will try to attack on the queen side. So whoever gets the attack first, she is the winner.
Right, right. And I think for Irene, the most natural plan is go pawn up to f4, put your bishop here, play g4, h4, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go all out.
I think this is a dream position for white. Yeah, because I think the queen on f6 is quite misplaced, and black's attack is not as easy as white's attack. So, out of the openings, I think Irene is already having quite an edge.
Right, and you can see there Irene sitting in the typical chess player's pose with her hands on her head. You know, Irene, do you also sit this way? And a lot of players who start playing chess often ask, what is the reason to sit like this? Why can't you sit just like this?
Oh, I think it's because, you want to be focused on the game, really, on the board. And that's why you're just trying to hold your head like this so that, because if you do like this, your focus will be, as a woman especially, you have a very wide peripheral vision.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's one biological difference between men and women. As a woman, we have a very wide peripheral vision. So I don't need to see you by looking like this. I can see you just like this.
I can't see you.
Yes.
Wow,
So,
I learned something new today for sure.
So I think for me, I'd like to be as focused as possible. Sometimes not only holding my head, but also covering my eyes. So that, because chessboard is quite wide, right? I don't want my opponent to see where I'm looking at.
Okay, very interesting. In fact, for me, and I think at the start, even you, when you were starting to explain, I think it just feels natural, no, to sit this way. I think once you start playing chess, you would see that in a chess tournament, almost everyone sits like this. But now I understand some of the logic behind why we start doing that.
So what is the logic?
Yeah, what you said.
Anything else to add to that? Probably for men?
Maybe I think it's just to stay focused. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. And right now we can see that Irene is just making sure in what way she should start her attack off. So a nice game that will build up here for Al-Fayyad. This is going to be a huge attack that will come at her king. She has to counter attack. You can't defend in such positions. You can't say, oh, I'll just sit there and let my opponent attack, I'll defend it. No, she has to go b5. She has to play b4, a5, a4. Let's go on that side.
No time to lose, yeah? Yeah. Okay, let's see other games. I think we can take a look. I've been wanted to take a look at Sochko games. Monica Sochko.
Okay, let's go to Sochko. She is playing against Anjum Noshin. And
from Bangladesh.
Yeah, she's right now on board number
7.
Yeah, she's on board number 7. If we can get her camera, that would be great. But look at the craziness on the board. What is
the
this?
king? Both kings are still in the center. No one has castled yet. The queen is on the center of the board.
Beautiful square.
And then there are 2 double pawns on the c file and on the e file.
Yeah, and I think this is actually a very, very good position for white.
Yeah. I mean, if you are coming back to the old tradition of how to evaluate the position, right? You go with the pawn structure, you go with the pieces activity. I think for sure black is not in the favor right now. So white, but it's another question now, how to convert this type of advantage, because for now it is only, well, materially speaking, white is still down a pawn,
But you will win either this pawn, or you may even get a little bit sneaky and pick up the c7 pawn. And I think then even after you equalize the material, black will be left with weaknesses. So in a way, Monica Sochko has, we can maybe even safely say, a decisive advantage.
I think we can take a look where this comes from. How does it start? So e4, e5.
So this is board number 7. On your screen right now, you can see the highest rated player in the hall in the women's section right now, Irene Rubers. But if we can have a look at board number 7, that would be amazing. This actually came again from Scotch.
Yes.
But this is the Scotch Gambit.
Scotch Gambit, indeed.
e5, and you counter attack. Went here. You take the pawn.
Yeah, bishop c5. Bishop e3, yeah. This is still the old main line.
This is played many, many times.
Many times, yes.
But maybe not queen e7. This is not the very common move.
Yeah, probably just pull back to...
I think taking, right?
Taking first. And then you have to have a way to stop knight c6, yeah? So bishop b6, I think it's a way, yeah. So you cannot afford of having... the pawn on e4 by itself later, because it's going to be very weak. It's a weakness that white can easily target on.
Right. And I think this is somehow the difference I see many times when a very experienced player takes on a lower rated opponent. Many times they make a mistake in the opening, and that once that happens, I think it's almost impossible to save the game.
Yeah, it's hard to repair in chess. Yeah? Once you already made a mistake, it's not like some other sports when you can just catch up with the points. But chess is all about consequences. Whatever you do right now, it will affect you in the future.
But and Irene, I loved the next move that Monica Sochko played. By the way, I think we have the camera on her. Phenomenal job by our directors there. I think she's on the right.
She's on the right, yes.
She's on the right.
She's on the right.
And her opponent, Anjum Noshin, is on the far end. Here, in this position, she played a brilliant move, because Anjum was saying, yes, my pawn is weak, but how are you going to attack it? If you bring your queen here, the bishop is already looking at this square.
Exactly, yes.
And so she comes up with this brilliant move. Maybe you guys watching can take a moment to think, what was that pretty move that Monica Sochko came up here.
And it is also the first choice of engine moves, yeah? So it's amazing. Monica Sochko is, by the way, she is a grandmaster.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she's won Polish championships for more than 6, 7, maybe even 8 times.
Yeah. Yeah, she's been a champion as long as I remember again. So there are so many great figures at the venue right now. They're country sprites, and they're here to show their best chess. So I'm very happy to be here as a commentator. You know what? It's less pressure for me. It's less stressful as a commentator because during or before the game, oh my gosh, I still remember how I prepare and how to handle the stress, and I'm sure all my chess fellows there or my chess friends are experiencing the same thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Irene, you not playing means that we can get this amazing insights from you. E6 is the move.
Yes. I think it's very typical in the old, classical idea to distract the pawn structure, to weaken the king, and also to stop the black's activity of the bishop on d7.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, Irene, what if bishop would have taken here? I think that just simply ends the game.
Ends the game, yeah, because it is a simple tactic, and then black will lose a piece in a matter of 1 or 2 moves. So knight takes e6.
But this is important, right? Because many people would consider taking this pawn. But then
yes.
black is okay.
Black is okay, yeah. So
you
since
take here.
Yeah, so knight takes e6, and then however you take it, okay, queen cannot take on e6 because bishop on c5 is hanging, and if you take it with the pawn on f, then you have queen h5, and then now bishop c5 is also hanging.
Double attack.
Double attack, yeah.
Beautiful. This is a very nice tactic, and just to close this down, if you take on e3,
and then we'll see knight g7 check, and then a fork, knight f5. This
so
is
all sorts of tactical themes here.
Yes, yes. Tactics cannot be separated from the chess game. Actually, it's the essence of the game. Yeah. So it is why I still remember my former coach told me about tactics, and I think it is applicable in all levels. Yeah. So do not. It was said by Grandmaster Susan Polgar, and she said, do not leave your piece unattended because this is the source of tactics.
Right. Any undefended piece can become a tactical weakness.
Exactly.
I like to use this word LPDO. I read it in some book.
LPDO.
Yes, it's loose pieces drop off. And whenever some piece is undefended or loosely defended, this happens, and you can see there Anjum Noshin not happy with her position because Monica went in with the queen, played her pawn up. Now it went here attacking the rook.
Centralizing the queen.
The rook came here, and now came another nice little tactic.
Yes. So I'm sure e6 comes with a plan. Yeah. So I'm sure Monica already foresees this position beforehand. Otherwise, I don't think she would go into such a trouble. Yeah.
And if you take here, bishop takes, and you lose material. So I think already not so easy for Anjum Noshin. So great game here that we just saw, full of tactics. There are also some other games which are really very interesting. Irene, should we continue trying to look at games which are interesting, or should we go to the top boards and have a look at them?
I think let's take a look at the open section.
Okay.
Whichever board you want. I think the top board is okay, but so far I don't have anyone in mind to look at, so we can go for the top board actually.
Okay, let's go to the first board. In the open section, we have Ivan Ceperino, who was playing against Al Hasadi Yusuf. We were looking at that game at the opening. We reached this interesting position where the bishop developed very early in the opening to g5, attacking the queen. And right now, the position that we have on the board, I think black is okay.
Black is totally fine here. It's just a question now. There are 2 choices that you can choose from. Whether you want an isolated pawn in the center,
Okay, so you take with the rook, right?
You take with the rook, or if you take with the pawn, and then you have, a lone pawn on. Well, I was talking about a6 pawn.
Oh, a6 is alone.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
alone. So
But these two pawns suddenly become these hanging pawns.
yes,
And they can become source of great strength if pawn moves up and then can break in the center at the right time.
yes. So black is facing with actually two decent choices. So now I think it's a matter of taste from the black player, which sort of position that he likes to play at the moment.
Right, and Al-Hassadi has been doing really well. He is from Libya, and you can see him so focused.
Yeah.
But Al-Hassadi should take care of his clock. He's down to 38 minutes.
Yes.
And he has to make 26 more moves in that time. Because 40 moves is when you get additional 30 minutes.
Yeah, but I think this is very common. Yeah, when you are playing against 600 rated higher than you,
Yes.
you take more time in the opening because you're not used to the position. Of course, as the more experienced player, they will take you to some unfamiliar position, and it costs your time. So I think it's very important for him to take time, right? Because any decision here really matters.
Right.
But again, on the other hand, he also has to think about his time management.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's not easy decision to make.
It's not easy, and that's how these top players play. They put pressure on the board, but also on the clock. And before you know it, there are too many problems to solve, too many leakages to fix.
Yes.
And let's see if Al-Hassadi manages to fix all of them. But he's doing well. He's playing well on the board. He has a fine position. Can we quickly check the game of Etienne Bacro
Yes.
versus Ne Lin Tun on board number 2? Etienne Bacro playing with the black pieces. Ooh, nice position for him.
I think it's a very good position, yeah, because it is so much different to the previous position of Chaparinov that we
Yeah.
saw before, when we also have an isolated queen's pawn. Here, the isolated queen's pawn is actually pretty weak because the knight standing on d5 is undisturbed.
Right. And he has taken the knight. If we go to board number 2 on our screen, Etienne Bacro versus Ne Lin Tun, you take with the knight.
You take with the knight. You
Or
yeah.
could you take with the queen and try to trade these queens?
I don't think so, because then both players. Okay, takes with the queen. That's right. If you take with the queen and take with the knight,
Yes,
yeah.
this would be fine.
This would be actually the principle when
Oh.
you're playing against the isolated queen's pawn. You have to take it into the endgame.
Right, but Irene, are you not afraid of
Yeah.
yourself getting these weak pawns?
Yeah, this is something that to account for. Yeah, because maybe this is okay, but maybe it's not. The knight can stand nicely on b4, protecting a6 and c6, but at what cost, right?
Right.
Because before this, the black's position almost has no weaknesses at all. But now black has to think about these two pawns. So maybe the safer choice is just to take it with the knight instead of with the queen.
Absolutely, he's taken with the knight, and this is a nice square for the knight. And what Etienne Bacro is saying to his opponent is that you have a weakness here. You have nothing really that compensates for it. And I think white has a risk-free advantage, something that Etienne Bacro is a pure sort of expert at such positions. So we'll get a master class here on how to convert
Yes.
such small advantages.
Yes, this game will be, I think, very instructive for everyone, including myself. I'd love to see how black converts this position because, well, in hindsight, of course, black is better, but it is no easy job to convert this.
Right, and he's making his moves very quickly. Once again, you will see that the player who is rated lower has less time on the clock. So here we can say small edge, but a very, very solid edge for Etienne Bacro.
Yep. Can we quickly see the women's section, board number 35?
35.
Yes, Mary Ann Gomez. Currently, she's losing against her lower-rated opponent. So
Whoa.
there might be our first upset of the day, but we'll see.
Wow, that's a very interesting game that has been chosen. Board number 35 between Mary Ann Gomes and Forgas Moreno Yanela from Cuba.
Cuba.
But although you can see that the difference in rating points is only 30.
Yeah, this has happened to me twice in the World Cup when I played like almost the same strength opponent. So this is like almost the half of the bracket is our strength. So yeah, this is I think quite a close match between them two. Even though it's just lower rated, but it's a mere 30 points. Yeah.
Absolutely. And by the way, Marianne Gomes, very strong player from India. She finished second in the Asian Championship, which actually gave her the ticket to the World Cup. And she's a big fighter. She always, many of the times, is in trouble, but makes a comeback.
Yeah.
But I think Irene today, her position is not at all so good that she might be able to make a comeback. She's in big trouble.
Yeah, well, I played Marianne for a few times, and I can validate what you said. She is a real fighter. So probably, I don't know, miracle happens, and she is able to turn this position upside down. But yeah, this is hard. This is hard. This is why, since I was a kid, I've been taught to castle early. Yeah.
Look at the king.
I think the king in the center is the source of all the bad moves here, because white can easily, sacrifice a knight here, sacrifice a pawn there, or anything. And then the rook on h8 it's kind of sad, right? This rook needs, is asking, I want to be out. I want to be out.
I want to be in the game, and here actually it's completely blocked in. I think we have to go back to move number 8. And I think as early as this move, Marianne Gomes made a decision which was a bit committal. She pushed her pawn, which is completely fine.
Yeah.
But here, Forgas sacrificed a pawn with e5.
Yeah, this is a typical position as well in the close Sicilian, yeah? And usually, whenever you want to push b5, you have to prepare your knight on c6. So let it be knight ge7 first prior to b5 or bishop d7. But I think knight ge7 is a bit more natural, because maybe you want to put your bishop on b7 instead of d7. So I think this is a very good positional sacrifice by white.
But I don't understand it yet. She took the pawn, knight takes, and now she took with the bishop, because she understood if you take with the pawn, she would lose this guy.
Exactly.
So she took with the bishop, but Irene, what's happening? I mean, I'm just a pawn up.
Yeah, well, it's another gambit, but maybe it's not like a theoretical gambit that we saw in many chess books. This is the gambit almost in the middle game. It's for chess activity. So after d4, this is such a nice move.
This is such a good pawn sacrifice by Forgas. I love it.
I love it too. And after this pawn move to d4, we can actually count how many moves white has, how many pieces white has out there, and how many pieces black has.
Only one guy here.
Only one. So this is enough, more than enough compensation for a pawn for white. So
Mary said that let me exchange one of the pieces, and this turns out to be the crucial blunder, because until now the position was equal, and perhaps if black had pushed the pawn, she would be in the fight. It's still complex, but black is okay.
Yeah, but this is not, again, this is not an easy decision to push b4, whereas, maybe, I'm sure Marianne understands that she's lacking of developments, Maybe that's part of the reason why she moved bishop b7. So this is not an easy decision to make, psychologically speaking, to move b4, because in your mind, I think you are demanded, or you're required to, I have to move my pieces. I have to develop some of my pieces, not my pawn. Yeah, so move like before is, of course, very hard to make.
She played it here, but now her opponent took, rook takes, and just long castle. And suddenly, the threat is to chop this bishop, and the queen is hanging.
Yeah.
So Marianne Gomes comes here, because she didn't want to take. That would be another big problem. The rook is hanging.
Yes, and the pawn is also hanging on d6.
Pawn is hanging.
So white will get the pawn back while having a very good positional advantage.
Correct. So she goes rook d7, and Yanila says, thank you. I'm now equal material. And now Marianne Gomes pushes the pawn.
Yeah, this is how the position to play as black, because Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure she realizes that okay, knight has to go at some point, either to e7 or to f6, but there's no right timing to do that yet.
But could we not just put it here right now?
Because what is going on after this? You
Maybe
can just
this is the point, yeah.
yeah, that's the
like
point. So just take and knight d6.
take, put the knight here,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think the king is almost going to get mated. I think
We can play we can play queen h6 right now, and after king g8 knight e4, threatening for a checkmate. That's yeah,
that looks very strong.
that looks very strong. And then again rook on h8 is such a sad rook. Yeah.
So in that sense, right now a6 is a logical move because you want to get rid of this knight. Let's imagine that white comes back here with knight c3. Then in this position you may want to develop, like maybe get knight here.
Yep. Yeah. Even though in the end game, I think we have a majority of pawns in the
You
queen
mean
side.
this way, yeah?
Yeah. Even if we go to the end game, but I think in this position as white, you shouldn't, or you should delay to go to the end game because you're attacking at the moment. Go to the end game only if you have like a very significant advantage, and then could convert to a win right away. But
That didn't happen.
mostly
That didn't happen.
That's a mouse
not
sleep.
how
Yeah.
Yanila is going to play here. But I think she does have many good options here which she's trying to assess. As you rightly pointed out, you can also go into this end game, take, and then
You see still advantage. Yeah, the majority pawn on the queen side, 3 versus 1, and then undeveloped pieces. But again, I was being taught, I was working with one of the best coaches in the world, Vladimir Tokmakov, about all these permanent weaknesses and temporary weaknesses. I would say that, okay, the undeveloped pieces here on g8, knight g8 and rook h8, it's temporary weaknesses, that can easily be resolved.
Yes.
But the pawn on a6 is the permanent weakness because
Long
3
term.
versus 1, long term, this is, I think, the source of white's victory later on. So, but this is another alternative for white. White can go to the end game and still have a very good scenario, but white can also delay going to the end game and try to keep attacking black's position.
True. So big trouble here for Marianne Gomes as Yanela keeps thinking maybe she'll come up with a good solution right now. Yes, Irene, should we go to the board of any other interesting boards?
You can choose, and while you're choosing, I'd like to remind our chess viewers to send us a question. If you have any questions, send us your question to Twitter or X. Again, I'm still not used to this, X and Twitter, and then we will pick the best ones and answer them during the live broadcast. And don't forget to give the hashtag FIDE World Cup, and then you can tag at FIDE_chess. Yes, and when we will select your questions.
Fantastic. Okay, so guys, go to Twitter and send in your questions. Meanwhile, we'll go to the open section where we have looked at first two boards, but we haven't looked at the third board between Salem Saleh and Abera Gezashiu from Ethiopia. And Irene, another game where we have a positional advantage for the higher rated player.
Yes, Salem is known for he's known for a grinder. He likes this type of position when he is just slightly better, and he will try to convert it for the next 50 moves.
Yes, he will keep on fighting, and here he has several plans. As you can see, Abera has this very lonely job of sitting on that board and trying to figure it out, because the c6 pawn is weak, the a7 pawn is weak, and Irene, at the right time, if you can push your pawn to e4, that would just unleash the bishop on this c6 square.
Actually, this type of endgame is not so easy to convert. I think there are also many cases like this where the games ended with a draw. So, Sagar, I think we have to keep watching this game, from time to time,
Yes.
just to see how instructive it is. can Salem really convert this into a winning game, or can it be drawn, or maybe black can defend it very well?
Yes.
Yeah, because again, this is not easy. Even though the evaluation bar shows that white is better, but in practical point of view, it's not that easy.
True. I'm actually waiting for Salem to come back. Many times players, when they have good positions, they are roaming around in the tournament hall because they know their next plan.
Yes.
They know that, I'll either go e4 here, or I'll get my king into the center. So he has things sort of sorted, and here even Abera has gotten up from his board. So now it's all empty. The clock is running.
It's
Salem
only
has
us
to
who is
come.
watching it. No, the players are no longer interested in their game, but we do.
Okay, but maybe it's time for us also to leave this board. I think everyone's leaving it. So maybe we go to board number 4.
Sure.
This is between Gusenov and Rupesh. And I think, Irene, maybe this is one of those games where the lower rated player has managed to hold his own even after nearly 2 hours of play. 1.5 hours.
Yeah, white's position is totally fine. Yeah, it is pretty equal actually, but I like white's better because the bishop on d5.
Monster.
It's a monstrous bishop, yes. So it has many good diagonals to control. I think white's next plans would be to develop the bishop from c1 to d2, and then double the rook on e1, yeah, and then put pressure on e5, and at some point you push d4.
Looks very good. Meanwhile, I must I remember the times when I was rated around 2100 or 2200, and I got chances to play against a 2600 rated GM. And whenever I got good positions, I used to get very shaky. I used to feel, should I offer him a draw? Should I play on?
You're not alone. You're not alone.
and this, this entire thing is what happens to the lower rated players. And, many people ask, what should I do for this? And I think the main thing is that you cannot remove it. Everyone goes through this phase. But once you lose a few games, you realize this is not what I should do. I should maybe fight for an advantage or fight for a win.
Yeah.
Maybe then there are chances that I could make a draw.
Yeah, but all these thoughts, they distracted you during the game,
Right.
aren't they?
Right.
Because what if there's always a thought of what if. Like, what if I screw myself up during the play, and then I didn't play my best move, and then the position will turn upside down, and I'm in the losing end. I could have saved it by now by offering a draw. But of course, as a fighter, I normally don't do that. I would just keep fighting. I remember last year I played a very good tournament in Abu Dhabi where I met my second GM norm.
Wow.
Yes, I had a really good run. I beat Badr Jabava on the second round. I drew Wang Hao on the third round. And then during the round versus Wang Hao, he was rated 2700. I was up, I think, +2 or +1 point something. I'm sure I was better during the game. And then I had the same thought, whether I should, over a draw. I knew I was in advantage, but I just don't know how much during the game.
Right.
Yeah, so maybe it was not much, maybe it was just a little, and maybe I should just get a half a point draw because it was already a good result. So during the game, there's always some distracting thought like that. You cannot help it, but it's there.
Maybe you should remove, is it possible to even remove such thoughts? Because I think many people say that if you can sort of calm down your mind and only focus, but now maybe we are talking beyond chess. Yeah, we are going into this sort of spiritual territory.
Psychological thing. Yeah, you cannot help it, I guess. But again, just like in chess, there are so many principles that are clashing to each other, right? For example, we shouldn't get doubled pawns. But what if by having doubled pawns we're preventing opponent's ideas and then blocked it right away? So the same like in chess tournaments or chess performance like that, right? Because a lot of what ifs actually is a good thing because you're considering so many things, but it also can be distracting.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Very important, and I think Irene has correctly mentioned that kind of focus on the game, not on the result.
Not
but
on the opponent.
Not on the
Because
opponent as well.
Yeah, because what if, again, if we played against a low-rated opponent and we have such a similar position,
Yeah.
we wouldn't be thinking about offering a draw, right?
True.
Yes.
True.
So play just the chess pieces, just what happens on the board. Don't play the opponent.
Nice. By the way, Rupesh has pushed his pawn on d4 and he's telling Gadir that if you take this pawn, your rook is hanging here. But I think Gadir Gusenov has a very strong move in this position, which maybe I think
Was
most
missed?
likely he'll find it.
Yeah.
Maybe Rupesh underestimated it.
Maybe he missed it. Yeah, bishop g4 is very natural to play.
Hitting the rook and threatening this pawn.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he can go f3. But then after bishop goes back, this already starts to get better for black, because I think white wanted always to take this pawn when the bishop went out. But if you take here, then the rook comes in perhaps here.
Yeah.
Even we have this move. Because if you take this rook, this is
The
hanging.
rook on e2, yes, yes. And then having the pawn structure like what we saw white has right now, f3, g3, h2, is going to be a very weak for the second rank of white's ladder. Yeah.
Right.
So whenever black can control the second rank, whites will be in trouble. So I think, can we come back before white plays d4?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think in this position, what white has to really consider is what white can give the trouble to black, but what can white improve his position. So I think I would rather just solidify my position first by developing my pieces, and then later on I can start thinking of attacking.
True.
So this is what white has currently, the problem that white has, yeah,
Yes.
that underdeveloped pieces. So just solve that one first and attack later.
Yeah, that was important. But right now, Gadir is taking his time. 53 minutes on his clock, 45 for Rupesh. Maybe we can go to the next board where Javokhir Sindarov is playing on board number 5 against Rehan Deng. And if we go to board number... Oh, we had, by the way, that exchange. And yeah, this is the game between Javokhir Sindarov and Rehan Deng here from South Sudan. Black has actually improved all his pieces. If you look at the queen,
Yeah.
well placed, 2 rooks well placed, knight is okay, bishop is well placed, but now that's all you can do. You're kind of stuck.
Yes, that is why, the eval bar shows that white is better, because I guess it's due to 2 reasons, Sagar. First is white has a very good outpost on g5.
Nice.
This small nuance, the pawn on h5 or h6, gives very big difference. Yeah.
So Irene, when this position was reached and black carelessly pushed the pawn here, he should have thought twice.
Yes, yes. So every pawn move is a concession. There's always some hole that you leave behind. So that's why it's very important to be considerate in every pawn moves.
Right.
So that is one. And secondly is the move d5 that we saw earlier on. It will create a long-term weakness on e5.
This one. Yeah.
Yes, so white is not taking care of it right now. White is preserving it. In fact, just preserve the weakness, because now black is taking it, and now the doubled pawns on e-file will be forever a weakness for black.
Yeah, it's kind of tempting to even take with the rook here and keep an eye, but Irene, you can just simply take with the pawn and then slowly try and play this position. I think there are many ways. You put your knight here first, the other knight joins in, then you double on the d file. I think it'll be a slow grind, but a sure advantage.
Yes, the 2 knights are, it's like braided knights. Yeah, they are taking care of each other so that the major pieces here can look for something else.
Yes.
Right? They are very good defenders. So now both rooks can actually shift to d file. Yeah, and then probably we can go for the endgame. I think it is convenient to go for the endgame.
Right. And often, they say that these two knights are kind of superfluous because they are controlling some of the squares
Yeah.
that they both want to go to, like let's say the knight on h2. But I would say this is a case of the knights being really good friends of each other.
Yeah.
This guy goes here, the other guy joins in, and white is doing fantastically well. So Jawahir Sindarov has a good position. He takes out his water bottle there. He's thinking whether he should take with the pawn or the rook. And maybe, Irene, we go to the game of...
Edis Gurel, the youngest participant.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see
I'm
how
actually
he's doing.
excited to see the game of Edis. Edis Gurel is the youngest player in the tournament. And he is playing against Ivic Velimir. And maybe we can get his camera. Perhaps it's quite far off. I think it's board number... we'll try to... Oh my god, is he winning?
Yeah, he's winning. He's
He's
completely
winning?
winning. So these two are just nemesis to each other, yeah? I think. And then look at the position.
He's pieced down. Guys, this guy with the white pieces, Edis Gurel, he's not on your screen. That's Jawahir Sindarov. We will try and find him and have our camera posted on him. But he is completely crushing this. He's pieced down.
Okay, let's take a look at the moves actually.
You want to go from the start, or
I want to go from the start. Yes,
Okay.
please. So it starts as a
Rui Lopez.
yeah. Okay.
open variation?
Open variation, and now not so open anymore.
Yeah,
because
the main move is b5, but it goes bishop e7.
e7, yeah, and then bishop b3. Okay, it's transposed.
Kind of, yes. c3, knight d2.
Mm-hmm. Takes, yes, and then
I think this is all pretty okay for black
yes,
till now. a5, rook c3. So he's attacking this weakness on c pawn. He goes a4.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop comes back. a3, very sharp play, because he's saying if you take this pawn here, I'm taking this one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
That's
ba,
right.
bishop takes, rook b1. Oh, you couldn't take. By the way, what was I saying? Oh, maybe you could, right? But okay. Anyway, I just forgot about the bishop coming in between the two rooks. So sorry about that.
I thought you saw the
No,
sacrifice on h7.
But it was okay. So c5 played, and maybe this is where he made the critical error.
Yeah, so the bishop is cut off, to the king side, and well, it's not very easy to see that it is an error, because it looks like in a quick glance it looks like a normal position still.
Yeah.
But turns out after c5 and then dc5 d4, because again, when you have like a pair of bishop, you'd like to open the diagonals for the
Yes.
bishop, and now you actually have a pass pawn in the center. So in a way, you will feel that you are making a good decision.
Right.
Yeah. But unfortunately for black right now, all the white pieces are ready to attack the king side.
Yeah, the
And
king looks very lonely.
Yeah.
The rook looks here, the bishop is looking here, the queen is ready to join in.
Mm-hmm. So bishop comes back to c5, but now here comes. I actually wonder how much time that Edis took
Yeah.
to sacrifice the bishop on h7, because that's what his next move is.
This is such a brilliant sacrifice by Edis Gurel. He just gives up his bishop and tells Ivic, what are you doing, my friend? It's not that I'm going to play queen c2 check here and get back my bishop. That's not my plan. I'm going for your king. A check here, and then ooh, I was thinking knight coming up and then this check and stuff like that, but Edis is so accurate.
Yes.
He
queen
first
h6.
provokes g6.
Provoke g6
and then jumps in with his knight.
to have the outpost on f6 if possible. So, by the way, Sagar, he took 10 minutes.
10 minutes
10
for
minutes
that
to
move.
sacrifice on h7. It's not actually a very long time. to consider everything. So probably he already has this intuition, like attacking intuition, like all the younger players these days. They just attack and have all the initiatives, and they see it very fast.
And Irene, maybe this seeing let's say a check here, this move, then playing this and seeing knight e4 is maybe the easier part.
Yes.
But this last move which he played, I think that just shows his talent. He wants to get his knight here to f6, but then if he plays it here, bishop takes, pawn takes, and the queen comes out.
Yes.
So what he does is he actually finds rook f3.
A simple move and yet deadly. Yes.
And how do you stop this check now?
And I have no idea. This looks completely lost already for me. Maybe we can already expect some resignation soon. And by the way, he's blitzing all his moves. After bishop takes h7, he just blitzing all the other moves. Queen h5, queen h6, knight e4, and now rook f3. It's even just it's like nothing for him. This is peanuts. This is very easy for me. Okay, I just wanna get a checkmate on g7. This is the way. Knight f6, then done.
Well, we have found a new star in this tournament. I mean, he is well known. You can't reach 25-12 rating at the age of 14. He's already done well. But look at this game. He's beaten his 25-90 opponent in just amazing style. And Irene, maybe the bishop coming out here could be some defense.
I don't think so, because you could just take it,
Or you just simply chop it off.
And then knight f6 is coming.
And then check, because now the queen defends this square and it's a forced mate.
Yes.
Wow. So and there we have him. I think that's him in the far corner in the white shirt towards the end of your screen.
I see.
So that's Ediz Gurel there. Again, our directors finding players from the tournament hall to show us the live scene. And Ivic, his opponent, is on sort of moving ahead in his chair, trying to see if some defense exists. But I don't think that is the case. Meanwhile, all those who are mentioning that the eval bar on our screen isn't working on the left, sort of the bottom left. Yes, it is not. It is at the center. We'll get it fixed as soon as possible.
Yep, because actually the evaluation for this position is almost +6 for white. So there is no way the eval bar is on the middle of the board. In the chat we have people saying Ed is playing like Morphe, he's the new Magnus, he's creating these waves in the tournament. This is what I like in every chess events as major as this, we will create, or maybe it's not that create, we will find or reveal there is a new star coming among us. So and most of them are of pretty young age as well. So this is going to be a very bright future in chess. Absolutely, Irene. This game has gone in the favor of Ediz Gurel. Ivic Velimir might resign very soon. We have seen some amazing games until now, Irene. Yes. And some of them have been going in the favor of higher rated opponents. But in some games, the lower rated players are fighting. They're not giving up. No, and they will not. They will still give it all out. And now I think we're going to have our second break. And don't go anywhere. We will come back.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Hər damlasında həyat var.
World Cup. And Sagar,
Yeah.
we saw so many interesting games. Yeah.
Well, Edis Gurel
Edis Gurel,
beating
yeah.
his opponent Ivic. The game was about to end. I think it would have ended perhaps by now. But Irene, maybe it's time to go to the women's section.
Yes, please. And I would like to see the game from board 18. White is Xiao Yi from China, and black is Ule Miley Jade from Canada. So
Very complicated position, but if we look at it a little closer, it seems like one piece is missing for white.
yes, it is. And then I wonder how what happened. Like
Yeah.
how did it happen?
And
Okay,
that
let's-
too in just 16 moves, a 2370 rated player has lost a piece. How did that go? So very standard Reti, d4, you take, pawn push, knight comes back, knight is out, c4, and she took. You take, okay, great position
This
for
is
white.
still fine. Yeah, this is still fine.
Bishop e6, knight comes out. I'm now curious because we are on move 11.
Yep.
And on move 16, you're already piece down. Rook d1, bishop e7, and the knight
Oh
comes to
my.
c3. Oh, knight comes to b5, and that's a huge blunder.
It is. It is. Like, oh wow, that is very unexpected blunder of.
We were talking about, you were talking about Susan Polgar's advice. I was talking
Yeah.
about LPDO. Guys, don't leave your pieces loose. Look at this. These two knights undefended.
Yes, and it's very easy to spot as well. Rook c5 is coming on the board, and from that on, black is a piece up. Yeah.
I can only imagine what Zhao Yi would have felt at this point. She
Yeah.
would be very upset.
She must be very upset indeed. And I think it has a lot to do with the nerves. This is the first game, you know, anything can happen. Psychologically speaking, you would be very nervous. You know, whether or not you play a lot of tournaments, I'm pretty sure you'll be very nervous before the game.
Yeah.
And maybe it takes her up during the game as well. And that is that's a bad situation for her.
Just a complete piece is dropped and then a check here, but the king moves in, bishop e3, and I would be very surprised if this game goes on for more than a few more moves, because just a pure piece down position for white.
Yeah, I totally feel for her, you know. Like if I were in her position, I'm sure this is almost nothing to do with her strength, with her skill, because I'm sure Xiao Yi is a very capable player.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's mostly about her nerves.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree with you. So this game, very interesting, but a big blunder. Maybe we go to open section.
Yeah, let's go to board number 56. Adiban is looking worse in his position. So
Wow.
let's take a look board number 56 in the open section.
So Adiban, who was one of the favorites, I would say, but his opponent Henderson is not so lower rated. I think he's rated around. We can't see it on the board here, but I think he is around 24. Yeah, there we have 2587 is Adiban's ELO, and I
So
think
board 56.
yeah, there we have. His opponent is 2517.
Oh,
so pretty strong.
Yeah.
Henderson de la Fuente, and right now he is having a great position against Adiban with the white pieces.
Yes. So I think again the pawn on c6 I think decides it. Yeah, because otherwise if the pawn, let's say the pawn was on b7,
Right.
I don't think white is doing so well. I mean, I don't think the eval bar even is this high for white.
True. But Irene, I still don't get that feeling that this is so bad, because this check could be in the air. The pawn is a little weak. Why would white have such a big advantage? Is it something concrete, or just maybe the white king sits here very safely on f3 square?
That I don't think the king is looking to go to f3 because I think it's due to the knight on e5. You see, having a centralized knight, you're controlling 8 squares at the same time. So that is largely why white is in big advantage right now.
Got it. So, and I would imagine that this knight is a little shaky because you can sort of attack it and remove it, but who attacks it?
No one. Yeah, so that's how strong the knight is. And in the meanwhile, white can actually take time to develop the rook from h1 to f1, and no need to worry about bishop c4 or bishop g4 thanks to the knight on e5.
Yes.
And then by having the rook on f1, we're attacking the pawn on f4. And if we have a extra pawn in this type of endgame, I'm sure this guarantees a win.
That's huge. Also, these weaknesses would remain. So very well sort of broken down there by Irene here. Henderson, De La Fuente getting a great position against Adiban. And if he manages to win today, then tomorrow he just needs a draw.
Exactly. And it will be a lesser pressure for him. And as black, he could have like many other lines to choose, right?
Yes.
You can have like a very solid line, no need to attack, just very solid, no need, no need to be very aggressive as well. And then on the other hand, as a white player who is already losing the first round, white has to go all out.
Yeah, true. It will not be easy for Adiban, but let's see if he manages to hold it here. Maybe another game to go to, Irene?
Yes, we can take a look at the local pride again.
Okay.
From Fasif Duraibali, board number 20, who is, by the way, a former teammate of mine at the Webster University. So it's a good thing here because I have Fasif here, and then I have Lee Kwang Lim, who is going to start playing from round 2. He's also another former teammate at Webster.
This is from Webster.
From Webster University. And also another friend of mine, Ray Robson.
Right.
Yeah. Also going to start playing on the second round. So, yeah, it's kind of like a reunion here. I keep meeting my old friends and making new ones.
Amazing. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Lee Kwang Liam now the trainer in Webster?
Yes, he is currently the trainer of the Webster chess team, replacing Grandmaster Susan Polgar, who is already retiring from chess.
But he just won the BL Grandmaster tournament.
This is something that I couldn't finger my point. I don't understand. Like Lim, I know he's very strong, right?
Yes.
And he hasn't played classical chess much. If I'm not mistaken, he hasn't played it for like more than a year. And then he came back playing in Bill Open. You know how strong Bill Masters is.
Exactly.
Yeah? Like with Navarra was there. I played in Bill Open. I played in the master section, and he played in the grandmaster section. And then all the players there is also Vincent Keimer.
Yeah, there was Arjun Erigaisi.
Exactly.
I mean, it was such a strong tournament.
Very, very strong, and he won it. It's a triathlon tournament, and he won it. So he's unbelievably strong, and he's what I see from him. He has a very good positional understanding.
Right.
That is very hard to get.
Well, sometimes, some players, even if they are not playing so much, they just have so much chess knowledge or so much feel for the game that whenever they sit on the board, they can play at their top shape.
Yes.
It's very rare, but I guess Lee Kwang Liam is one of those rare personalities in the world of chess.
Yeah, but also he plays the elite online tournaments very regularly. Yeah.
Sure.
So I think it's another training of him. So he's not really out of chess. In fact, he's involved so much, but not as a player.
Where have we heard this, that a player who's kind of sort of retired but plays regularly online chess is now the world number 2 player?
Yeah.
So
He's coming soon. And I think he's still having a little off moment with his new wife in Turkey. Yeah, he's coming soon, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura.
Right.
I think it will be a very interesting second round, because we will have him, we will have Carson, we will have Caruana, who is celebrating his birthday today.
Right, 31 years of age for Fabiano Caruana. All these stars going to come here. And also Vishy Anand will join in commentary with you. So it's going to be a star-studded round. But for now, we have Wasif Durar Bailey on the screen. There you can see on the left his opponent, Figueredo Losada Lionel. He is from Mexico. He's rated 2-3-4-5. But right now, he seems to have a wonderful position.
Yeah, actually, without evaluation bar, I wouldn't think this was great for white, because this looks very normal to me. I'm still trying to find out where is white's advantage here. Okay, h6 pawn is there, that is for sure.
Yeah,
but
this guy is very powerful here, creating some mating ideas.
yeah, but how to convert it? Like how to make use of this power of h6?
So let's say if I take here, I guess you take back with the pawn.
Probably.
Maybe with the bishop
as well.
And I was thinking if we could push our pawn to f4, maybe not the best move, but looks the most logical. And maybe the knight perhaps is running out of squares, right? You can't go here, you can't go here, the d5 pawn is hanging. So perhaps you have to jump in here. And I take... But yeah, you're right. I mean, this doesn't look so bad for black.
This is... Yeah, this looks normal still. So,
Yes.
in fact, actually... I think black can still defend it or even create some counter attack.
True. So for right now, Lionel, it's not an easy choice to make. Maybe Irene, you go f4 directly, hit the knight, and if you come here, I was wondering if we could push the pawn even further down the board. But again, queen goes back, and then the queen might be threatening to come here. This one seems slightly more solid for white than what we were looking at previous version. I mean, this does look good.
Yeah, this does look good. But again, I still don't understand how white is better in this position.
So fighting chances still for Wasif. And is he a big fighter? Like, does he keep fighting in inferior positions?
Oh yes. Wasif is known for that. Yeah, he also has a very good understanding, but I think he is a notable player as an attacker. You know,
my only game that I played with him was in World Juniors in 2010. It was my last year in World Juniors, and my first round opponent was him. So I was overawed, just like how some of the people would be when you enter the playing hall, because it was first time I was playing a world level tournament. And I got a winning position against him, but he was so tricky that he beat me.
Oh, no.
So from that point onwards, I knew that he's a very difficult opponent to beat. So right now, he's pushed his pawn to d5, and we have Lionel who's thinking about what to do.
And he doesn't have much time to think about, because he only has 25 minutes on the clock. With such time control, if I were him and I only had 25 minutes on the clock and I still have like about 16 moves to make, I would be quite nervous.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So now the time pressure will also come into the mix of things. Perhaps we can go to the top board of the women's section. Irene, we were looking at the game of Irene. She was playing against Al Fayad, and she was going to start a big attack, but right now she's reached a position without which is completely better for her. She's piece up.
Wow, I think it's something to do with the pawn, the f pawn, that black needed to stop it and sacrifice a piece. Otherwise, it would be a very deadly attack.
So we can go back to that moment where we were here and we were thinking about how will she start hurling her pawns down on the king side. She went f4, then b5, rook came to g1, planning to push g4, g5, b4 played, the knight came to e2, and knight g6. Perhaps it's a little too slow. She had to go a5, a4. So the moment she went here, the attack began.
So g4 is coming, and then what did she do next?
f5.
f5. And the knight has an outpost on e5, but there are other pawns coming. Okay, knight there.
She wanted to put the knight
on
here.
d5, yes.
And so Al Fayad went back, but Irene is just pushing forward. Knight e7. Oh, this is a big attack coming in.
Yeah, and then black decided to sacrifice to stop the attack. Yeah.
Well, it's a decent decision, but with a one piece
Yes.
deficit, you're not going to be able to do so well.
Yeah, and also there's no attack that's happening on the queen side, so white can safely enjoy the extra piece. And then probably what white is going to do next is to keep pushing the h pawn. This is another source of attack. Yeah, h5 and then h6 later, and then just try to attack the king, distract the pawn structure, and with an extra piece on the board, I'm sure this is not a difficult task for Ellen Roberts to win this position.
True. So we can be pretty sure that Irene goes through. Will win this game. Of course, she has to score another half point tomorrow or win tomorrow to go through to the second round.
Yep. Meanwhile, we have the first decisive game in the women's section that happened on board 19. So it's Alina Bifol versus Zhang Jilin from Australia. I think this is the first result that got in. Zhang Jilin lost to Alina Bifol, and let's see what's happened.
Yeah, till here the game was around equal, and Alina here Zhang Jilin took, pawn takes. We can say that black is positionally better because the knight is coming here, the pawns are a little bit weak, the bishop doesn't have much to do, but a4.
Oh, this is a crucial mistake, because takes, and then knight b3.
Is jumping here.
Yes.
And the rook, Irene, the rook does not have space to go here. The
and
queen
that could be one, yes.
So rook a3, and now she jumped in.
Yeah, that's such a crucial mistake, because it really completely changes the whole game. So again, Sagar, this is first round.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting lots of blunders.
True.
So unfortunately, it happens, but as the nature of many other first games, it will always happen. So.
Yeah, that is true. And this is the first decisive game that was well caught there by you. And now we have Alina Bivol, who has won this game. She is playing under the FIDE flag here, and she beat Zhang Jilin.
Yeah, so Alina will be playing as white tomorrow, and then she only needs a draw to proceed to the next round.
That's not so tough, but we'll see.
Anything can happen.
Zhang Jilin will come all guns blazing. Meanwhile, we have a big news coming in that Ulvia Fatalieva is in trouble. She is actually playing someone quite lower rated than her.
So let's see board number 8 in the women's section.
Board 8.
Ulvia Fatalieva against Punsalan Vianla, a really new talent from New Zealand.
Yeah, I actually was trying to find more about her, and I got to know that she's 19 years old or 18. She's 2004 born from New Zealand. So yeah, you're talking that she's a new talent. Have you sort of seen her playing? You've played her?
Well, because she's from New Zealand, I'm from Indonesia. I think this is a kind of like my region, So I kind of like seeing her on the news, and then saw her name regularly. That okay, she's actually very good talent, and I just hope that this doesn't stop her, because many talents from Australia and New Zealand, they kind of like stopped after they go to the university. So
also, is it sort of difficult for them to travel to tournaments in Europe? It's a little far, right?
It's very far. You know how far it is. Like from Indonesia itself, I mean, I already consider Indonesia in the Far East, right? And then it's very far for me to travel to Europe or to, let's say, to the US. So whenever I travel, I always take a few months, because otherwise it doesn't make sense to go back. And from Indonesia, let's say, to New Zealand, it will take like another 10 hours of flight.
Wow.
So it is how remote the country is. So I think in chess, geographical stuff like this, actually matters.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does. It does create this difficulties, but you know, you need that one player who breaks through the barriers.
Yes.
And then the sort of chess starts to boom. Maybe in Indonesia it was you who kind of so became a WGM, then an IM,
Yes.
and then you see there are so many good players coming up.
Yeah, I truly hope that New Zealand will have their own women grandmaster, just like Indonesia. I think you were right. I mean, everyone is looking up to Anand. He's a very good example of how one nation can be built.
Yes.
You know, because they have like a role model like
Absolutely.
Anand, right? So I think when a country like New Zealand will have their own chess star, yeah, someone that's already having like a FIDE official title of women grandmaster, I think it will, you know, in no time they will have some chess boost in the country, and then people are start playing it. Every kids, every level of players, you know, then yeah, I just hope it's gonna be like that.
Yeah, and let's hope that Punsalan Vianla is the one who does that for now. If we just go back a few moves, this position is kind of the main line of this
4 knights.
4 knights.
Yes.
And c5 was played. She went rook d1, h6, and I think bishop f4. All was looking fine.
Looking fine. Everything is good so far.
Pushed her pawn. Queen came away, and now rook to b1. So she's actually sacrificed a pawn in some way, but it's not really a sacrifice, because if you take here, she had this very nasty idea.
Yes. And also that is really, you know, not a pawn sacrifice, because even if you don't have this bishop d6, even if you just play bishop f1, I think it will still retains, you know, some control over c4 later. But obviously there is a concrete continuation here that you can play bishop d6 and then win something after that. So if queen takes, obviously the queen will be taken after this. So if the queen moves, then white will win an exchange up.
Right. If you go here, I can just take here, or even I can just move my bishop,
Yes.
later on take here.
Yes.
So she went rook d8, and now came rook e1. Very smart move, pinning here, again forcing the queen to move away, and then this cool move threatening to take here. So the knight had to move away, which was not a good move.
Yes.
And now the rook enters into the position. So she is on the offensive here, Punsalan.
She is the one who is controlling the game. Yes, indeed. So, wow. And
This could be a major upset. It's a difference of 420 elo points, 412 elo points.
yeah, so more than 400 points, definitely, yes. And don't forget the power of the pair of bishops.
Yeah.
And almost open position like this. They are just monsters, right?
True. And as our chat points out, fatal position for Fatalieva. This might be. She
You're
has
not,
to be.
you're not making a rhyme, right?
That's what they pointed out. But it's still not over. I think she could be able to save this if she sort of finds these ideas like bring your knight up, try to play actively, take on c4 at the right time. It won't be easy though.
No, this is definitely not game over. Yeah, black can try to come back, yeah, and white has to be precise all the time in order to manage or to how to keep the advantage, because otherwise you know, if white just relaxes and then, you know, oh, I'm having a good advantage here, I'm having a good position, I can be relaxed for a bit, it's actually going to be a nightmare soon.
Yeah, I agree.
Happens to me many times. So whenever you have a big advantage or even small advantage, you know, you have to keep working hard until you sign the score sheet.
Right. So Punsalan has to keep on fighting. Right now she has a decent position. I mean, clearly good position. But Fatalieva has come to g5 with her knight, and she has to figure out where to go next. What's up now with this board? I think we go to the next one.
Yes,
Irene?
I think yeah, white has many decent choice here, and I think the game will not be deciding in one or two moves.
Yeah, sure.
It will be quite a long game.
Right.
So we can move to women's section board number 31. It's Radeva Victoria from Bulgaria. And she's currently completely winning against Anastasia Rahmanglova from Ukraine.
Oh.
This is quite a close match, like less than 100 points difference. And look at the last move. Bishop takes h3.
But it seems like that's a desperate attempt. No, maybe it's a mistake, right? Because the queen is hanging here. So I don't think that
Wait.
Anastasia would take on h3. I'm sure it's a transmission error because you'd just lose the queen.
Yeah. It probably some transmission error.
I think this entire game has a lot of transmission errors because if you see, she goes bishop c5 and now queen h4. You can mistake it.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this game is right now the position that we have.
So this is not the real moves that happen on the board then.
Right,
Okay.
right.
Can we quickly come back to the first board of the women's section before we switch it to the open section?
Okay, maybe go back to Aline's game.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then just to see what happens there. Okay, so white still retains the advantage. And
she plays her queen to f4.
Yeah, just moving away from any pin. White can enjoy the extra piece completely, comfortably, safely, and then white can relax here.
What's your prediction for Aline in this tournament? Do you think she'll go like a few rounds ahead? I mean, of course, she's the favorite to make it to round 2, which she will most likely. But then I think in round 3 somewhere she's playing against Nana Zagnidze already. And
well, I cannot say, but I'm sure it will be a very interesting performance to watch from now because I predict there will be so many upsets. There will be many young stars that's participating in the event will make some noise. They will make their name on the list, and then so did I just see that Ellen was smiling at some point? Probably she's thinking about
she's like,
something.
yeah, Irene, I agree with you. This is my tournament.
Yeah. So so she's in a good spirit right now. So she will definitely make some noise. I don't know how far she will get because Nana Zagnidze is also a very big name.
But I think she might also have a very tough opponent in round 2. I haven't checked it very carefully. So this game is going in Aline's favor. She's a piece up. We can quickly do a roundup of a few boards.
Yes.
So we can go to board number 2 where we have Olga Badelka playing against Varela La Madrid, Carolina, and I think black is comfortably better here.
Enjoying the free pawn, extra pawn, yes.
So, no, this is board, is this board 2? Or board 2 was Irina, right?
Or maybe Irina already finished. No, this is Irina.
Okay, my mistake. Irina. Let's go to board 2 first. This is the board 2.
Yep.
Irina Bulmaga versus Janatul Firdosh. And this is looking good for
This
black.
is looking good, yes. Full domination in the center. Pair of bishops, double pawn on the G file. That's going to be quite a weakness letter. H4 is coming and probably a potential battery of the bishop and the queen on the B8 H2 diagonal.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that is. I think that's probably one of the main ideas that black might set up very, very soon.
You mean also this
King
could
G7,
be an idea,
Rook
and
H8.
Rook goes
Yeah,
here
yeah.
and then push. Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Sometimes these doubled pawns, you undouble them with H pawn and open up the white king.
Yes.
So this looks good for Irina.
This looks like in Irina's favor. Yes.
Okay. Going to board number 3, we have the game between Injak Theodora versus Nurai Sovetbekova. And right now, this is great play by Nurai.
Yeah, this is a good hold. Yeah,
She's from Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan. Yeah,
And very young girl. She's born in 2005. So I think a big talent.
Yeah.
there from Kyrgyzstan, and she's fighting tooth and nail right now, not letting Injak get away.
Yes, it's also possible that that's because White has been choosing a very calm openings. Because this is, choosing openings is sometimes a double-edged sword. If you want to play some calm or solid opening, sometimes you can outplay your opponent in a positional understanding matters. But then also at some point, if it's a bit too calm, your opponent can just equalize it very easily.
Right.
And you see, like it's never an easy choice to choose from. Or if you want to play some aggressive chess, you might be better than your lower rated opponents, but it will also create some opportunities for them to attack you back, to give some counter attack, and actually it's gonna be like a boomerang for yourself. So
and in this position, Irene, if you take the pawn here, it does create a weakness. But there's another move, which is to just jump with the knight.
Yes.
And attack this and take this pawn back. So perhaps that's what she might choose.
Yes, but I think what she's currently thinking is what happened after, knight b4, queen b3, and then knight takes c6, and then there is knight d5. Just centralizing the knight and then put the rook on the d file, c file. This might be, something to consider because White is looking good at the moment. Because now after knight d5, where do you go with the queen? If you keep being on the 7th rank, rook goes to d1. But if you don't go to 7th rank, still rook goes to d1 and then attacking on b7.
Yeah, this is also hanging here. So after rook d1, some big problems. Actually, you are right. So that's the reason why taking with the pawn, although looks ugly, it controls this very critical square.
Yes. Additionally of this move is black is trying to go or to reroute the knight to go to d3.
This way.
Or b4.
Or this way.
Yes. It's a very good spot if black can do that, because then it's a very good outpost. The knight will be very happy over there along with other but there's only one concession to make, right? That is to kind of like self-destruct of the pawn structure. But I think chess is always like that. You cannot get it all. You have to sacrifice something. Let it be material or some positional like this, but in compensation, you have something else.
Right. And by the way, knight b4, queen b3 has happened. And Irene, I would be super impressed with Nuray Sovet-Bekova if she takes here with the pawn. That would show such good understanding of chess, because then you are not giving away the d5 square. Although optically, there you see she's taken it with the knight, which is not a bad move.
Yeah.
But now, as you had mentioned, knight jumps in, rooks come here, and I think Injak might be thinking, this is now my game.
Yeah, so small nuance like that is it's something that I'm still also have to learn, because it's not easy. It's easy for us as commentators here to look and then have no pressure about it at all.
True.
But during the game, as a player, you always have this thought, like, why would I destruct my own pawn structure?
That is true.
Right? What if this attack is actually nothing? Because, when we are trying to analyze this, we can validate our thinking by looking at the engine. But for them, they have to work by themselves, and wow, this is very hard. So.
Yeah, that definitely, you are absolutely right. Sovet-Bekova's choice looks like the most natural thing to do. Optically, you want all your pawns to be together, but this example just goes to show how rich chess is.
Yeah.
And you had mentioned that rules, they are good guidelines, but they always do not work.
Yeah.
So, here, taking with the pawn would have been better.
There are some exceptions to every principle. That's what I know. It's just like law, yeah?
True. Absolutely.
You can cancel one law out of the other law. So it's But I think it's going to be a very long match, this one. I don't think it's gonna finish within an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is still very positional. So let's see other games.
Let's go to the game of Salimova. We had seen this where Van Zyl Charlize, this is board number 4, had sacrificed a pawn out of the opening, and she has managed to get great compensation. If you look, central pawns, well placed knights. Also, the bishop might want to come to b2, d5 may join in. So, a good position for white.
Yes, but sorry to say, there's another but here. The knight on b4 is very well placed, yeah? And the knight
Spoiling my fun.
sorry, because I played this position as black, and this is actually something that white has to watch out for.
Right.
White cannot allow the knight to go to b4 like this, because then it has already a good outpost that black feels like, okay, I don't have to think anymore about the knight. This knight is already very good now. I can focus on doing something on the king side or even on the central. But all in all, what both have to do is to be patient, because you can easily lose your patience here. Like, for example, oh, what is my rook doing on f8? What is my bishops doing on e7 and e8? If you're not patient, you will lose very short, you know. So you just have to slowly build everything, like c6
c6, push this knight back,
and
I was
get the
thinking
queen out.
maybe
Yeah,
just exchange of this guy.
exchanging in such a position is always a good idea. So you have to do something. You have to do something with the knight on e5, because that is such a good knight. So either you kick it out, which is not possible at the moment, or you exchange it by doing knight d7.
True. Okay. So right now Salimova definitely has this wonderful knight on b4, as Irene pointed out, but she still has to play carefully. So we can say position around even, maybe slightly better for black.
It's quite even. It's quite even. Yeah,
Quite
it will. This one also will be a very long game. Oh, we got one result in. Your favorite, Edis Gurel, has won.
He's won.
Yes, as we predicted from the game. Yep.
So Edis Gurel won. And do you want to just quickly see how he finished off the game?
Yeah.
Maybe he was just winning,
Yes,
but
yes.
we can just see the last moves of that encounter. Edis against
Ivic Velimir, yes.
So we did look until rook to f3, where the rook knight was coming in with a check. The bishop came up, and this was already, or maybe no, this didn't happen. He played actually, bishop f5, rook f5, and now rook a6. Okay. He tried to control the f6 square by sacrificing a piece, but Edis just went back.
And then, yeah.
And maybe he
rook
wants
h3.
to go here.
Just rook h3, and then, yes, there is no answer to that. Rook h3, queen h8, checkmate. Yep.
So that looks really, that's game over. So tomorrow Ivic has to fight back with the full point, or else Edis goes through. By the way, I was just searching the games and I stumbled upon the game of your countrymate.
Oh yeah, let's take a look.
Medina Olia against Frena Janelle May. Crazy position.
Oh wow, both players are attacking.
Yeah. I mean, this bishop just dropped back because suddenly the knight had come to c4. Maybe you could have chopped off the knight, but I think Medina's response very solid.
Yeah, I think this is what it takes, right? You just have to solidify your position first, because white is also attacking the king side.
Yes.
Yeah, so when you're attacking, do not forget about your own defense. That is one thing for sure. So bishop c1, I think, is a very good move. And now the queen has to go away. The queen was standing very good on a3 before, but now it has to go to a lesser good square.
Let's say it goes here, then you simply chop off the piece.
Take the extra piece, yes, and the king is very safe. If in any case, there is always knight b2, if necessary, right? And then the king will be very safe, and then you can focus on attacking on the king side.
Right. So that means Medina Olia would be sort of on her way towards victory, and I think it's a good moment to tell our viewers that she just got married recently.
Yeah, a week ago. Yes.
And she's here. I asked her yesterday if she's come here with her husband. Said no, he has some work to do. So I'm here playing the World Cup, and she is winning her game. Okay. So we did a kind of roundup of the women's section. We saw around top 5 boards. Should we look at any specific board? Maybe.
Let's take a look at the open section, board number 15.
Yeah.
It's Aryan Tari.
Right. Let's have a look at Aryan Tari, who is playing in the open section against El Jawish Amro from Lebanon.
Oh, look at the position. This is some sort of English or?
I think it must, yeah, it came from some weird King's Indian, like white played a knight BD2 line. Or I don't know how to say it, Grunfeld, King's Indian, this sort of setup. And while black got the pawn down all the way to A3, I think there was one critical error which was made, which was this move.
Knight E4.
Yeah, and it looks so natural.
It is natural, yes.
But now Aryan Tari finds takes. And this very nice little move, knight D2, just saying that your bishop suddenly is trapped.
Oh, that is correct. Oh,
If
where
you go back,
D5.
this is game over.
Yes, yes.
And if you go back here, I go E4 followed by D5.
Wow. Yeah, tactics. Yeah, it always happens. So what did happen in the game after knight D2, knight F6? It has to be protected.
Rook.
Okay, takes.
Knight
And now a
takes.
pair of bishops again.
Bishop here, and suddenly a pawn is dropping because knight is attacked, this is attacked, this is attacked.
Yep.
I think this is sort of game over. There we have on our screen Aryan Tari on the right side there in his blue jacket or blue shirt, and his opponent El Jawish Amro, who is rated 2288. So Aryan doing well.
Aryan doing very, very well. Yeah, I think it's close to winning already, because after black drops the c5 pawn, it doesn't take much time to get the b7 pawn, I guess.
Yes,
Yeah,
I agree.
and the a3 pawn, it's not really strong at all. Yeah, and at some point it's gonna be taken too.
Yeah, so that means Aryan Tari would win that game. He's gone back with his knight, but now I think rook takes c5 is just a very natural move. You can also take with the pawn. So he will decide on that.
I think he will take it with the rook.
He takes with the rook because pawn takes. There is bishop a1, and if you take with the rook, then c5 is hanging.
Yeah.
So somehow, not to get into this mess, just take with the rook.
Yep.
Okay, so
let's see one by one what happens on the open section.
Okay.
Starting from the top board.
First board, Ivan Ceperino versus Al Hasadi. I think we were waiting for Al Hasadi's decision when the bishop took the knight, and he took the right call. He took with the pawn.
He took with the pawn.
Brought his queen here, centralized his rook, pushed the pawn, playing really well.
Yeah, wow, three pawns in the center, e4, yeah, and then knight goes.
And in fact, he was doing quite well in this position.
If he found g5.
Okay, g5 was such a tough move to find.
That is very hard, yes.
The point is, if you take...
And then now you play c4, and then you can win the bishop on g5 ladder.
Ooh, you're hitting here, and if you go queen d2, c3.
c3, nice.
Because the queen is...
Yeah, the queen is hanging, yeah.
So c3, and then maybe once you take here, you go d... Oh, this is crazy.
This is crazy, yeah.
Nice.
It's not an easy find. So I think I can understand why he missed it, yeah.
Also, bishop g3 could be played here. So he played queen b5, which is actually not a bad idea. Rook c4.
Queen b7. Okay, e4 is hanging. So h3.
Actually, you can't
the
take
e7,
because
yeah?
e7 would be hanging at the end. So take, and this is hanging. So he played in the... Oh, he took? No, he didn't take. After h3, it's his move now. He's thinking. And
What's happening?
Yeah, he just made his move. Black has just played.
The bishop still on h7. Sorry, h4. So, what could be happening still?
King f7 is what he played, but this looks wrong somehow. But okay, I get his point. He wants to defend his bishop with his king and attack the e4 pawn. But there are many ways in which Ivan Cheparinov can now continue, maybe push his pawn to e5, or perhaps, yeah, maybe pushing the pawn to e5.
Yeah, that looks like a natural choice. And don't forget,
This guy's hanging.
yeah,
Right? Or
that's-
something else.
that's true. H7 was hanging. And black has only 2 minutes left on the clock to make 16 moves.
No, that's going to be a big problem. But
It
there
is
is an
a big-
increment of 30 seconds. It's not like without increment. But true, I mean, 2 minutes is too less a time for Al Hasadi. He's played well. He can be proud of himself, Irene,
Yeah.
today.
Yeah, for coming this far,
Yeah.
right? Yes. But I'm expecting him to finish this well. So I hope he can defend it very well
Yes.
because, well, black is doing better. But again, during the game, you're still not sure about it, right? And to be honest, how to continue this as black, because it's a hard position to make. White has more space advantage, I guess, or maybe not. But then white has more initiatives.
Yeah.
At some point, maybe before is an idea, so that to weaken the d4 pawn.
Yes.
So at least white has an idea. But what about black? What can black do in this position?
Well, my only idea is to take this pawn right now. But if you were to play a move like f3, then all of a sudden, I go back with my knight, and then knight e5 sort of forks these two guys, and this might become troublesome for
Yes,
you.
yes.
So I think this is something that Ivan Cheparinov has to avoid at all costs, which is to push his pawn to f3. He must find some active move like e5.
Yeah, I think he's trying to make e5 work somehow, because I'm sure he sees this after knight d7, and then the dark squares will be weakened. So, so the choice is only, well, knight g3 doesn't look good, right?
Yes, this does kind of take the bishop out of the game, but yeah, so maybe not knight g3, definitely not f3.
f3.
So that leaves sort of e5, but there's also bishop f6, Irene, because if you take with the bishop, your c5 pawn is hanging,
Yes.
and if you take with the pawn, I'm a bit worried about this h7 pawn with the queen looking here.
Yes, that's definitely not in black's favor, and black can just play along the light squares, because that's where black is weakened on, and probably b4, right? When the king is quite exposed, you can play.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, so Ivan Cheparinov is still taking his time,
Yeah.
dealing with the attack on e4. He has all the time.
Yes.
He has all the
Yeah,
time.
he has
so
all the time.
he's not too worried about it. In fact, his opponent has to be really worried about his time. He has to really focus right now, because every second matters. And he has to play very fast for the next, how many moves left? 17?
Yeah, for 17 moves, you can see him sort of doing a bit of exercise. Maybe he's feeling cold, but he can't get up from his chair because he has only 2 minutes left. So he
Yes.
has to sit there, dig deep for the next 30 minutes, hope that he reaches move 40, gets that increment, still has an okay position.
Yeah.
Too many things to manage.
Yeah, and there are many moments, like funny moments like this, Sagar, when you're hitting the second time control, and then you actually wanted to go to the bathroom,
Yes.
but you have to hold it because you didn't have much time on the clock.
That's not a good planning,
Yeah.
actually. You have to plan it well. Sometimes that does happen, and actually it does create some problems. You kind of blunder sometimes on the board as well.
Yes, and it's very quite happening regularly as well, that you blunder on move 40.
Yes.
That's I don't know. It's almost
Or
like
move 41
on
sometimes.
No, on move 40.
Move 40 is the last move.
Yeah, and then that decides the whole game.
Yes.
And move 41.
Yes. You feel like, oh, thank God I just reached here. now I can relax. And when you relax, you make a blunder.
Yes.
So-
So these two moves, 40 and 41, they are very, very dangerous time to be. So they have to be really cautious about every single second,
Yes.
every single move, knowing what is your opponent's intention, and then knowing your own plans as well. Because chess is all about planning.
True.
So
True. And for now, Ivan Ceperino, we are waiting for his move. And in the background, Irene, we see Salem Saleh playing against his opponent Gezashu Abera. And Salem is completely winning there. If we can very quickly
Yes.
steal a glance there, he is 2 pawns up on the queen side. These are connected passed pawns for Salem. And his rook is on the 7th rank. So he is winning his game.
yes, so this is absolutely a winning rooks endgame for Salem. I think we can expect some results in about 10 to 15 minutes or even less.
Correct.
Yep. So let's take a look at other games.
The second board game between Etienne Bakro and Nai Lin Tun. Nai Lin Tun hanging in there, not giving up. By the way, have to be careful. If you take the bishop here, the queen could enter the position, which is not a mate, because the black king can escape, but you don't want that.
Yeah, you don't want any sort of counterattack in this position. So that is why I think Bakro is
Might take this.
taking on g5 with the pawn or with the queen. That is
Either
the
of them.
question. Yes.
So let's say he takes with the pawn, keeping an attack here and also on the pawn. Then maybe he goes bishop e5, because if you go bishop e5, there is f6 and then you lose this pawn.
Yes.
So you go bishop c5.
But there's also e5.
Oh, e5.
But okay, there's queen f5 here, yeah.
Nice.
And it's actually threatening for some perpetual, maybe not, maybe yeah, but it's some sort of counterattack that I don't think black will allow. So, but anyway, in such an endgame, usually queen and knight is better than queen and bishop, right?
Yes.
Because the queen and knight they can control other squares, like squares too even. So
So even if this you don't play e5, it's still like you can go slow. Maybe what do you think, Irene, about such an endgame?
it is obviously black is better.
Yes.
But
Closer
Sagar,
to a draw?
I don't think Bakro will go to the queen's endgame where the knight is actually a better
Exchange.
one. Yeah. So why exchange when you're having like a good endgame beforehand? I think he will just slowly grind it and getting his advantage bigger and bigger. Oh, talking about the queen's endgame, Sagar, I just made a personal record.
What did you do?
I did an 8-hour and 1 minute game in Bill Open
8
last
hours?
week. Yeah.
And how many moves did you play?
167.
Oh, guys, have you ever played a game more than 167
Yeah.
moves? I don't think I have. My highest moves were 120 or something.
Oh wow.
So 167.
Yeah, 167. So
Were the organizers just waiting for your game?
yeah, I felt really bad to the arbiters and to everyone who is working for the broadcast as well, because it was live, and then I just had to play because I was in the defending side. My opponent had an extra pawn, and I just had to keep waiting, right? Because there is nothing else that I could do but defend my position. So I just waited and waited until I could stalemate my own self.
Wow.
Yeah. So 167 moves in 8 hours and 1 minute. So that is why I'm not recommending any Queen's Endgames to you guys if you don't want to play such a long game, because 8 hours is just like too much.
Did you kind of enjoy your dinner and sleep that evening? Because I think after you play such a long game.
Oh, it was so hard. I didn't even feel hungry anymore after the
Oh.
game because it already passed my dinner time, right? And I was my brain was already fed up with chess, but hey, I have a next game on the next day.
Right.
So I had to keep doing my own routine again. So
That's tough. And meanwhile, we can see that Etienne did take h takes g5, and his opponent has, I think, played his bishop to c5 or has he? I think, yeah, he is looking to push his, he has played his bishop to c5. So good defense here by Ne Lintun. Again, I mean, I think these two players have stood out. One is Al-Hasadi on top board, Ne Lintun. And we can quickly have a look at board number 4, where Gadir Gusenov was playing against Rupesh Jaiswal. But I think here, Rupesh, who was actually playing good chess, is now under is in a lost position.
Yeah, unfortunately, because the position that we were looking at before, he has all the good chances here to improve his position and even to make some pressure into Black's position. So, but what we're currently seeing right now is the power of activities of your pieces. So you see like all of Black's pieces here are working harmoniously, right? While White's position, Rook A1, Bishop C1 are not doing anything. And this is not the time for the king to be participating in the game. Whereas the king on E1 right now is just weakening White's position. So yeah, I feel really sorry because White's position was just so good before. And it was not easy to get such a position.
I agree. I think it all began with that little pawn push which he made on d4, which was not required.
It's premature.
Yes, it was premature, and then this did happen. Pawn takes, rook. Very cool move by Gadir Gusenov, because you can't take the bishop. The rook is hanging, and he goes back bishop here. And after this, it became very difficult because all sorts of threats. Check, rook is hanging. So king came up. And then we have this.
So I think just one tip, because I've been playing so many chess tournaments all over the world, right? And then I played so many grandmasters, higher rated opponents than mine. Just whenever your opponent allows you to push your pawn, think twice. Just whenever you play a higher rated opponent and then it looks like an easy push for the pawn, think twice, because it might be a provocation.
Grandmasters, that's very good advice there.
Yeah, grandmasters like to provoke you. Actually, this is what they do. Sometimes you just actually don't do any mistakes, but thanks to the provocation, and then you fell into the trap of this provocation. You just destroy your own position. So
cool.
So we.
Okay, this looks good for Gadir Gusenov. Javokir Sindarov
completely winning
his H pawn, rushing forward down the board. So he is beating Rehan Deng. We had Ivan Šarić on the next board, but Ivan is not at all in a winning position against Bucas Dante from Namibia. Great play by Bucas. I think, in fact, he's even materially up, but maybe it's positional compensation for Black, who has beautiful pieces here. But White is hanging in there.
Yeah, this is such a complicated position for both sides, actually. And I think now it's already moved, 27? So Black needs 13 moves to make in 19 minutes. So yeah, I think he could make it. This is actually a perfect position to play. Like imbalanced position is always in the higher rated favor. So yeah, let's see how it's gonna be later.
Sure. And by the way, we have another game here, which is SL Narayanan from India, who is a piece up against Hoste Providence from Botswana. He is actually an IM from Botswana, and I was actually looking at that. He is born in 1985, so very experienced chess player. But I think he is in trouble. There's also this threat of taking here, and then a check, and I win the queen.
Yeah, some basic tactic here. So this is something that Black has to watch out for. And well, even if there is no tactics like that, I think White can actually enjoy the extra piece. So this is not so much. White is in no trouble at all. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So looking good for SL Narayanan. maybe a couple more boards? Should
Yes,
we look
couple
at?
more boards. May I request to watch my fellow Indonesian? I think he's playing in against someone that is almost the same strength as him.
You mean
Megaranto Susanto, yes.
Megaranto.
So Asarov Sergey, and he's rated 25-89. So yeah, they have only like about 80 points difference.
Yeah.
So this should be very quite close match. And yes, the evaluation even shows that it's quite equal at the moment.
By the way, on your screen right now, you see SL Narayanan against Providence Tolste. But we are looking at the game of Megaranto against Azarov. It's battle of bishops. That is Azarov's bishops versus Megaranto's knights.
Yeah, this has been known back in Indonesia how much Susanto Megaranto likes his knights.
Ah, okay.
Yes, it's almost like his preference to have a pair of knights compared to a pair of bishops, which is unpopular, right?
Yes.
Most of the players, they like to have a pair of bishops, but not with Megaranto.
Is it because he loves the tactical aspect of having the knights?
I think partly yes, or probably he plays the knights better than the bishops. I don't know. This is his preference. So having this, without actually looking at the player's name, I would actually know that this is Susanto's game.
Wow, that's knowing your sort of countrymate very well. But Irene, do you think that long-term Azarov has better chances here, or maybe it's not really true?
Oh, I like this pair of bishops, and both bishops are doing well. So I think White is in under some pressure, but it's not so much. White can easily defend it. Depends on how Black's trying to attack, or how ambitious Black's attack is. Because maybe these two players, they just want to go through the next time control safely. They have like 8 moves to make, and then after that, maybe when they have more time, they will think thoroughly again, and then maybe come up with a better plan. So there's always some time management aspect in it.
True. Absolutely. So let's see how Susanto manages to hang on here. He is slightly worse against Azarov's bishops, but we'll see. Meanwhile, we can go and check the game between Santos Latasa Jaime. This is the next top board against Yang Ching Wei Austin from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah.
It seems like Jaime Santos is very well placed. He has 2 bishops against a rook. There's no entry points for the white rooks. So
Yep.
he's doing well.
He's doing well, and he's going to break something through, such as this h5 probably, because the rook has to come toward the second rank or third rank of the white's position. Because if you just have these 2 pair of bishops guarding the entryway of the d file without doing anything else, then you miss the point.
True. But Irene, I think b5 will come at some point. As you said, h4, h3 might come, and I think somehow Santos will find a way to break through. There's one game which is very surprising, which is between Jules Moussard, who is 2654, and he's playing against a 2200 rated player, Haruna Subuga from Uganda.
Wow.
And Haruna
This
is actually
position.
a pawn up.
Yes, it's a dead drawn rook's endgame, and even though he's a pawn up, I think it should be drawn. White can easily hold this, but it's already an amazing fit. Playing against 400 points higher than you and not in any way losing.
Yes.
Right. In fact, White has to play precisely to hold the draw, because otherwise, a pawn is still a pawn, right?
Absolutely. And this is, even if this ends in a draw, it's a big confidence booster. He's drawn with black. Tomorrow he will have white, and there we have on our screen on the left side, there is Haruna Subuga. Great play by him to hold this game. Maybe there's another French player who's playing next there. That is Laurent Fressinet against Jabari Masinas from Algeria. And even here, Irene, it seems like nothing is clear.
Yes. Yeah, black is slightly better, but well, it's two
pieces
two
for a
pieces
rook.
for yeah two pieces for rook. So that is why I think it is gonna be very interesting actually, because even though black has two extra pawns for the two pieces, but also a6 pawn is kind of weak, right? So that is why I think white is just trying to exchange the queens, remove the defender of a6, and then try to swindle in the endgame.
Right. So let's see what Laurent, with all his experience, I'm sure he will be able to do something here. But I think good fight by Masinas. This is what I feel, Irene, that if all of these players who hardly get chances in their countries started to get more chance, I think they all would improve so quickly.
I agree, because not everyone is given equal chances, unfortunately. And this is something that cannot really be changed. But I'm very happy with such major events like this that gives opportunity to those who are lacking of it.
Absolutely, and I think more of such events are needed, and you might be able to find a new Magnus Carlsen coming from some country. You know, who knew that Norway had such a big talent, right? He had to play so many events.
Yes.
And he got better, and then he's now the best in the world, and I guess that's the only way you can excel at a sport. You need to play more. Okay, and there we have Balogun Oluwafemi, who is from Nigeria. He is losing right now against Alexander Predke. Oluwafemi actually made a nice little record in the World Cup in 2017. He was paired against Magnus Carlsen in round 1. So he became the first ever African player to play a reigning world champion in a match. So, so that's how I remember. I actually spoke to him before his match with Magnus, and he was very excited.
Yeah.
And right now, he's
who
playing
wouldn't, right? Yeah. I've never played against Magnus too. Have you?
No, I haven't played with him. And I don't think I'll ever get a chance, no?
Who knows? You know, never say like that, because
Never say never.
You never know what the future might bring. So.
Yeah, hopefully we get a chance. And I think we kind of went through a lot of games. Do you have any specific game we should go to, or should we go to the women's section?
Let's go to the women's. And meanwhile, I have a few results. Monika Sochko has won her game. I think we saw that game when she has the queen on e5, centralizing her queen.
Yes.
Yeah, we already predicted that she was going to win
this brilliant move which she played. Let me just show our viewers once again this position. Monika Sochko going in with e6. Nice little move, forcing pawn takes, and then the queen moving in.
Yes. And now this tactic, and after bishop b4 takes, safely plays c3, and then harassing the queen, taking more, and then exchange.
Yeah. And now that she's a pawn up, she quickly trades everything, gets her king out.
It's almost like 2 pawns up actually, right? Yes.
So great game here. Monika Sochko using all her experience to beat Anjum Noshin from Bangladesh. Which is the next game.
And I also got the result from my fellow Indonesian. Medina Aulia has won her game as well.
Wow.
Good news for Indonesia.
So that's good news. She managed to beat her quite a strong opponent, Janelle.
Yes, Janelle is currently the only woman grandmaster in the Philippines. Also a big pride of Philippines. And I think she's also playing a strong chess here. Both players are known for their attacking initiative, so I think for me it's no surprise that the game went like this.
Crazy game here. Queen came up, and at this point you have to trade, and then once you trade, you are a piece down. If
Yep.
only you could checkmate it, but the knight is there. So,
Could you actually
by
take?
the way, top board result.
Okay.
Aline Rubers seems to have won her game on the top board against her opponent there, Al Fayad. So, that was a nasty knight fork at the end.
Yeah. What a finish, right? What did happen?
No, I think we were looking she was a piece up. She consolidated, and then this
okay,
tactic
tactics,
came.
yeah.
This is a nice one, right?
Yeah. So even if you play rook e1, there's nothing.
You just drop back.
Just drop back rook d1 and nothing happens here. Yeah. Okay.
And if you take with the queen,
you can knight e7
Ooh,
check
that's
and
a
then queen
nice-
b8, and this is almost like a puzzle rush tactic.
Ah, beautiful. Actually, rook d5 is such a cool move.
Yeah.
And if you take here, again there's a back
Queen
rank.
b8,
So,
yes.
so it's actually back rank mate
Back rank
and
mate.
some forking motifs.
Yes. So there are multiple tactical motives happening at once.
And then she forgot about her queen here, and the knight
yes.
came in.
Yes.
And that's a win for Aline Rubers here. Good
Yep.
game by her.
Good game, and then she just needs to have a draw on the next round, or maybe she would push for a win because
Yes,
you know.
creating points.
Yeah, because recently I watched Judith Polgar's interview
Okay.
or some sort of like commentary, if I'm not mistaken, and then she said, "Yeah, never play a game when you just need a draw and play it to get a draw. It will kill you." Yeah, because just play normally, just play the pieces. If only anything that you can choose is play some solid opening, right? No, do not try to get a draw. That's pretty much it. Just play as normal as you can.
That's very good advice. And I think it often, I've seen people taking quick draws and then getting punished for it in subsequent rounds.
Yeah.
And then they say it's the curse of Kaisa. The goddess of chess is not happy when you don't play when you have to.
Yes.
So
yes.
it's important to play. Meanwhile, I think one board which does seem very interesting, and I want to get your thoughts on it, is Abdi Zinap Dina taking on Huang Tang Trang,
Yes.
who's a GM.
Who is the GM? On fun fact, Huan Tan Trong
Yeah.
is the only person, the only woman that won 2 continentals. So she is the European champion. She
Okay.
is also the Asian
Oh,
champion.
wow.
So as we know, she's originally from Vietnam, and when she was representing Vietnam, she won the Asian continental.
Wow.
And just a few years ago, I forgot the year, when she's already representing Hungary, she won the European Individual Championship.
Wow.
So
This is quite an achievement and quite a fact there.
It is, yeah. And even though now she's not very actively playing in tournaments, I think she's still a grandmaster, so she
Yeah.
must be very, very strong still. And then we can see from this game, it shows like a very good understanding, even though materially speaking everything is still equal, but we can see the difference of the activities between the bishop and the knight here, and the pawn structure. Don't forget, the pawn structure here really matters. If the pawns were not on g4 and h5, I think white still has some chance. But now the pawn structure on the king side is kind of fixed in black's favor, so it gives white like so slim chances. And now after c3,
She wants to give a check and kick the king off.
yeah, but that's only after king f5. And then what are you going to do next? Where the knight will go?
Well, I want to get my knight here. Then I want to improve my king.
And
maybe want to. Slowly I want to
Yeah.
try and consolidate this position.
Yeah, but black always has h4 in her disposal.
Do you maybe not?
Not
here?
now, not now. I think I would prefer to improve my queen side first, and just looking at the right time. Oh, c5 is on the board.
I love this move. Actually,
I like
this
it
is
as
so
well.
good.
I didn't expect it before, but now, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
So I give a check. I kick your king away, and then if I take, then the bishop kind of threatens
Yes.
to enter from the back side
Yes.
and tickle these pawns. So.
Yep.
Yeah, this is good chess. In fact, this just goes to show how, many times people who are not very strong, they think that a position with a bishop is very static, that they cannot do much, and they're always looking at direct breakthroughs. They don't look at the fact that with the knight, you often land up in zugzwang positions, or the bishop can come from behind here, create a second weakness, and all of these concepts. And here, Hoang Tan Trang is actually showing it how to do it.
Yes, and don't forget, this is also, well, in a way, it's a provocation, because then after playing King E4, Black is forcing White to put all the pawns on the dark square, and it is, you know, in a way also Black is, of course, trying to attack the pawns, and while they are on the dark square, it's just easier for the Black's bishop to attack them.
Correct. Absolutely. So this game seems to be going in the favor of the Grandmaster, and we've seen many of the games. By the way, we were looking at this game between Fatalieva and Punsalan, and actually Fatalieva has fought back quite a bit, because Punsalan was in a good position, but now it seems closer to a draw with the opposite colored bishops.
Yes, it looks like it, and it's easy to evaluate this, with the engine, and it looks like it's a draw. But I think both players are still thinking that White is still a bit better due to the position of the pieces. But
the rook entering here, and
rook
also
comes to the
the
7th rank. Yes, but again, I think the computer always has a reason why it shows that it is an equal position.
Well, the main reason here is to exchange either this rook or this rook. If you don't exchange them, then you are absolutely right. Once the rook comes here, it's great position.
Yes.
So either rook e7 to trade this guy, or rook b8 to trade this guy. And I think Fatalieva has to find either of the two moves. So for now, she's doing pretty okay, but good play by Punsalan. Maybe she'll be able to get a draw. We also have a game of Azhar Puteri Munaja. She's from Malaysia. She is playing against, oh, by the way, we have rook e7 played there by Fatalieva. Divya Deshmukh, who is the current
Asian champion. Yes.
And very talented youngster, 17-year-old, and she is having a good position.
Oh, one result just got in, and apparently Irene Abulmaga has won her first game
on board 2.
On board 2.
Maybe a very quick look at how she managed to convert that. She always had that advantage, Irene.
Yes.
She had this bishop pair, and then when her opponent took, the bishop started to cause a lot of chaos. And this pin here, because the rook is hanging.
Yeah, the pin is such a disaster, and materials advantage is guaranteed.
Oh, and if you take with the queen,
and there's
a check.
Discovery check, and then the queen is lost. Yes.
So that is done. We have 2 results on top 2 boards in the women's section.
Yep, it's, I think, relatively short. I guess 3.5 hours. Yeah, and I think we would expect like a more long games later in the later stage of the event, on the round 2 and onwards. And let's take a look at the women's section, board number 22.
22. Who's that?
It's Gong Chan Yun from Singapore. She's currently winning against her higher rated opponent. From Azerbaijan, Balajayeva Kanim.
Wow. It does look, her position does look nice, because black pieces are well positioned. But do you think it's already completely winning here?
You still have to be precise. But yes, all the controls are in the black's hand, because
I love the last move, by the way. The position is here, and she plays her pawn to a6 because she wants maybe queen a7 check.
Oh, that's
cute.
That's very cute. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. And also, I don't know, I was thinking maybe bishop b5 is coming, but no, it's all for queen a7.
Right. So this is a very, very cool idea here. I remember there's this very famous game of Garry Kasparov against Joël Lottier, if I'm not mistaken, where he plays this little move, A6. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but that's what I remember. And I think Gong is going on the attack. And if you try to run away with the king, maybe put it to safety.
I think the bishop on e2 is kind of hanging.
Yes, and you just take it, yeah?
Or maybe you take it with the bishop. Or, yeah, you take take the bishop. Yeah, bishop f3, I mean.
You want to take here.
And then takes...
Oh,
yeah.
and then just even the queen could at some point start getting in. There's a knight here.
Yeah.
But you want to take here, right?
Yeah, I'll take that. And then I think...
And then take...
This is winning for black already.
Right.
Like all the attacks are there.
And the queen now threatens this because the knight is pinned.
Knight c1 is also hanging, so yeah. Could be one of the ideas, but I'm sure here black is abundant with choices.
Yes. True. Oh, she goes knight to g3. And now this check or just bishop coming back. So Gong Kiaun Yoon from Singapore, good position for her. She might pull off a small upset here.
Yeah, but she is very low rated right now. She used to be close to 2400.
Wow.
So yeah, so 22, 23 is a very low rating for her. So that is why, yeah, for players, especially after the pandemic time, do not expect them to play according to their rating, because they can be actually playing way higher than their current rating.
Right. Cool. So, good position there. And should we go to the game of Gohar Bedulayeva?
Yeah, number 27.
She's actually the reigning world junior champion.
Yeah.
And she's also a big hope.
Hang on there. 6 seconds left.
What?
4 seconds. Oh my gosh. Is this a real time? Oh, she made the move with 3 seconds left on the clock.
Maybe we can get the camera of Gohar Bedulayeva.
It's women's board number 27. And I think they are entering a very crucial point. Both of them have less than 1 minute to make 9 moves or 10 moves. Okay, they play quickly now.
They play quickly, and I think it's now she can give this check. However, after the king comes up, where to go? Maybe Rook G1.
Rook G1 is a very safe choice. Yeah.
Very nice choice there. Let's see if she plays it. She has 40 seconds left.
Bishop C5. This is such a safe option too, because, well, black can actually enjoy the pawns. Yeah, she's in the upper hand position right now, so she can just pretty much protect a7 pawn, bring the rook on h8 to e8, and then it's a much better endgame for her. Right. But both of them have to watch out, because if they're relaxing too much and forget about the time, oh my gosh.
And you know, Irene, they're still on move 22, so that's 18 moves they have to play in like a minute.
Yes.
They're like playing a bullet game now, but okay, there's a 30-second increment.
Can we quickly see what's happening on the game? I just want to see the reason why they spend so much time on their moves.
Okay. You mean from the start, very quickly they played the Scotch, lot of Scotches today.
Yeah. Scotch is happening. Oh, knight d2, yeah, it is. Okay. Takes, So...
Are you aware of all of this?
I'm not aware of this knight d2, knight d4, or this sacrifice on e5. So, black has already winning.
I think she played really well. But maybe this last move was not needed. She could have taken here. But it's always scary when your king is there and your pawn is hanging. So she pushed, and maybe knight d6.
Yeah, I think
not great.
I think white was also getting a bit panicked.
Yeah.
Hence knight d6.
And this way, I think Bedulayeva played really well.
Yes, I think this is like kind of home preparation.
Yeah. Sure. So she should be able to convert this.
One result just got in again, and I think what's happening? Oh, I think the white's player demanded blacks to keep recording his moves or something. Or has it finished already? Something is going on. Or
No, their game is over, I think.
Oh, their
They're
game is over, yeah?
Signing the score sheet, it seems.
So it's Gusenov Gadir, board number 4.
Yeah, he just dropped a piece. Here.
Okay.
So Gadir Gusenov has beaten Rupesh Jaiswal from Nepal
Yep. So
on board number 3, I think.
and tomorrow he will have white, which is always a dream for such a knockout format, to win as black, and then the second round you will be playing as white. But okay, never really guarantees, right? You still have to be careful,
Yes.
because this is the time when your opponent really plays all out without any fear. Anyway, if it's a draw, he will get knocked out. So that's why he will be just playing fearlessly.
True. Absolutely. Meanwhile, on board number 2, we had Etienne Bacro going into the queen endgame. The much feared queen endgame. So, but my bet is that Etienne converts this, because often queen endgames are a matter of experience.
Yes.
And I think Etienne has a lot of experience. I would be very surprised if Ne Lin Toon manages to hold a draw here. But we'll see.
Yeah, so this queen's endgame, with an extra pawn, and then
But double pawns.
Actually, that can be a good thing for black, because sometimes double pawn can hide the king.
Shelter your king, yeah?
Yeah, hide the king and then shelter it, so there's no perpetual check. But of course, it's a dream for black here to exchange the queen. Which will not be
She
allowed
should
by
not
white.
take
Yeah.
it. Yeah, I mean, he should not take it, because then the king comes in very quickly. So keep the queens on the board, Ne Lin Toon, and keep fighting. If you hold a draw here, that would be a big result.
Yes, and Etienne Bacro has so much time on the clock compared to his opponent. So, yeah, I think it will be quite a grind as well. It will not finish in a short time. It will take another hour at least.
Yes.
Yeah, but meanwhile, whoa, look at this game.
Ivan Cheparinov is better against Al-Hasadi, but it is like this pawn here has almost reached the queening square, but the knight has blocked it.
Yes.
And somehow, I think you cannot win.
Remember what I said when your higher rated opponent allowed you to keep pushing the pawn?
Be careful. Be
careful. It's a provocation. Now the pawn is getting weak. I think in a matter of a few moves, the rook will try to catch it. Yeah, like I don't know, rook d4 or something. It depends on the moves later.
I mean, right now this pawn is hanging, so let's say you save it. I was just wondering if we can go into this kind of tactics, like
with this rook endgame.
Make a queen, you take back, I take here.
There's rook c7.
Yeah, pushing the king to the last rank.
Yes, and now I think rook c6, yeah? And it's just double attack on the pawns.
And then you will be 2 pawns down.
Yes, and after rook c7, and if black played rook d7, and then white can just go to the pawns endgame, and it's a winning pawns endgame.
Yes, because pawn up for white, so this is winning with 1 extra pawn here.
Yes, so that tactic will not work, unfortunately, for black. Do you want to see other games that's probably in their time trouble for the second time control right now?
Is there any specific game? By the way, SL Narayanan just won against Providence, so that's a result on the board. We have... look at this game. Predke Alexander going all out on the attack against Balogun Oluwafemi. So this is going to be over. We have a Wander Liang who's just played a classy move, deflecting the knight, and he can make a queen next.
Yes. So I think knight has to go to b2, and now I think it's time for the king to participate in the game, and aiming towards h3 pawn.
Okay. So even if you try and go here, this king will just go and chop this off.
Yes. And now if king c3 goes, knight e4 is coming, f2 is going to be taken, so no chance. Yeah, I think this is already very much winning for Wander Liang.
So we have Benjamin Gledura, who is also winning against Orozbayev LDR from Kyrgyzstan. And Yuan Thaidaiwan, number 2 Czech player
After David Navarra.
after David Navarra is right now has won his game against Zhang Yuan Shen.
From Canada. And now Aritarian from Norway
He's doing well.
is doing really well against his opponent Amro El Yawich from Lebanon.
Yeah.
Oh, this pass pawn on B file is going to decide the game.
True,
Yeah.
true. It's just moving forward here. And also, if you try to go knight f3, rook h8 and try to mate, the king is just running away. So there's no counterplay for El Javish. So Aryan Tari should be better here, clearly. We have Nodirbek Yakuboyev, who is part of the Olympic gold medal winning team of Uzbekistan. He is not winning his game against Malek Koniahli from Syria.
Yep. Wow, there are so many games currently going on, and most of them they already went to the second time control. I think it is a cue for us to take our next break. So don't go anywhere. We will be back in a few minutes.
See you.
Welcome back to the live commentary of FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup. And after our break, we've been looking at so many decisive results and a few upsets too, right, Sagar?
Yeah, a lot of them that happened today. In fact, there was this one quite a big upset where Darini Poria beat Ferenc Berkesh. So Darini rated 2400, beat a 2550 plus GM.
So 200 rating points different.
Yes. And before we go in and check more live games, I have a question for everyone who's watching. How did Niklas Huschenbeth, playing with the white pieces, finish off the game here? It's white to play. There are many ways to win, but one is very pretty.
Yeah, I always like this type of finish, because it shows like, that's it, I have like a strong finish and I'll come back stronger even tomorrow. And yes, so what is the move here, Sagar?
The move is to simply sacrifice your queen. If the king goes back, it's a mate in one. If you take the queen, it's a beautiful checkmate with the rook. So very nicely done by Huschenbeth, who beat FIDE Rakoto Maharo from... he's a strong player, but he lost here.
Yeah, I remember correctly. I was talking to David Navarro when we were in Bill, and as we were just chatting, and I asked him, "How are you going to play? Who are you going to play for the second round?" And he clearly pronounced Fi's name, the Madagascar player, which happens also a friend of mine, but I would never be able to pronounce his name correctly in such a beautiful manner, because David just mentioned it like without any problem at all. Oh, I will be playing against the winner of Niklas Huschenbeth against Rakoto Mahorofi, and then I was like so amazed. So this is how I remember. Okay, so the winner of this match will be playing against David Navarra.
So yeah, David Navarra is well known for being very particular about things. And he also wishes you in your own language when you meet him.
Exactly,
times, So he loves to do that. By the way, there are few games which are still going on. One of them is of Megaranto Susanto against Sergei Azarov, the battle of bishops versus knights, which we were looking at.
Yes, and this is going to show, which one is stronger, bishop or knight? It's always like an eternal question. And not only one, we have two of them.
Right.
At the same time, we have a pair of knights and now a pair of bishops. So, in hindsight, I would always prefer a bishop. But the pair of knights here stand very safely, I would say. They are protecting the king. The king is quite, sheltered compared to the black king. But okay, even though the black king is quite exposed, but I don't think that can be attacked.
Yes.
So this is a very, very close match between them two.
True. And by the way, this knight is pinned right now, but it can actually move and try to fork.
Oh, yes.
But then there are also some mating ideas, like if you give a check, the king moves up, the bishop jumps in with a mate. So it's a very crazy position.
It is. It's a very dynamic position.
Yeah.
As a player, I hope there is some error in the broadcast that's showing the time that Susanto has none.
No, because it's the 40th move. So he actually now makes a move and gets 30 minutes extra. So they actually play till the flag falls. So right now he's thinking, and whenever he makes his move, time will be added.
It's already okay. So
So this was the 40th move.
Yes.
And now this is under pressure. So he's actually calculating between knight moving here and giving this fork, or the knight moving to d5 and giving this fork. So very, very interesting game.
It is very
It could
interesting.
go either way. It
Yes.
could go either way here.
They're still playing for 3 results here. So unlike other games that could be already deciding, this one 3 result game. Yeah. So
And you remember we were looking at a game between Adiban and
Yes.
Henderson, where Henderson looked clearly better. The interesting thing to note is that even in the final position, Henderson was better, but he agreed to a draw.
yeah,
This will come to haunt him.
Well, you see, this position is not so easy as well. Like if you didn't have the evaluation bar. You have to evaluate yourself. You might also have some doubt, that your position might be just better, but not very much better. Maybe it's just slightly better and not enough to win. So I think White has this doubt during the game, and actually I'm very curious who is offering the draw, right?
I'm sure Adiban is happy with the draw, so
hang on.
they repeated.
Yeah. So
he played here rook bishop h6 first, rook f6, bishop g5. He went here, and I think Adiban was okay with the draw. So
as black, as black, and I'm sure Adiban sees that his position is no better, and then he will come back tomorrow with white pieces, so it will give him good chances to win the match.
Right. And these games where both players are about 2500 are the closest of today. And one of them was Sanal Wahab beating Kozul Zdenko. I'm seeing that Sanal is doing very well recently. He's actually beaten many players. In fact, at the Turkish league, he even beat Nihal Sarin. So he's moving closer to the 2600 ELO mark, and he's beaten Kozul here.
Yeah. So this game will give him quite a boost of rating.
Yes.
So, the match is not ended yet, and then tomorrow he might have another chance to actually cross 2600. Yeah. So we'll see how is it going to happen, and are there any matches to look at?
Yeah. There is a game between Timur Garev, who is known as the Blindfold King. He is playing against Emilio Cordova. And right now, Timur has just taken the rook on e6. So he is a piece down. But the pawn on c7, that must be worth something.
That is the only thing that White is holding on right now.
Right.
If there was no pawn on c7, I think White would have resigned already, right? But Timur is known for playing until the end. So probably for some players, this is a resignable position, but Timur decided to keep playing on. And I think however you take it back on e6, let it be with the queen or with the knight, I think the position is in black's favor still.
Also, this pawn might fall. So I think Emilio Cordova might pull off a small upset, very small. He's 2-5-4-2, and he beats Timur there. So that is a good result for Cordova. There's also another game, Bernatsky Vitaly, strong player from Ukraine. He takes on Temur Kuibakarov from Australia.
Yeah, he's a very real talent, originally from Uzbekistan and moved to Australia. And I think he only needs 19 points to cross 2600, and he will get it in no time. He's very young still, and he already shows a very good performances in many tournaments. And and in this position, unfortunately for him, this is quite a close match between them two. And black is in the inferior position. But I think with such an activity, it might be possible for black to defend this. Although it's going to be hard.
My question, Irene, was, can you take this pawn?
Yeah, that is a good question. But what happened after... I think rook a5 has to be played, yeah?
Rook e5 or a5?
Oh, rook e5 with a check first and then rook a5. Oh, f5 is hanging, sorry.
Yeah.
f5 is hanging.
This could be the answer, then this is weak. This is
that is weak, yes.
So maybe Temur Kuibakarov might lose this game against Bernatsky Vitaly. And we also have another battle here between two talented youngsters, Daneshwar Bardia and Muradli Muhammad. Both rated 25, around 25, 50, 60, this zone. And but I think Daneshwar clearly pushing.
Yes, and the pawn on d7 looks very scary. And the bishop is very well protected. And
if you take this, I take, you take, and
knight e1.
Very nice. Backward move, giving
Backward
a check.
Yep.
And you lose.
So, we can assume that this is going to be won by white.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the women's games.
Okay. let's go very quickly to the women's section. We have few results which we already know. Eline Roberts won. So did Irina Bulmaga on board 2. We have a game going on still between Injak and Nurai Sovetbekova.
Yeah. Wow. How to evaluate this position? It's
because the last move was a check. King came up and now the knight is hanging.
Yes, and now I think White is thinking to play knight e8, attacking on g7.
Or do you think the queen can go here?
That is possible. I think that is why White is thinking at the moment. Also, again, we are just crossing the second time control mark, and on the 41st move, usually players will take time.
Yeah. And there you have it. That on your screen, Injak is thinking she has to find this very nice little move, queen b8, because once you play it, if you take here a check and you lose the queen.
Yes.
I don't see a defense for black. Oh, you have to come up with the king perhaps, no? King g5
or I think what she is currently calculating is knight takes f2. Because after queen h8, then king g5, yeah?
This is very cool move because check, king here, and the knight defends the queen. So if I take your knight,
then it will be some perpetual.
This would be check, 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 check.
No, don't take on g3, it's protected.
Oh, let's check here.
Yeah, and then check and then take on e3 maybe. Okay, give a check first and use the tempo to take on e3. Oh, queen d3, yeah, the king cannot come out. Yes, so
knight f2 is actually very pretty, yeah. Queen b8, there is knight f2. Not easy for Injak.
Yeah, that is why I think she's thinking right now because wow, this you have to be careful. You know that you are in a better position right now, but if you are not careful, then half a point might slip out of your hand.
Right. True. Let's see but good fight here by Sovetbekova. She's played. We remember this was the game where we were talking about taking on c6 with the pawn. She took it back with the knight and giving but she has fought so well, and right now maybe she'll be able to even get the half point.
Yeah, we'll see. And let's take a look at another game.
Yeah, Salimova versus Zvanzil-Charlize. I think at some point this game was very well fought. But now it's Salimova who's taken over.
Yes, and now the king is participating into the game. There's no chance to give a perpetual, and black has dozens of pawns. Yeah, what happened?
Oh, she did play queen b8. Just going back very quickly to this game between Sovetbekova and Injak. She has played queen b8, Irene, and now your move should be played by Nurai. If she doesn't do knight takes f2, she's lost.
Yes, that is the only way to proceed, yeah? And if king g5, what's going to happen then? Knight e4 and then queen d8.
e4, fe4.
Queen d8.
Queen d8. Okay, if I go king f5, you give a check and win the queen.
Yep.
But what about if I go here?
The same. Queen h8 and then queen c8 and takes the queen.
Oh, this is so pretty. This is so pretty.
Yep. It is tactics everywhere, so be careful with that. And I love tactics, so
yeah, you were quick to spot it. And I think this is over if king g5. She shouldn't do that.
She shouldn't, yeah. The only way to proceed is knight takes f2, and probably there's queen f4. Queen f4, g5, king g6. Oh, no. Yeah, if knight f2, then...
you mean check?
Queen f4 here, yes. That is why I think queen b8 was the move.
But check.
But there's nothing else. After g5, there's knight g8, and then
just
king h7.
Lose,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe this is then a draw.
Yeah.
At least.
So what? I'm just wondering whether Theodora missed knight f2 or she has something in mind, because I'm not sure how to continue this.
Here there's a crazy move as white, and I'm sure that it's very difficult for anyone to find it. White to play, I would never find it.
I don't think I would find it. Yeah, yeah.
But there is a move which kind of helps white to remain in charge, which is knight to d5. How do you even explain such a move? Well, I mean,
It's such a, yeah, you're diverting away from the attention, right? Like you should be focusing on the kings,
Yeah.
like black's king, but you are just going away as if nothing happens. But queen h1 here.
knight
Yeah?
cannot move, right? Because check and you lose the queen. So the queen has to give this check.
Yes.
And then
king
I
takes
take,
f2.
and then let's say you check. I come here. The main thing is this defended.
Yeah, that is a very big point of the whole idea of this knight d5, yeah? Because beforehand, we saw some analysis, and when e3 falls, it's just perpetual checks. But now, yeah. But knight f2, regardless of knight d5, you know, black has to play it. This is the only chance of surviving. You have to give everything, even though... And also, the chance of finding knight d5 is well, I wouldn't say low, but it is very hard to find. But
whatever come what may, right now Nurai must take on f2. That's she must test her opponent. If she doesn't do that, then she's lost.
yes, and I think that is possible. That
Knight f2 is
knight.
possible.
I mean, possible that knight d5 was already in Injak's
Really?
mind. Yeah,
Really?
that
if
is
she,
possible.
If Injak has seen knight d5, then I think this might be really a brilliant bit of calculation that she's done.
Yes. So let's see other game, but
Yeah.
let's keep
We'll
an eye on
keep
this
an eye.
game.
We'll
Yeah, keep an eye on this game because it's
coming back.
interesting.
Meanwhile, Lea Garifulina beat Al Mamari. There is this end game which we were talking about, this Hong Tan Trang versus Abdi Zinab Dina, and we see that Hong Tan Trang.
Yes, and you see all the provocation with all the pawn moves being on the dark squares, creating a hole and now a pathway for the black's king to enter. So king b8, king a5, king a4, king b3, king c2 probably. This is going to be the end.
Oh no. And you know, white king wants to somehow come here and stop it, but it can't, because the knight, if it moves, it loses the pawn, and otherwise the king has no path.
Yes, so it is a reasonable position again, but I think white has to keep playing. But black's idea is clear, yeah? The king can just come to the second rank, grab all the pawns, and game over.
True, true. Meanwhile, Fatalieva has managed to convert it in her favor. She was worse in that game, and there we have her. She is now better. Her opponent has 21 minutes, but all the time won't be helpful because the king is so weak. It had to come out. Irene, if it had gone back,
it's a checkmate in one. Yeah.
So king went up the board, and now how do you hunt it down? I'm sure there are many ways.
I think I'd like to take... Oh, maybe I couldn't. I want to take on c2 and give a check on g5, but there is a check on h file. And then... And I don't know,
here?
maybe there, and then rook h. Okay, rook e8, and then king f7. Actually, yeah, I think white.
And even if you there's
no
check,
there's no check. There's no check. Yeah, so it's okay.
Done.
So I think are there better ways than bishop takes c2? Oh, rook h1. Yes, I think this is just a safer choice. Yeah, it just give no counter at all to black's position. Like the king is perfectly safe, and next move you can choose. Yeah, you can play. Oh, you can play my favorite move, bishop takes c2.
True.
Or not doing anything at all too. It's fine because the king is just so weak on f4.
True. So okay, this is good news for Azerbaijani fans. Ulvia Fatalieva is back. She was in trouble in this game. Meanwhile, Divya Deshmukh has beaten Azar Puteri from Malaysia. We had Olga Badelka, who did beat Carolina Varela. And Olivia Kiolbasa is winning her game against
Asgarza Demitra. Yeah.
Asgarzadeh Mitra. Yeah. But look at this position. It's so complex.
Yeah.
There's a pin here.
There's a pin, there's some back rank attack, there's some queen and bishop battery, there's there's everything.
Yeah, because if you just pick up the rook, which looks like a free rook, there's a check.
There's a check first, and then you can take the rook afterwards.
And then black is completely okay.
Yes. Wow.
So
And maybe it's better to give a check first, or maybe not.
when?
As in when after king h2. Okay, queen b1, king h2. Is bishop d6 a move, or maybe not? Rook e5, yeah.
Yes, rook e5.
Rook e5 probably. So okay, better just take on e4 first.
Take
then.
here and
Knight
then
e4, yeah. Yep. Yeah.
But there is this very nice move here that Kiolbasa has, which is to take here.
Yeah, this discovery attack.
This
will-
attacks here, this attacks here.
yeah,
it's
so-
actually game over.
So rook takes c4, bishop takes b2, rooks b4, rook e3, yeah?
Yeah,
And
this-
that's all.
So, yeah, this is looking very good for white, but Kiolbasa has to just have that clarity of thought here, which she will with so much time to take on c3.
Yes. And I think she will take it. Yeah. Next game.
Sophie Millet won her game against Lina Nasser. We have Narva Mai, who is playing still against Wafa Shahinda.
And is not in a better position.
Right.
Wow.
And Narva is a strong player.
Yeah.
She is rated 2387. She's from Estonia, while Wafa Shahinda from Egypt is fighting really hard here.
Yeah, and as she should be, because this is an opposite colored bishop, and this is one of the type of positions where anything can get really sharp.
Yes.
Because one side attacks another square, yeah, and then the other side attacks the opposite squares. So here, I'm just trying to figure out why black is better, because the king on g7 looks weak, but turns out it's not that weak. Probably the pawn on a5, the passed pawn on a5,
Yes.
is deciding the game.
This is quite a strong pawn.
Yes.
But
And-
it's still not so clear, right? Who's better?
It is not clear. It is only going to be clear if the bishop somehow shifted to e5. Then it is going to be...
Yeah, if the bishop comes here.
Yeah, it's just game
Monster.
over. Yes. And I think that's something that black has to have in mind. That is to reroute one of her pieces. So what was the last move? Queen c2, yeah? Queen c3. So the idea is to play... Yeah, the idea is not to play e5, probably.
So maybe here Wafa Shahinda, who's on your screen right now, has to think what is the way in which she coordinates her pieces. And as Irene pointed out, e5 is a threat, so maybe queen e6.
Queen e6. Queen e6 looks decent.
Just coordinate everything.
Yes, and bring the queen out again. And yeah, I think queen e6 is also a very natural move to make as well.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna be very hard for her to find it.
Serikbe Asel, strong player from Kazakhstan, lost her game to Pauline Gouchard. And we also had Libreto Goulart from Brazil, who's playing right now against Melia Salome. I think this one is a mini upset that's going to happen.
Yeah. Wow, look at the power of having both rooks on the 7th rank, right? Yeah, this is going to be an upset, I think, for sure. Bishop is going to a3 at some point after all the checks, and then have a back rank checkmate, yeah?
So let's say if you do this, then check, check, check from here, and mate.
Yep.
Nice one.
Yeah, and I think it's very hard to to stop it. How are you going to stop this?
Maybe bring the
Maybe knight
here.
f5. Yeah, knight f5.
Control this square.
But after knight f5, probably I will play rook f7. Yeah, I will not give a check first. Just rook f7, and then where else will you move your knight?
My God, I'm just losing this. And if I come here, trying to attack your rook,
And then I can just simply go. Where can I go? d7.
if you go rook c6, maybe.
Rook c6. There is knight d8. Though it's fine. You still have rook f8. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then king g7.
Yeah,
Ooh,
maybe rook c6 does not work. Yeah, knight d8, rook f8, check.
it's still winning though.
Get your rook this way.
Yeah. But this is not what you want, right? Because you're so much winning already. Probably simplest is to play rook d7,
Uh-huh.
and then
And if this moves away, then suddenly you have all sorts of plans. Maybe there's rook f6 in the air, rook h7 in the air. I mean, this is lost.
okay, knight g7 has to be moved, but then you just collect all the pawns, rook d5 and so on. And then now after you move the rook from d5 opens with pawn to d5, bishop is going to be a very strong bishop. Yeah, this is lost, unfortunately for black.
Wow. So Gulat Librelato from Brazil doing really well against Salome Melia. It's a good result, I think.
Yeah.
We also have Yuan Ye from China. She is currently losing against Munguntul.
Yeah, this again. Wow. Okay, it's due to the king's position. Yeah, because naturally speaking,
Black is okay.
black's fine. Even black has a pass pawn on d file, and normally it's a good sign. But unfortunately, the king on h7 it's quite exposed, and then it can easily be attacked. And the rook, the b2 rook, it belongs to the back rank because now wherever you go, queen h5 probably is the move. And then you can bring or queen e6 first. You know, you can bring your rook as well, or queen g6. Sorry, queen g6. Yeah, queen g6. I think it should be the move. Hitting on e8, and then if you move the rook, then the king, and then you move the rook now. Where can I go? Or king. If queen there.
Yeah, maybe rook e4, but then there's some check business. Yeah, queen c7 check.
Rook f2. There is rook f2.
F2 and there's no check.
There's no check. So it's a tricky position, yeah. Or
not so simple to finish it, but I'm sure there is a finish. Like
rook c1. Rook c1. Can I? Oh, there's rook f2 first, or maybe queen f5 first, and then rook c1.
Yeah. First maybe check here. King goes back, and then maybe you can get your rook, so that this is a threat. This is defended.
Yeah, this is a better way. So yeah, this is I think going to be
Munguntul's game.
Munguntul's win. And what about the next game?
This is a nice mate here by Stavrola Solakidu.
Ooh.
She just dragged the white king out in the open and checkmated.
In the center, yeah. Beautiful mate. And
by the way, we had this game between Xiao Yi, who had blundered a piece.
Yes, earlier in the opening, with rook c5.
So she lost her game to Ulet.
Yeah, so I hope the white player can come back, you know, psychologically, because this is quite a heartbroken loss for her. I think she hasn't fought yet. In my opinion, she hasn't fought yet. She just started playing in the opening, and then she just blundered a piece, and she hasn't showed her real strength yet. So hopefully tomorrow she will give a good comeback.
Right. And we were looking at this game between Balajayeva Khanim and Gong Qianyun, and Gong won.
Yeah, it's look at the final position. Like it looks really. Black is dominating
completely.
Yeah, it's full domination by black, and then let's see what happened after a6, because that little cute move, you know, it amazed us. So after a6,
this was the move a6 to get the queen from this diagonal here. When knight moved up. She played knight c4. Queen came up, knight e3. Bishop here. And now came this move, b6. And the fork.
Oh, look at that. Yes.
And that's material that's dropping. And then the queen joined into the party. So it was losing from all ends.
Yes.
Now the
Yes.
c1 knight drops next after king e1.
That's a very good attacking game by Gong Chan-yun, yeah?
Yeah.
And as not the favorite, but now she's going to have white tomorrow.
Yes.
And draw is what she's needing. So, wow, it's going to be a good match to watch.
By the way, Mungsul Turmunk did a smothered mate
Ooh,
against Buksa.
knight f7. So, surely the previous move should be queen g8, yeah?
I mean, she was better. And then rook came to f1, king h8, pawn up to e6. If you take, there's a mate on g7. So you can't take it. So she moved her queen away. e7, rook g8, and knight h6. And here, if you were to capture this, I think just queen
Yeah,
takes
just take on the rook and then promote as a queen, yeah?
should be completely winning. But she went knight g3
And then,
and she took.
yeah, just
And here she could resign. But
yeah.
but Buksa was kind enough to allow.
Yeah, this is something rare, you know, because also in the last tournament in Bill, I had like a 2-move checkmate, and then my opponent didn't let me to checkmate. Just one more move. It's it's for sure it's a checkmate. So what Buksa did is actually really nice, you know, because
Great gesture.
it's very rare these days to win a game with a checkmate. Usually your opponent would resign beforehand. So yeah, I think what some of the players I already talked about this. Some of the players, they decide to allow their opponents to give a checkmate because they felt like it was a good attacking game by their opponents, so they deserved it. So
That's a very
they rewarded them with a checkmate, you know. So okay, let's move on to the next game.
Yeah, there are so many games. Whew. And maybe we should go and check a few games which are going on right now.
So let me take a look at.
And by the way, we had a game that we were looking at just this game. Remember Marianne Gomes versus Forgas Yannela?
See? Yeah,
Somehow Marianne Gomes managed to win it.
she was losing. Yeah. So how?
No, I think the moves have not come in somehow for that game, or maybe you have the moves.
Let me check. What board is that?
I think really at the bottom, maybe fourth board from the bottom.
Okay, here we go. So we saw until knight b5, yeah? a6. Okay, it kind of stopped as well.
It stopped. So maybe we don't know, but if Marianne Gomes converted that, that's a big result for her.
Okay, we can take a look at. This is quite an interesting endgame. Second from bottom, it's Jennifer Yu versus
Is
Teresa Ordas.
Unbelievable coincidence, yes?
Oh,
I clicked on that game. You said the same game.
I didn't even look at the
Yeah,
screen.
exactly. I was like, okay, maybe.
So
this
we
is a
already
good game.
synced, yeah? We already synced.
Same game we both found. And I think this one, Jennifer Yu, of course, 2-time US champion, very strong player. But right now, she has some defensive job to be done.
Yes. Well, this is no easy task. Look at the monstrous knight on e5. It's controlling lots of squares. And according to just the principle of chess, the classical principle, right? When you have your rook on the second rank like this, and then your knight is already centralized, and your king is already quite helping in the endgame. So black already has whatever it takes to win the game.
Right.
It's just a matter of conversion. But again, this is not easy because white has a bishop and it has a very long reach.
You know, Irene, I was thinking if we can just put our pawn here And if ever white takes here, that would be terrible because then the black king has a path to move in.
Yes. So this is something that white shouldn't do. And but how to deal with the situation after g3? How should black proceed? Is g5 a move?
Yeah, for sure. I think g5 is the best move in the position, and maybe Teresa or Das will go for g5. That would be the best thing to do here.
Yes. It would be very scary to play this as white actually, because because black is just pressing, and even though materially speaking that everything is equal.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's different with the business activities here.
Right. Meanwhile, a very quick glance we had to take at this game, right? We were looking at this top board clash where knight takes f2 had to be played by
Ijak. By Ijak's opponent, yeah.
Yeah, and oh my goodness, this has happened.
Oh, this is what I predicted before. These tactics with the...
Yes, exactly. King b8, if we can get to the game between Injak, that is on board number 3, against Sovet Bekova. Here she had to play knight takes f2. But she went king g5, and Irene, you were spot on. Knight e4 happened, and that just led to resignation.
Yes. But if I were her...
No, actually she played a move.
She played a move?
King g4.
Oh.
And then came this little move f3.
And
if you take, there's a fork.
There's a fork. Or if king h5, there's queen h8, yeah? And it's a checkmate.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. So, that's quite unfortunate for Soviet Bekova. Because this could be a very good chance, yeah? Knight f2, and then white has to find knight d5, which is not easy.
Yes.
Okay, so we got
this was a big chance missed there.
So let's come back to the open section. Yeah.
Okay,
let's go to the top board. Chaparinov versus Al-Hashadi. Yes, wow. You know what? This is the type of game that I think Chaparinov likes, because I had a similar game like this with him. I think it was in 2019. Everything out of the opening until like maybe 50 moves, it was equal, and we played for more than 4 hours already. And then only in the fifth, going to the 6th hour, I scrambled, and I gradually losing control in the end game, and then he won it. So he's this type of player, who is not afraid of having such a long game to grind his opponent until the end game, and he prefers to have like a very slightly better position and then to grind it till the end, rather than having a very dynamic position, which actually gives him a more advantage.
True.
But that gives something to gamble for. So he likes something that is certain.
And here it seems like it's a straightforward plan to play king e4, stop the king away, and if the king goes this side,
you go for the e6 pawn.
You can just chop this off, and then this hangs. So this is good enough. Meanwhile, Etienne Bakro on board number 2 seems to have made some improvement, Irene, because he had a double pawn here, if you remember, and he managed to actually trade it.
Yep.
And once you trade it, now you have a clear extra pawn.
Yes. That is correct. Yes. And now it's still a long journey though. Yeah, it's still a long journey for this game.
But it's a better journey than before. I mean, this one, is. I think he should be able to slowly grind it down, no?
So what is the idea here? Do you want to keep pushing the pawns on the king side, or do you want to switch your king from the king side to the queen side?
I like this move. Queen d4, centralizing the queen.
Yes.
And if you give a check here,
then queen f4.
I check here and it trades. And if you move your queen away, maybe as you said, I'm not against the fact that I can bring my king here and chop off these pawns.
Yeah, that is an interesting idea. And in fact, I think if nothing happens, that can be always a backup plan.
Yes.
Because in this type of position, black has a few plans to choose from. And now after queen d4, white has to protect f2 pawn. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and in order to protect it, the queen has to go to c2 or g3. Oh no, g3 cannot because queen f4 is there.
F4,
So queen
right.
c2 is kind of forced, or queen e1. But queen e1 looks a bit
But then
worse.
I take
Queen
this.
b4. So queen e1 is
So queen
queen
e1,
e1 then.
and then now this time I start moving in with my king.
Yes. Or you can also push f5
Yeah.
and then g5. Yeah. So this is, Etienne Bakra will win this. Yeah, for sure.
Whew. So that's a win here for, not win, but at least a great position here for Etienne. Ivan Šarić.
This
Ooh.
is still a complicated position. Wow.
No, he was better, right?
Was he? But even if he was,
there was
no,
this,
this
he
was not.
Remember, he had good chances in this game, but somehow his opponent, who is just around 400 elo points or 450 elo points beneath him, has managed to actually hold on. Not only hold on, this is actually now advantage to white, maybe at least a small edge.
It is a small edge, but how to proceed actually? Because the e2 pawn will always be protected. And
Can we go like rook c1 with the idea of c4?
and
But then
e5
you
is
put-
hanging.
Oh, this is hanging.
Yeah, you have to, and then also you can put your bishop on c4 to stop it.
Yes.
In
Yes.
any
No,
case.
okay, it's his move here. Because if you take here, I have c4, right?
Yeah, c4.
And then you lose the
Yeah.
game because I take this pawn. So you need to keep this pawn.
So bishop
But you
c4.
could go bishop c4, as you said. But now, maybe rook b1.
Yeah, so the king is good enough to take care of the pawn,
Yes,
and now the
and
two
now you-
rooks. Oh well, the back ranks is quite weak for black. Yeah.
Would this be the biggest upset of the day?
Yeah. What funny is if you play bishop b5 after that, after rook b1, bishop b5, you can choose to place
Sorry,
bishop c4, bishop c4, rook b1, and then bishop b5, and then here you can I think play c4 if you want to. Yeah.
Nice. Because this.
But how to win this?
Yeah, this might not be easy.
Yeah, it is not easy. So maybe you shouldn't exchange the rook, and this should be winning.
Irene, this is a very interesting line. If you go here and you put your bishop here, I was just thinking, what happens?
Oh, it's a draw.
Draw?
Because the king comes out at the
King f8, king
Right
d3,
timing.
king e7, king d4, king d7, king c5. Are you on time?
let's see, king e7, yes. Oh, and then b4.
b4 takes king here.
Yeah, and then just king b6, king c6, king b6, king c6. Yes.
Nice. But yeah, the chances of
Yeah. So I think at some point white has to reroute the rook, maybe going to f3, and then have back rank.
You know what move he played? He played rook d5. He's trading the rooks voluntarily. Ivan Šarić feels that trading of the rooks is okay. I can't believe it. He's played this.
Oh.
He's just completely blundered. But the answer to this is truly beautiful. Let's just think about it. Take, right? You want to trade. And now, an unbelievable move here. Maybe could be the move of, we have had many moves of the day.
Yes,
E6 was
yes.
one.
Wow. I was thinking, what's gonna happen after that, and then what's next then? So the move is c4,
Yes. C4.
but after bishop takes c4.
Bishop takes. And now the only thing you need is somehow the rook should get in here somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? So you try to go here. But now I block. You try to come here. I block.
So how to find the entryway?
And now this way, and maybe this
F3.
way.
That is possible.
Insane.
But could it happen even without sacrificing the pawn?
You mean, but then you have one less open file, right? So where does the rook enter? Like, let's say rook b1, right?
Mm-hmm.
King f7.
I think it's d4, yeah?
When?
After rook b1. And maybe just play d4 just to stop. Or maybe not, rook b4 is there.
But even if you go this,
yeah.
and I go here, and you go this, I think I'm just in time to stop this.
So
that one tempo
that one tempo. So c4
is
was
more
needed.
important than the c pawn.
Yes, yes.
No, I think it's very tough to recognize
no,
this.
it's hard. It's hard. It's not easy at all.
Oh, he didn't even take it, I think.
What's happening?
He played c3. He didn't exchange the rooks, which is okay. But this is a study-like win.
Yeah, this is takes, and c4. You don't care about this pawn as long as you get your rook to the other side of the board. So bishop takes c4 again. Rook b1, bishop b5, rook b3.
No,
and
rook
c3, and then bishop c4.
Because rook b3 may be d4 somehow, but rook c1 threatening here.
And then
now
bishop c4, and then rook c3, and then king
now
f7.
there's no d4, so I take king f7. Now rook f3.
And then
King
comes.
e6.
And then just
check.
Takes, and then
King
h6. Yeah. Oh, this is winning. Ooh.
Hmm.
Yeah. This is very study-like position. You don't need to check, do you? Just play rook c6 because you're preventing.
Yeah, I mean anything should win here.
Yeah,
the
just
pawn just goes down. But yeah, he's played c3. He still has chance, but Ivan goes king f7.
Mm-hmm.
And now, my guess is this might end in a draw.
Who knows? Yeah. And
oh, by the way, look at this turnaround. Remember this game?
oh yes.
Haruna Subuga had an extra pawn as black. And now he's pawn down. So he lost 2 pawns in the rook endgame.
Let's quickly see what happened. So maybe I think he should be over pushed, yeah?
Oh, he just dropped it
It
this
just dropped
way.
it, yes. Probably because of some time trouble or I don't know.
He
Maybe
had
not.
enough time, but I think he lost his patience.
Yes.
And there was no way to win in any way, in any case. So here, but now it's still a draw. But do you think that Musa Jules will be able to kind of trick him?
Well, he will be tricking him. The question is, will the black player be able to defend this position? Yeah, because in a way, Musart will do all the tricks that he can to win this position. So and then from losing a pawn now winning a pawn, so there should be some psychological impact to Subuga. So I mean, hopefully he could still think objectively and then feel and trust himself that this is still a draw. Because it's important, during the game that you give yourself some trust that this is a drawn end game, so that you can pick the right moves. Because sometimes some moves, it's directing to like some desperado line, and some moves could be that I trust this is a draw. I should be just playing just like this, And I think this is quite a very easy hold for black to play.
Okay, one more game that's going on is Nodirbek Yakuboyev against Malek Koniali. And it was an equal game, but now it is Yakuboyev who is pressing. I think in general, a higher rated player is able to slowly outplay his opponent in the end games.
Yes. I think that is the idea, they don't want to take a risk of anything aggressive or dynamic in the openings or in the middle game. They would just slowly bring their opponents to the end game and then try to battle it out. All the tricks, all the initiatives, all the creativity is in the end game.
Right. And well, we have been seeing so many games in this segment. We saw many of the games having beautiful moments. There were a few upsets which also happened in the first round, but nothing like too big yet, like a 400 elo point gap still hasn't taken place, I believe. But I think it's time for a break.
Yes, and we will have the interview with your favorite player, Edis Gurel. It will currently be showing on the broadcast, so we'll come back after the interview.
So I'm joined by a really, really strong player, 14 years old, the youngest player in the tournament, international master Edis Gurel. Edis, what a game. You just really crushed your opponent Ivic with a lovely sacrifice. Give us your take, your sensations now after winning the first game.
I think it was quite okay. I had my preparation, I prepared quite well. I knew until like move 20, then he took bishop takes a3, which I'm not sure if it's the best move. I checked rook takes a3. After that, I knew something was wrong, and I just checked the sack, and it was really working. I had to make sure, and I won game.
So Ivic is a very strong grandmaster who already got to the third or fourth round in the last World Cup. Of course, what were you thinking when you knew you were going to face him? What did you prepare with your trainer Dragan Solak? Did you think you could overcome him with white in the first round?
Okay, I didn't have I don't think I can overcome, but I just tried to play my best chess. I know him very well. He also knows me. Very good friends. I mean, we just know each other quite well. We prepared a bit with Dragan. Dragan just said gave me some ideas, and I did what he said.
So you're very young. You're 14 years old. You've crossed the 2500 mark. You're probably around 25-20 now. What got you into chess? You started with 8 years old. Tell us about your youth. What do you like about chess, and what has made you push so hard to get to this level so young?
First of all, I like thinking. This is what I like about chess. I started when I was 8, I told you. But, okay, my kindergarten coach told me that I had some talent for chess, so I just got into a course, and this is how I started chess.
Okay. My last question, I noticed that when you were very near the victory, you were walking around. It seemed it was difficult for you to keep your nerves and maintain your concentration on the board. It was because you were nervous because you sensed the win was very near?
Yeah, I sensed the win, but I still wasn't 100% sure. I was waiting for his move, so I started walking around to see his move.
You still have a game tomorrow. It'll be a very difficult game. Who would you face in the second round if you were able to cross the barrier and defeat Ivic in the match tomorrow?
I'll face Vallejo Pons, 2700, really strong player.
We still have to focus tomorrow. Good luck in the game, and thanks for coming to the interview.
Thanks.
Edis Gurel, a Turkish player who just beat Velimir Ivic from Serbia. And now we're going to look at one of the game that is very close between Acosta Paulo Ismail from Argentina versus Pioran Kasper from Poland. And now we're going to look at the game quickly. It is currently happening right now. What is going on? It looks very complicated.
It must be mentioned that Pioran is an amazing player, but also an unbelievable solver. He's 5-time world champion in solving. The studies and compositions and so on. And right now, he is in trouble though against Acosta Pablo Ismail from Argentina, because look at the white pieces. They are so beautifully placed. The queen can actually move in at any point and give a check. Of course, you don't want to lose this bishop. But I think they are repeating. It seems like Pioran Kasper might get away with this position. Although it's not like totally worse.
It is hard to say. White is better, but slightly better. It's not really like a very thick advantage. And even though white is better, I don't see any clear plan on how to convert this. So maybe this is partly why white decides to give checks, or maybe because he's low on time, maybe he just wants to gain some time and then think. It could be anything.
Yeah. So like if bishop g6, you really can't go in and chop this pawn, because then queen f5 leads to a mating attack here with the king all alone, can't go here, has to go up, and then suddenly the bishop enters. This is just over.
Yes.
So can't get greedy and can't try to win the pawn. So for now, it is all up to Pablo whether he wants to continue the game or not. Ismail, what do you think? Do you think he'll continue? Because his opponent is a higher rated player, so maybe he accepts a draw.
I have a feeling that he might repeat it. And meanwhile, if I'm not mistaken, I think I'm seeing Megaranto just standing up and finishing his game. So can we take a look? It was quite a close game against Azarov. He drew. Okay, so I think that is quite a good result for him. Yeah, because, well, in a way, the game was quite close. And I think it's both players deserve this draw anyway.
Right.
And
he plays bishop g6.
oh wow, he's on
Ismail Acosta says no draw.
Keep playing. Yeah, keep playing on. See where this queen will go. And then, White has a very comfortable position. I think White is not risking anything at all. So bishop g6 is also quite a very safe move.
Yeah, it's a safe move, but when you get close to a draw, you sometimes need a lot of willpower to kind of say to yourself, I need to continue and press on. And I think that's great
fighting spirit.
Fighting spirit by Ismail. Meanwhile, on the adjoining board, Wakidov Samshidin just shook hands, and he has, I think, drawn his game against Gadambaili Abdullah. Abdullah Gadambaili is the current world junior champion from Azerbaijan. And I think they had a great game. They had a fighting game.
Yes, and it's in the final position. I think neither of them can make any progress.
Yes.
And that's why they agreed for a draw. Yeah, I think this is quite a very close match as well. I'm a bit surprised this Gadimbaili hasn't crossed 2,500 yet. Probably he will very soon because he is already on that level. And what other games can we look at, Sagar?
Okay, let's try to see which are the games that are going on now. We have the game between top board, Ivan Cheparinov, doing it in style. He has one rook pawn here and the other rook pawn here. And somehow he sacrificed his knight, and he's saying that the pawns cannot be both stopped. So he'll win this.
This reminds me of a game between Anand versus Fiedler. When Anand has a few pawns and Fiedler has a knight. And then, this endgame. This type of endgame, but okay, different type of position, like the position of the pawns. But this just reminds me of it. And so I think the knight is overloaded with task, because both pawns on A and H, they're giving problems, and of course, the knight cannot take care of them both at the same time. And I think Ivan Cheparinov will win this game very soon.
Yeah, he played this pawn up, and I think if you take here, I'll play h5. And the rook pawns are knight's worst enemies, and this is being shown in ample measure here. We have the next board, which is Etienne Bacro versus Nai Lintun.
Yes.
I personally felt that Nai Lintun won't be able to defend this endgame, but he's doing a great job. He's fighting on. This guy is a big fighter.
I actually had a quiet, brief look on this game. Did you know that the king was about to enter the queen side and now come back to g7? So the king has already quite some journey there.
So it was here?
Yep. And then queen d4. No, it was before. It was much before.
Okay. So somewhere
another queen d4 probably. So something like this. And then,
here?
kings, maybe he is thinking to actually go to this side, and then nothing is going on because it's and then
he
decided to come back.
Queen endgames, very notorious, And I think here, great defense here by this young boy. And meanwhile, Ivan Ceperino has won. But I would really sort of applaud Al Hasadi, who is 600 elo points, 633 elo points below his opponent, for giving such a tough fight.
Yeah, he's fighting for nearly 6 hours. 5 hours, yeah?
Yeah.
Nearly 5 hours, and it was quite a close match too, even though Ivan had always a slightly better advantage, but he managed to keep giving a fight till the end.
Absolutely. So now Etienne, we'll see if Etienne Bakro, who's on your screen right now, manages to convert this queen endgame. Nailin Tun is kind of getting the best experience of his chess career, I would say. You know, Irene, there are tournaments where you play like couple of games, but you mentioned, right, in World Cup, you grow like 5 years or so of age. And I think this is what's going to happen to Nailin Tun. He's going to gain so much experience because of this match that he's playing.
Yeah, definitely. And not only the experience that he needs, but also some experience about this Queen's Endgame, yeah? Because it's not every day that you come out in a Queen's Endgame like this, because normally, okay, Rook's Endgame is more common, obviously, and then Queen's Endgame, and then you have to defend with a pawn down.
Yeah.
Well, computer will always show that you are in the inferior position, but it is not quite easy, you know, to hold, or also to convert this as a victory for Black's pieces.
Correct. But he's doing it well. He's brought his king back to G1. Etienne Bakro will play this for like moves, like maybe hundreds of moves. So we'll see what happens here. Meanwhile, Ivan Šarić, this game suddenly turns into again a big advantage to Bukis Dante from Namibia. But can he find this next move within 2 minutes? He has to get his rook to d6 to dislodge this bishop.
Yeah, but there's no other move. So I think rook d6 will be shown very soon on the diagram. Yes.
Finds it. And if you take rook c5, there is rook takes c6.
Takes c6, yes.
So this doesn't work because
of rook c6, yes.
Here.
So when the bishop goes, you can pull the rook to the a file. I think, okay, bishop d5 or somewhere, yeah?
Yeah.
And then just rook to a6.
Oh, nice.
And then have the second or 7th rank, and then push all the pawns, yes. And then probably, you know, you can take the pawn on a4 first too. Yeah. The thing is, when you have a rook endgame like this, you have to activate your rooks, yeah?
Yeah.
They cannot be just a defending piece, but they also have to be like an attacking piece.
Right, let's see if we can get the video of Bukis Dante versus Ivan Šarić, because this game, I think, might turn into the biggest upset of today. 26-57 is Ivan Šarić, and he was recently playing at the Grand Chess Tour as well. He beat some very strong players. And now, at the World Cup, against a 2180 rated opponent from Namibia, he is in trouble.
Yes, so bishop d5 happened on the board.
Played?
He played bishop d5. Right. Yes, and then 2 minutes versus 4. I think rook a6 should be the next move.
Rook a6 is kind of forced, right?
Yeah, because otherwise how would you progress, yeah? You have to progress with the pawn, but the rook on d6 is hanging, so you have to remove it first. And yeah,
the rest is not so tough, Irene. I think like you want to push this pawn. Black has no counterplay.
Almost game over, yeah. The only thing that, you know, can help Black is if the bishop somehow protects the pawn on e2, so that the rook on e5 can freely move around.
But how?
That is the question. How? There's no way to do that.
Put the bishops on these squares.
Yes.
If we can just have the video of Bukis and Ivan Šarić
on board 6, yeah?
Amazing. Yeah, board 6. Yes.
So we can see from the camera there are still a few games going on. This is their final tense moments, because there's only one Time control, yeah, like on the 40th move.
Yes.
There is no additional time after that.
So now we will be in time pressure in all the games.
In
Again,
all the games,
second time.
Yes, everyone will be in time trouble. They will have to move quicker. And what about other games?
Should we look? Maybe just hang in there for a bit.
Hang in there for
here?
a bit. Yeah, we finally got the view of the game
Right.
in the camera, and we see that so tense. Like even though it's not showing their face really closely, I could feel that from their body language. How tense the moment is.
I think Bucas is so tensed. He's right now. He's like, whew. I might have the chance to beat the highest rated player of my life. But Irene, your idea, he's going for it, Ivan Šarić. If he can put his bishop here and rook here to here, that's what he wants.
That's the only chance that Black has at the moment.
Oh, he pushed the pawn first. Wasn't it more prudent to give a check and cut the king off?
Probably the king will go to d8 and then try to stop the pawn. So probably that is what he's thinking. So now if bishop goes to c4, you can just keep. Oh, you cannot. You can take on a4. Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's a problem.
That's the problem there. You can't go bishop c4. Ivan Šarić in trouble here.
Yes, and the position is almost hopeless for Black, but. But you have to keep fighting. You have to keep fighting until you have no tricks left to use.
Maybe rook takes g4.
Rook takes g4.
Because if you play c7, then there is bishop c4 with the idea of rook g1.
That is very nice.
So a small trick there.
Yes, that is very nice. So White still has to be careful.
Yes.
Yeah.
After rook takes g4, he has to find this check.
And then takes on e2.
Yes, then takes on e2. Because if you take on e2 first, then bishop c4 is a...
And it's a loss for White. What a turnaround. So, yes. And now he has less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, even Ivan is getting low on time. He has 2 minutes 30 seconds. Dante Bucas has 1 minute 23 seconds. And this is where nerves come into the picture when you're facing a player whom you never thought that you would beat. And then you got a winning position. You need to have really calm nerves.
Yeah, but there's no time to get relaxed. Yeah, the time is ticking, and this is such a complicated position as well, and you have to be precise in almost every move until you send the score sheet. So this is a very tense moment for both players, especially for the White player, because I think both players here know that White is currently in the upper hand, but White has to be careful still. So c6, let's see if Black will play your idea. Rook takes g4
I think
with the
that's
bishop and
his
c4.
only plan. That's his only plan. Or he might move his rook to f4 first. Either of the two moves, they seem like the only plans in the position.
There is also another idea if you just move king to d8 and c7, king c8. Also, this is a defensive idea that, might be chosen by Šarić.
Which one?
King d8.
King d8.
And then just trying to stop the pawn with the king.
Then c7?
And king c8 because and rook b6, yeah? Rook b6, bishop b7,
Or maybe rook
d6, yeah, rook d6, oof.
But then there's rook c4. It's still going on.
Okay.
It's still going on.
So there are a few ideas that Black can choose here.
But Ivan Šarić is down to 46 seconds. He needs to play. He needs to make a move. But I think also he's giving his time at the right moment, because if he plays his move quickly here, he would lose. He takes on g4.
He takes on g4.
And now only move to win is a check on a7.
So do you think Bucas can find it? Rook a7. It's a natural move though.
It's natural.
Right. It's natural move. Just give a check and then take on e2. I think it's quite very natural. Just you want to get rid of the problem. The problem of the whole thing is the pawn on e2.
Yeah.
But you cannot take it now because of the check on c4. So rook a7 it is.
True. I agree with you. It looks very natural, and also you've broken it down very accurately here as to why first a check and then taking the pawn. But when you have just 1 minute left on the clock and you're playing at the World Cup, sometimes logic goes out of the window and you are under so much pressure. And look at this view, yeah, we are going right from the top.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Yep. So white. Okay, here we go.
I think he's going for the rook. He's going for the rook.
He's reaching something. Okay. 33 seconds left on the clock. Oh wow. You better hurry. You better hurry.
Yes,
there you go. He
finds
did it.
the move.
Rook a7
Check.
is on the board. And now king goes to d8. Yes.
King d8. So Bucas has 36 seconds. Ivan has a minute on the clock.
So
and now what do you do? I think simplest take the pawn on e2, but these are the toughest moves to make, right? Because you're giving opponent
a tempo to
sort
do
of,
something.
yeah. And you always want to force it. You want to play c7, you want to give a check, something which is more forcing. Oh, he went king f2.
What? I don't see the logic in it.
And suddenly, the win is gone.
What is...
The win is gone. Irene, it's bishop c4.
What is king f2 doing? What could be the purpose of king f2?
I think he just forgot that he could take this pawn.
I doubt it. Oh, I don't know. This is I'm very curious to ask why.
Very curious move, king f2. And again, again and again we see why a player, when he is rated lower than his opponent, this nerves comes into the picture.
Yes. Oh, wow. Oh, it would be very upsetting if he lost in this manner. It's he has it on his hand, but now it slipped away. And now Ivan has to make a move very soon because he only has 20 seconds left on the clock. And
I think he has to find this move, bishop c4. But now there are many moves that. Oh, he goes rook e4.
You have to come back to e1.
Yeah, you have to come back.
King e1 and then possibly repeating the moves. Or maybe not. Or maybe now he realized that the pawn on e2 was hanging.
But now he won't give it.
But how to continue this
E1,
and g4.
I go bishop
bishop c4.
Maybe.
Bishop c4.
That's lost. Because c7, king c8.
And then
check.
And then take a4. Wow.
Take this and pin this.
Yes. So black shouldn't go to c4.
Take on a4 directly as well. Right. So bishop c4 definitely doesn't make any sense.
What about g4?
You want to push your pawn?
Yes. Do some counter attack.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not.
Seems like a very interesting idea. What did he do? Do you think Ivan Šarić is playing on his opponent's nerves and wants to somehow win this game? He goes king c8.
That's possible. Because all these stronger players already sense that my opponent cannot convert this well. I think this is the cue for me to step in and up my game. Instead of finding for a draw, I could look for some win. So rook a8, king c7 only move.
Yeah, it's a smart thing to do. He's gaining time. I don't
he's
think
gaining time. He's gaining time.
He won't agree to a draw.
He needs this time badly. So there are a few choices where to move the king. If Ivan, thinks of a draw, then he might put the king back to c8. But I don't think there's any other good squares here because I think he has to repeat. Yes.
He goes back.
I think he has to repeat. And this is a temptation for White's player to repeat the moves or not. He has this option to make a draw against a very strong grandmaster, or he would push this game and try to get a win.
Right. And we've seen in this tournament that people have been ambitious. They have not let the ratings decide their decisions. Maybe Bucas also does the same. and fights on. He has one idea which is very clear. He can move his rook on the other side and try to go for the h6 pawn. Does look a bit slow.
And it requires calculation.
Yes.
And this looks, you know, very scary for white actually, with all the pass pawns and, you know, so I don't know. I have a feeling he might repeat the moves.
Yeah, I guess he might do that also. Oh, by the way, we have a result.
We have the result
we have
on
a
board
result.
too.
Did Etienne Bakro win? Oh, you know, we had Ne Lin Tun from Myanmar who fought so well, but in the end, it was not
Yes.
enough.
It was not
Etienne
enough.
Bakro converts it. Okay, so I think that was the expected result, but still a great fight
Yes.
by the young guy from Myanmar.
Yep.
By the
Meanwhile,
way,
we're back. Yes, so I think I have a very good feeling about it, about what I predicted before.
Right.
That there might be some repetition of
Oh,
the
they
moves
did it.
and ended up with a
They
draw.
did it.
Yeah. This is so hard to resist, this temptation, you know, in such
Yeah.
a situation when you are actually not sure how to win or to convert this. And I think Black is doing a very good job in defending the whole time
Yes.
and then scaring his
Yes.
opponent
Yes.
away like this.
But what is he thinking now, Ivan Šarić? Because he has to go back to C8, right?
Yeah, that is the only way.
Is he thinking I can go? He can even get away with King D6?
No, King D6, there is C7.
Exactly.
Yeah, so King C8 has to be.
But then why is he even thinking?
Or maybe King B8.
King B8.
Yeah, provoking C7 and then King C8. And A8 is covered anyway. So, no, he repeats it to King C8. So now, if White plays Rook A8, I think it's already a threefold repetition. Yep, and I think he's looking at it. From his body language, he will play Rook
This
A8.
is the last try, yeah? If he wants to play on, this is his last
This
chance.
is the last chance, yeah. He has to play differently if he doesn't want to make a draw. So if he plays Rook A8, they can check hands.
Come on. Bucas, you can go for it. You won't get a better chance against Ivan Šarić. This is your chance. Come on.
Yep.
I think he's no draw.
Trust woman's intuition, Sagar. To play in such a high level event like this, you know, the nerves will get on you for sure.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think now Ivan Šarić makes his move and doesn't even claim a draw? He's like, I'm okay to continue if you are.
No, the white player will
Claim?
will claim it. I
Do you
think.
think maybe no one claims it and they keep on repeating? That has happened in the past, you know. They repeated 5-6 times
Yes.
and then suddenly someone says, no, I want to play on. You know that.
Okay, the arbiter hasn't stepped in yet, so I think it's up to the players. Actually,
Can
yeah.
they step in at some point, like when you've repeated
No.
5 times?
No,
No?
no. I think someone has to make a claim. I think the arbiter cannot give any interference.
But if you keep repeating all the...
Okay, that's different story, right? If you keep like for 10 times, then
Yeah.
of course.
Then
But now it's
it's
still
already what? I think...
it's still in the verge of like 3-4 times. You know.
Let's see. King C8,
Yep.
Rook A8. King C8, Rook A8. That's twice. King C8, Rook A8. That's thrice.
It's already 4 times.
Okay.
They shook hands.
They shook hands there. And you can see there, Dante Bucas has a hand on his head. He knows that he missed a golden opportunity here.
Yes, but unfortunately, or fortunately for Ivan, right? This ended with a draw. Okay, we can quickly go to board number 20.
Is it between Marcus Rager? Oh, by the way, this rook end game that we were looking at, which was between Musa Jules and Haruna Subunga, is still a draw. But it's a crazy position. Somehow Subunga has got his king here. Maybe he enters the position and then switches his rook from somewhere. Can get slightly tricky. And Marcus Rager against Wagi Karim.
How did it go?
Well, right now Marcus Rager
Ooh.
is pushing a bit. He has this pawn. There we have on our screen Marcus Rager in the black suit. His opponent has 1 minute. He has played his rook to a1. If Rager can get... Oh, he goes knight g6. Interesting. What is his idea? He's going with knight e5. I don't know. Knight e5, knight g4, knight h2 could be the idea.
I think that has to be the idea because you have to keep supporting the pawn and then try your best to try to promote it, right?
Yeah. But then the white king can now start moving on the queen side and win these pawns. And then there are two passers.
Yes. Wow. Yes. Yeah, this is going to be ending very soon, probably. And before, I just have to announce that before the end of the show, we will have the interview with the Dutch women players.
Okay.
So it will be very interesting, yeah, to see their point of view and how the tournament is going for them and so on.
Amazing. Okay, rook h1 played by Wage Karim. Look at the hall. It's like
almost empty.
It's like this battleground, which is now sort of the war has taken place. Last few battles are left, and maybe it's time to watch that interview which you are talking about.
Yeah, we will have it now.
So I'm joined by Irene Robbers, Dutch woman player number 1 here in Baku, just after the first game of the first round. Irene, a good game. You defeated Iraq player Al Fayyad. Tell us a bit about the game. How did it go?
Well, I don't think she expected the line I played. I played the Scotch game, but I hadn't played it in, I think, over a year now. So she thought for a bit and went for a bit of a strange setup with Queen of6, which caused me to get some tempos later on in the game, so I could attack her and win from there.
Irene, you're very young, but you're already international master with a 2400 plus rating, and you played on board 1 today. This is your first World Cup. What are your sensations after having to do the first move in front of so much press?
I thought it was fun.
Good time?
Yeah, I did.
So last year, I already noticed that you played very well in the Chennai Olympiad. Board 1, silver medal. Tell us about that experience.
Well, I don't know how that happened. Summer before, I actually didn't play so well. So then at the Chennai Olympiad, I think I went in without expectations. So it went really better.
You're currently the Dutch champion, women's champion, absolute champion. But I noticed that you're playing the under-18 in Mamaia, Romania, the European under-18 championship. And I noticed that although there are 2 categories, women and open, you have decided to play in the open category. How did that decision come about?
I think it's more interesting to play in the open category because there are more stronger players. And I think I might be able to compete for top 3.
Of course. Was it a difficult decision or you were very clear? And have you played in open tournaments before in the youth categories? Or have you always played in the women's category? Girls category?
For me, it was a very easy decision to make. Last year I played in the open category, but it didn't go so well because I was a bit sick during the whole tournament. So now I hope to do better.
Congratulations on your win today, and there's still a second game in the match. What would your strategy be tomorrow playing with black against Al Fayyad?
Just try to win, I guess.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Have you thought about your next opponent, or are you going 1 game at a time?
Before the tournament, I have thought about possible opponents if I win this round and maybe the next round. But during the tournament, I'm just focusing on 1 opponent at a time.
Thanks for coming and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was Irene Roberts, the current Dutch women champion. And let's take a look at the remaining games that we have left currently in our event. So how is it looking, Sagar?
There's one game which has caught my attention in the open section. It's between Valentin Dragnev and Kobo Ori. We are in the last minute in that game. And both players have played 71 moves.
71
Yes,
moves.
so you would expect an end game, right? But look at the number of pieces still on the board. If we can have the board on the screen, look at this. There's still two
In the
rooks,
middle game.
a minor piece, and queens on the board.
Yes. While other games are in the middle, are in the end game already, this game has still lots of pieces and pawns.
Yes, absolutely. And this one seems like going white's way slowly because this f7 pawn is a weakness. So you jump here with your knight, attack this pawn. He tries to defend it.
And then what?
And then maybe you have to figure out another way, maybe somewhere try to exchange off this active rook and then
make a
try to
breakthrough.
push this pawn.
Yes.
I guess Dragnev might have to play another 50 moves or so to break through.
This is still a very complicated position to play, and such a low time on the clock. I think both players will just play it safely.
You think it might end in a draw?
Yeah, it might because always T3 is a target of attack that white cannot completely ignore.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be wonderful for white that if white can play all the ideas that you mentioned before. But whenever you leave the d4, there might be some d4 coming in.
Yes.
But I agree, this position is better for white and it's easier for white to move around. But also, don't forget about all these little things that white has to keep their eyes on. So,
do you know what he's trying to do? I think he wants to trap the rook somehow with knight d4. Yes, the rook has f1 square.
the rook can go to a1 later on, and then takes on
no,
a2.
that would be too much. Yeah, if the rook starts to enter here, so maybe he has to prepare it, like maybe queen g2. He gets.
Oh, wow.
No, wait. What's happening? If I go knight d4, I attack your rook. Rook has to go back. And eventually, I guess I might have to trade it, right? Because otherwise, your rook can get really nasty.
Yeah.
So I come
That's
here,
possible.
you take, and
There's no way in.
in a roundabout way, I got your active rook off the board. Then I put my king here. I try to enter with my rook. Then h4, h5.
Yep.
Maybe that was nicely done by Dragnev.
Yep. Yeah, totally. Yeah. What has very comfortable choices here.
Yes.
Whether or not to keep playing or is knight d4 happening?
He played
it already.
He played it.
So he's in the fighting mood, yeah?
Yes. This might be one of the most weird games of Dragnev and Kobori's career, because they are already on move 74. Meanwhile, did you see that there in the women's event, Corey Dicey lost her game against Aboredo Julia in a Lucena.
Oh, this is the Lucena bridge.
He just built a bridge and now wants to come out like this and block the check.
Yes.
So
this is quite an upset as well.
Yeah.
And there are a few games still running in the women's section. I think board number...
I think just 2 games, no? I think this one and...
2 games, yeah, 2 games.
So Jennifer Yu
is currently...
She's lost.
Yeah, this is totally losing. Yes, they will shake their hands very soon after knight d4. And and then just keep pushing the pawns, yeah? There is no way to stop
So
it.
the rook endgame
The rook endgame
eventually
is lost, yes.
is lost. You take this bishop and then play b5.
Yes.
You don't even need to cut anything off. Or maybe I want to go king e2 so that you don't give a check. b4.
Yep.
Check.
And then just hide on b2.
B2?
Yes, and then
If I come closer.
rook a8, or you can push b3 first. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So I'll go here and then here
Yeah.
and then check and
Yes.
yeah.
So this is going to be lost for Jennifer Yu.
I
And
think she
then
resigned there.
Did she?
That's her board, I think. And on the left is Ordaz, Valdez, Teresa.
That is possible. Yes.
Yes. So that's a big result there as well. Well, they were both kind of equally rated. So now in women's section, we have almost all the games done. Which
Yes.
game is this one? It's Dimitri Kolars, who's playing against Inamul Hussain from Bangladesh. Another rook end game, but this one also is losing.
Yep.
And this is interesting because check,
You have to go to h6.
if you go here, now if I give check, your king moves in.
Yes.
But if I go back,
Just push the pawn.
this rook being here really helps, right?
This is the
And
way
next
to win.
move here.
Yes.
Wow. And rank cutoffs are generally so bad.
Yes.
Because now the king, and if you come here,
King g6 is there,
right.
and then just king f7 and push the pawn. Yeah, and this is just winning.
So
Okay.
Inamul Hussain is going to lose that one. He fought hard against Dimitri Kolars. And here we have, a big upset. Lieva Gianmarco from Peru beating Anton Demchenko. Because he's just going to win this pawn. It's
Yeah, just bishop d5, bishop f3. Yeah, and then try to exchange the bishop from h3 or push the pawn f4, right? There are a few ways.
Right. But when I go here, yeah, king g4. What if this pawn, if this king defends it? Maybe you will come under zugzwang, right? After bishop d5.
Yeah, just play bishop d5,
Okay, and then a king f4.
and then probably just bishop c6. Oh no, maybe not. I was wrong.
Oh, because the king goes
because
back.
the king goes back. Yeah, so you have to still be careful here. You have to keep an eye of both f3 and then playing f1 back so that you can play on h3.
Right.
So
Well, somehow the winning line is here. Because now you are in serious trouble. If you go to f4,
you play
then I
bishop
go
f1.
bishop f1.
Yes, so
Actually.
making a zugzwang like that. Yeah, yeah. I see.
If you go here,
And
again
now,
this.
yes, probably.
Beautiful, yeah.
Yes.
Now you can't
It's
go
zugzwang
here,
now, yeah.
here.
And
you
bishop
can't
cannot
move the
move.
bishop.
Yeah.
Bishop comes here. You can't move the bishop here.
Yep.
Bishop goes there.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. This is such a nice nuance in the end game. Yeah.
Beautiful. He did.
So-
He did get this position exactly. He played bishop f1 right now.
Wow.
I don't know how he got it, but he got it. King g4. He played bishop b5. He went here. He played bishop f1, and now it's time to resign.
Yep. There is.
Demchenko there on your screen. He's going to resign here. And Gianmarco Lieva from Peru. Oh, what? He played bd7? But then there's bishop a6, right?
Bit too far to see what he moved there. And
Yeah,
resign. Wow, what an upset by Leva Gianmarco against Demchenko Anton. Yeah, this is quite an incredible instructive end game.
Yes. Yes. Very nice endgame. So this is a win. Inamul Hussain is losing there. We have... Oh, man. This endgame is so weird. Who's playing for a win now?
Yeah. You shouldn't take for sure. Nah, this is going to be a draw because White's rook has to go away, and then Black
Then?
will take the pawn,
Yeah.
and then
And then the g pawn starts to roll. Let's say I go here. You take with the rook.
yep,
I push my pawn.
and yeah, you can go there because
I
you
can't
cannot
take
you cannot take the rook
because of
the
check.
pawn because of check. That's right. And if you keep pushing the pawn, I think I'll give a check.
Okay.
And at some point, they will just
Maybe you can just take this pawn.
just take,
and-
yeah, just take and then just push f3. Yes. So this is going to be a draw.
No,
Yeah.
that was a big fight. Oh, meanwhile, a big game also between Pyrun, Casper, and Acosta, Pablo Ismail, who Acosta was winning that game. I mean, it was better, but now King c7, knight has to come to a6, King b6, knight b8.
So that is the draw.
Yeah, it's a draw, I think.
That's a draw.
It's a draw.
Okay.
I think these are the only games. Maybe the last game which will go on and on is
this one. Yeah.
this one.
This will go for another hour.
But I feel like Dragnev is just kind of converting it, because he's getting his knight in now from e1 to d3 to c5, and with his rook in, queen already looking here, I think he's doing it.
Yeah. White is totally in control of this position, and even with only 1 minute left on the clock, I think you can always go around, gain some time, because there's nothing really going on the board for black, and white can easily try to convert. Yeah, putting the knight on c5, and then I think that will be game over.
By the way, a question from our chat is, they do not know why there are so many buys in this tournament. Maybe Irene, you could just explain why do 50 players in the open and 25 in the women get buys?
Yeah, and those are the top seeded. So the top 50 of the open section, they will only play on the second round. They have a bye on the first round, and then in the women's section, the top 25 will play or start playing on the second round, and then bye on the first round. And yeah, I think it's been a very interesting first day.
Yes.
What do you think?
I think it was so much happened.
Much happening, yeah.
In fact, I want to kind of find out the result sheet and see how many upsets, but I believe there were close to 5 upsets.
I think more than 5
More
upsets.
than 5, yeah?
More than 5 upsets for sure. Yes. And yeah, this is always happening on the first day, and everyone will be a bit more cautious for the next day. Yeah.
And what will be very interesting tomorrow is all those who have lost today are in must win tomorrow.
Yes. So we will see a more interesting battle tomorrow.
Yes.
And even more so, I believe there will be a few matches that will go to the tie break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. And if the score is 1-1, we have tie breaks on day 3. 25 plus 10, 2 games.
Yes.
10 plus 10, 2 games if it's 1-1. Then there's 3 plus
the blitz.
2. Or first 5 plus 3.
5 plus 3 first.
5 plus 3,
and then 3 plus 2
until they keep playing.
Until there is a winner.
No Armageddon.
No Armageddon this time. Yes.
Wow. So it's going to be a very, very exciting first round. We had expected all the favorites to go through, but it's not happening. We will come back tomorrow.
For sure. And don't forget, tomorrow we will tune in at the same time, 3 p.m. Baku, Azerbaijan time. I think we will come before that, right? Before the match starts. So don't forget to tune in and then see more interesting battle tomorrow with me and Sagar.
See you guys.
See you.
Bye.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.